All right, welcome back for day 2 of Portland Sector Qualifier. My name is Victor, and with me today, the man, the myth, the legend, John. How you doing?
Victor, I'm doing great. It's great to be commentating with you this morning, here back.
Yep. I'm really stoked for this. We're getting into top 64 today, and I think you can see a chart above my head here of what the leader spread is for this top 64. Is this at all what you would have expected, Tata?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see a ton of surprises here. I was fully, expecting Han 1, Han 2, Cad Bane to really be the top 3 most played, best, performing decks. I thought maybe there might be like more Anakin or Yoda closer to the top, but they are there in the middle, so this isn't really that surprising.
No, I actually didn't expect Cad to be doing this well, but definitely the two Hans are no surprise to me either. I thought Kira would be doing better than she's been doing, and I did definitely think Sabine would be doing better than what she's doing. So it's rather what's missing than what's there. That's surprising to me.
Yeah, well, there's a major lack of blue-green, villain and hero. I thought maybe more Rey, might sneak up there towards the middle, like 3, 4, 5 decks. Kira, same thing, 3, 4, 5. Kira does have 3, so that's, about on par. But no Luke 1, only one Rey. There is a blue-green Obi-Wan from set 3 that's snuck in there to take a piece of that blue-green hero pie. But yeah, and then one of the Yodas as well. Like, I think the third place currently is Yoda green, so that's another blue-green deck. So, there are 3 still, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's a testament to the strength of Data Vault paired into blue, rather than anything else. Heroic blue is somewhat less controlly, but I don't know, with all the heal, maybe not. You play a lot of blue-green heroic.
I do, yeah.
Do you feel it's more controlly or less controlly than the blue-green villainous?
It's less overall, mainly because the end game of the blue-green hero is a lot weaker than the blue-green villain. Villain has the big sorcerers. They have, Avenger, they have Devastator, they have Relentless, whereas hero has to really rely on cards like Luke Skywalker and Home 1 to really take home, these long games. So they're more, I wouldn't call them mid-range decks, but it's just a different kind of control. It's more like board control with units rather than, cards like Power of the Dark Side and No Glory. So yeah, it's just different.
Yeah, it's somewhat ironic. They are maybe even better at getting to the late game, but then they don't have that late game, maybe in the same to the same amounts as you would for the big ones.
Absolutely.
So we do. I did talk a little bit about Data Vault making it big here, but it is not as overrepresented in these top 64 as it was in the major field. I think we do have some shots eventually to show you for the development of the bases as well.
Right.
We're probably going to look at a bunch of different cool shots here.
Just taking a peek at the top 64 bases here. It's we have 17 just blue. I think a good chunk of those are actually Han 1, which might be surprising to some. Then, of course, you're going to have your mix of hero and villain there. We have Tarkin Town at 12, which isn't really a huge surprise. Data Vault at 11, which is kind of a surprise, since when we started the day, we had, 120 or right around there of Data Vault. So not really taking over the meta as expected. Just 7 basic yellow, 6 green, which I believe maybe all of them might be Han, Han 1. 5 ECL, which is probably a mix of Gar. 1 Sabine, I think, snuck in there. And then overall, just kind of what you expect. Just a few surprises with Data Vault mainly.
There is, of course, a lot less of the force spaces than we have been seeing in this. Sorry, this isn't the same meta, I guess, but in the previous part of this set's meta. So that's this complete fall of the force spaces. Is that something you would have expected, or did you think some of them would have survived more than this?
Yeah, no, it's not that surprising to me. It's like, we only have 3 of the green force space, 1 of the red force space, and then 17 of the blue force space. That's it's not that surprising to me, but you figure with fewer Tarkin towns that it's got to be replaced with something. So
yeah. No, for sure. So what we've got here is the first game. It should be saying Swiss round 9 at the top there and game 1. Yep. But we are going to get to see Crispy off the Bothan network against Dylan. Is he on a team?
I don't believe so. And if he is, I'm not sure which team. It's not one of the major teams. I know that much. But what's surprising here is that Crispy is playing Han 2 Data Vault, which is a deck that was very popular in set 4. Kind of fell off in set 5 once all the 4 stuff came out, but he's the only Han 2 Data Vault in the field to my knowledge, and he is sitting nicely at second place right now at 7-0-1.
Yeah, and that is his teammate Code Dameron that sort of championed that deck back in set 4, I believe, right?
Yeah. Yep, yeah. That's true. Yeah, they did a master class as well on Han 2 Data Vault, if you want to check that on the late night stream. But I also want to call out here that Dylan yesterday was the only 8-0 player playing, Han 2 Blue here. And he also went 16-0 in games. So he has actually yet to drop a game in this entire tournament, which is
pretty amazing. Yeah, very much so. So they are resourcing here. It looks like maybe, Dylan didn't keep his hand.
It's like Dylan's mulliganing and Crispy is happy with his hand, it looks like. What do you think about this matchup? It's not something that we've really seen in set 5 or, even in set 4, of course. Do you think that the Data Vault deck is favored here, or do you think that this, Blue Force deck is going to be able to, jump ahead?
So when we were prepared for Galactics, we played a lot of the Green Force Han 2 into Blue Force Han 2. And for that matchup, I thought it was down to card draw, but if Green could make it go long enough, they usually won. They just have the better end game, in my view. And with Data Vault, that should probably be in the favor of going long, right?
Yeah, you figure he has home ones. He has the big ships like the 5-7. I forget the name offhand, but it's just the Hammerhead. So there's a lot of space in the Han Data Vault deck that might catch this Force deck off guard. So I think he led with a Marin. I don't know the prestige arts, but I think that's a Marin. That
is a Marin. Into a itinerant warrior.
Yeah,
they must have passed first round then. Yeah.
No, they. So the Han 2 Blue player passed first round. Crispy led with the Marin.
All right.
So
all right.
So Crispy taking the shield off of the warrior, went base for 2, and then played a Sabine. So Crispy is basically up a full turn right now, mainly because Dylan missed turn 1.
Yeah, and he trades that itinerant warrior just because he doesn't want to have it traded into the Sabine unit.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Crispy is being a lot faster here. But getting into that mid-range sort of where the blue Han really thrives.
Yeah, these players are just going to start dropping bombs now. So Dylan played a Poe, which would be pretty big if it stuck, but Crispy had the blue leader there to take it out. So boards are, I don't want to say they're even because Crispy does have a unit in play, but the Sabine unit's not super scary. So, Dylan did a pretty good job to kind of not fall behind too much here.
Yeah, it seems. Of course, the heal from that itinerant wasn't on because he didn't have any force at that point. Yeah. But, there's a lot of ways to mitigate any damage you've got in a Han 2 blue deck.
So let's see how they manage this flip turn here. So Crispy already, Dylan already flipping. Crispy might have the hammerhead here. Nope,
he did not.
General Riken. Nice.
Yeah, that's gonna Sentinel up for a bit.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 5/5 Sentinel for this turn here,
and a Sentinel right back at you.
And Dylan does have the force from that warrior attack, so
he does
pretty big.
That pretty much shuts down this whole round, don't it?
Yeah, it just ends the whole turn. You know, both these players have giant sentinels. So Han does go into Riken here for 3 damage.
Interesting.
Which is kind of surprising to me.
Yeah, to me too. I thought he'd value keeping Han around for a bit. Now he's so susceptible to a lot of the things that you can do in a Han green deck.
Well, now if Crispy can deal with this turret, this speed unit is just going to be able to take out Han for free, which is kind of a big deal here.
Of course, he didn't take care of it, and he just went into it with his Han instead, which is also a little bit surprising to me. He made him have to spend his force, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it does take the force away. Yeah, it does take the force away, which is kind of a big deal. Because now Dylan can't play something like a Mace Windu or a Yachty Mundi first action. Right.
He has to attack with turret here first. No, he does not.
He has the Luke to take out the Han.
Oh, and Luke. Yeah. He doesn't need force to do what he does.
That's a big deal too, because now Crispy can't use Han here to play a 7-drop. So Crispy is limited to 6 resources this turn.
But he can take out Shuret with Riken if he would have wanted to. He did not. He played a Obi. That is a really nice Galactic Obi.
Yeah, it looks great. Let's see what Dylan wants to do here.
That might look a little bit greedy, but with Riken's ability, he can now boost Obi. So it's actually a pretty nice play.
Yeah. So the Riken can't take out this turret, but it can do well.
Well, it can because it was 1 damage on it.
Yes.
And he didn't have the force.
Mon
but he got
Mothma
that
here.
experience. Mon Mothma here, just trying to refill that hand. He doesn't have any Kiadis, so
yeah, this is looking pretty good for Crispy if he has any answer at all for this Luke Skywalker. Let's see what he finds with the Mon Mothma here. Looks like he does have options.
Yeah, I mean, this should be pretty rebel stacked, this deck, right?
Yeah. Should have Home One, Bright Hopes. I mean, it should just have Rebels for days. So, don't think he's hurting for that. I do see a Bright Hope. I don't know what he's thinking about here. Let's see what he
Bright Hope is two rounds away, though. Oh, well, no, 1 round away. So he's taking the Hammerhead just to be able to clean. That's a good answer for Luke, I assume. I don't know how many cards he's got in hand, but it should probably be enough.
Yeah, it should be enough here. It looks like he has at least 5 or 6.
If that's his plan for this round, he might not even resource. If he needs to keep one. If he needs to keep 1 card.
Let's see what he opts to do here. Looks like he has.
He's thinking about resourcing a Riken there. Yeah, and he does.
So he goes down to 3 cards in hand. So this Hammerhead is only going to deal 2 damage.
Yep. But even if he kept all his cards, he wouldn't be able to kill Luke with just a Hammerhead.
Yeah, then it would have only been for 3. So Dylan with the initiative here. Let's see what he does with this Luke. Gone base.
He goes base,
Yeah. That's kind of interesting, but I guess there's nothing too threatening in play right now. I would have considered taking out this Obi, but then I guess it would have left your Luke open to a Hammerhead.
Yeah, and I guess having seen the Hammerhead is threatening enough at that point.
Yeah.
They're checking for Anakin ability, I guess.
Probably, or it's just nice to know what your opponent has already gone through. So, making sure that there's no Kiatis, there's no, big threats. That's the first Luke, etc.
Absolutely. It looks like the stream has frozen here. I'm not sure if it's frozen for our viewers, but at least for us, it's a bit.
Yeah, so looks like okay, there we go. Pick back up. So Mon Mothma now looks like just went base.
Just pinging the base. There are an action still there, and we got a Grogu as well there.
Yeah, we got a Grogu in play.
Kelleran coming out here.
Yeah, Kelleran's a pretty big one. Let's see what he gets here. If he gets like see, I guess Obi-Wan's already in play. We can get a blue leader here just for a 3/3 space unit. Looks like he has his own Grogu.
That's probably a very good option here for him.
Yeah, because that also gives Obi Sentinel from the Kelleran. So Kelleran gets felled right away.
Yeah, that was a really slam dunk. Windmill dunk, that one.
Yeah.
But the Grogu stays, so...
Yeah, Crispy is pulling ahead here. I mean, he does have 4 units in play. Granted, he doesn't have a big one like Luke Skywalker, but, this Obi isn't nothing. I mean, it's a 4/6 right now.
Yeah, it's a decent unit. And I bet he's just going to swing into base here with both of Sabine and Obi.
Most likely, yeah.
No, he's trading.
No, yeah, he decided he wants to just kill the Luke. Okay.
And then
I don't hate that.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's pretty good.
Draws a crate. That's pretty big.
Yep. And he's going to be able to play that.
Yeah. Both players now on the crate dragon turn. So 8 resources. Let's see if he does crate. Oh, so Dylan is the first player to play crate. So
yep.
Begun the crate battles have. So now we have to see what Crispy wants to do with
Does he have a fell or something? Because he needs to remove
in set 4, this deck played Fell the Dragon, just out of aspect. Yeah. So I don't know if he does right now, but it looks like he is tanking a little bit to try to figure out how to deal with this crate dragon, because he's going to be able to move damage off of it, which is going to make it even harder for Crispy to deal with. Yep,
certainly. I don't know what removal he would be running otherwise in this stack.
Like Hammerhead, just damage-based stuff, like probably Open Fire, Hammerhead, just things like that.
Yeah. And none of that is particularly efficient against the...
Not good enough right now, yeah. So we're really tanking here. I don't know if he's trying to figure out if he can maybe erase this by playing something like a big space unit. Let's see what he does.
He is actually behind ahead on damage, even though there's barely, 6 damage on his, but there's a little bit of a damage advantage.
So Sabine goes 3 into the crate, damage gets moved by Grogu onto the opposing Grogu, and then I would imagine this Grogu now from Crispy is going to move this damage back to crate. So that seems to be the plan here.
Grogu off.
Yeah.
A Grogu off.
Yeah, first we had the crate war, and now we're solidly into the battle of the Grogus, which is part of the crate war.
Yep. So he is eyeing that Hammerhead here for sure. That was what he shuffled to the top of his hand, but he doesn't have that many cards in hand, so it's not ideal, is it?
Problem is that the Hammerhead is a 6-drop, right? So if he does play Hammerhead, this crate is just going to be able to deal 6 to Crispy's Grogu. Yep. Kill it, which is pretty big, or 6 to base, I guess. But getting rid of this Grogu seems like the smartest play. But also Crispy doesn't have 5 cards in his hand, so he can't just kill this crate.
No, it'll stick around even if he plays the Hammerhead. So it is anything but ideal.
Still thinking about what to do here.
He could just claim and draw up.
Good. Yeah, I mean, maybe he's looking for something.
Yeah.
But it's just, I think he only has 3 cards in his hand, so even if he claims and goes to 5, he still can't kill this crate.
Oh no, yeah, that's only 4 damage. Yeah.
Like, he would have to send the Mon Mothma into it, and then I would imagine Dylan could claim first action, just heal damage.
Yeah.
So, like, it's
really sticky. He is going base with Mon.
Yep. Which is kind of surprising since you already threw Sabine into Crate Dragon.
I don't actually understand this play.
He's playing a Cassian. Yeah,
oh, Cassian. Yeah.
So now Crate's going to deal 3.
Yep.
He's killing the Mon Mothma, which is smart. Like, you don't want to put damage on units for Grogu to move. So.
Yep. And now he can.
Dealing 3 to Grogu. Okay.
Interesting. I honestly don't understand this play, but Crispy is a way better player than I am. So I bet he has a plan of some sort here.
I mean, I think he's thinking if he just moves damage around to various spots, then this hammerhead in his hand can eventually kill something. But, like, he's taking 10 to base here. Like, I mean, I guess you could kill Grogu and overwhelm for 4, but, like, no, he's just sending the full 10 into Crispy's base, so.
Yep. Which makes sense, because he Crispy cannot race him here.
No, not at all. So now maybe this hammerhead.
But he did resource, so the hammerhead is going to deal 3 damage.
Like, he's playing a 7-drop, 8-drop. Okay, he's got home 1. Okay. But this home is one. Like, I don't know if this is what you want here, because now Crispy's going to take. Okay, so we are killing the crate. However, we're still taking 11 damage here.
Yeah, that's a lot. And that is also
we scored 1, so it's 10 damage. So I really want to see where Dylan sends this. Like,
he can actually split that damage and do 3, 8.
3 and 8. Yep.
So he's killing Grogu with the 8, and
okay, so he's actually just doing 3 to Cassian, and then the 8 to the Grogu, and then just move damage from Grogu to finish the Cassian.
And then Power of the Dark Side to finish off.
No,
yeah.
Did he play Power?
Yeah, he played Power to kill the ship.
Home
1. Yep. So now Crispy can play his crate.
Yeah.
But of course, Dylan gets first shot at whatever he wants to do.
That's actually really interesting,
Oh no!
Timely crate, pretty big. That's
going straight through Grogu.
5 overwhelm. So I'm actually really surprised that the 8 damage from the home 1 went to kill Grogu. Like, if you do it to base, that puts Crispy at 23.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, maybe
I can't put it to base. He could have gone through the Kiadi and got 6 on base, but.
No. I mean, last turn when. The home 1 turn. I'm still right about last turn. Sorry.
Okay.
It's just.
Yeah.
I just think Dylan would be in a much better spot here if Crispy was at like 20 something rather than not 20 something. But anyway, here we are.
Another Power of the Dark Side take care of the crate.
Yep.
Just the perfect stances there. And Crispy's all tapped out, of course. So Dylan can build a bit of a board here.
Yeah. This Kiadi to draw 2 is pretty big. I mean, it's just fueling the board. So now we're just going to throw out units. I don't think Crispy has a ton of cards in his hand, so he needs another home 1 or Kelleran to really claw back into this game, or he's just going to start getting chunked again.
Yeah, he can hammerhead, of course, something, but not sure what else he can be doing here.
Yeah,
Jeff Creasy points out that the reason to kill off Grogu with the crate trigger was to be able to kill the home one with the power of the dark side.
Power, sure, yeah. You know, I see that now, and that makes sense. So we have a hammerhead from Crispy, takes out the Kiadi.
And that was kind of either the Kiadi or the Shuret would have got that, but I don't think he has cards in hand enough to take care of Shuret, right?
No, he took out Kiadi, and then Dylan played an Anakin, which was responded by a Poe from Crispy. So let's see what Dylan wants to do. Dylan's gone 3 to base. He's probably going to just restore 2, or maybe he sends this Owen into the Poe. Yeah, which he did to find an Anakin. So.
And those Anakins also look really, really good. They were in the Black Packs at Galactics, right?
Yep, those were Black Pack Anakins. Yeah. And then we also have an Ogdo from Dylan as well. And it looks like
it's looking more
pretty well positioned here to take this game. I think he can win this turn. 5 and 5 is 10. Turret's going to get removed. It's going to be close.
He's going to be one off if Sherd is removed, which I assume he is. So what is that?
I think that's a
Adelphi.
The Adelphi, yeah. So Poe's going to be able to take out the turret because he's 8 attack. So we're going 5 base with Ogdo.
And he didn't actually throw any cards, I don't think.
No, there's no reason to here.
Oh, possibly to have Dylan discard a card from hand, but I think Dylan's hand is big enough, and that is game.
There's a blaster, a blaster.
That's enough.
So the out of aspect blaster here for 5 is just enough to finish off Crispy. So I was just going to say, and maybe you're about to say the same thing, is like I love these out of aspect blasters and like these decks. Like, you know, even if it's only like a 1 of, maybe 2, like just having that threat at any point is just really, really good for these mid-range decks.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That they're in the aspect if you want to play them for 1, but they're off aspect. They're off aspect the way he played them. But I mean, I've been playing a lot of Sabine with off aspect, well, kind of off aspect blasters as well, and it's just such a good card off aspect.
Yeah, you know, I say, you know, out of aspect because you're usually smuggling it, but you know, playing it for 1 is also a very, very
I mean, it's always an option, and it can fill out the curve and do a lot of interesting things that way as well. Yeah.
So that was well played by Dylan. You know, he missed turn 1 and was still able to claw back through a home 1 and a Kelleran. So that's got to feel really good for him here. You know, and on the other side with Crispy, like he's got to feel a little bit, you know, bad about that because like he was ahead in the mid game. I don't think he did anything wrong per se. It's just that crate dragon from Dylan like just wrecked his whole
if
game.
He would have been on the play there and had his crate dragon out first, the game would have gone the complete opposite way.
Yeah,
I imagine. Now, of course, what do you think Crispy is trying to do to get ahead here? What is he bringing in?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if the Fells are main deck or side deck, but like I do have to assume that Crispy has Fells somewhere. You know, I don't know if like Jeff or someone from the Abian team is in chat that can comment on that, but I would expect some answers for Crate Dragon. You know, you can't come into a tournament of this size and think, all right, I don't need a lot of answers for Hantu Blue because it's going to be everywhere. So,
yeah, and even if you're thinking that you might be able to dodge specifically the Hantu Blues, Crate Dragon is in more decks than that.
Yeah.
So you still need to have something for it, and maybe in the top 64 you won't ever see any of the ramp decks because they're not very strong in this meta, but in the Swiss rounds you still have them.
So it looks like what
So Jeff is not interested in letting us know.
Yeah,
instead, he said, "Snitches get stitches."
If we see fell, it's either main deck or sideboard. But I have to assume that there are fells somewhere. I'm giving a little bit more respect for the B&T team than I have to assume that there's fells. So we're starting off with Marin again from Crispy. Let's see what Dylan wants to do this game. Hopefully something.
It is
thinking.
Yeah, at least he has a play this.
Yeah, he has Yodel. Okay. So I'm curious to see what Crispy does. He could take out this Yodel for free here. Just send the Marin into it. Pitch a card.
Cost him a card. Yeah, it costs a card.
Right. Yeah. It does cost a card, which I guess isn't free, but just having board advantage seems pretty big in this matchup. Plus, it keeps Dylan off the force. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
That is big. So he did do that, and I think that's
Cham Syndulla.
Yeah, it's a sham. That's a sham.
And then
and we get straight into the Grogu off here.
That's pretty big too, because now Dylan first action can just take out this Marin with Grogu and gain the force. So pretty big there.
And also set himself up with 2 damage to slush around.
Yeah, for next turn. See what we're waiting on here. I'm not sure. I mean, both players have resourced. I think.
Is there a judge call? Maybe.
I don't know. I don't know if Dylan's just tanking to figure out if that's what he wants to do first action. I mean, his hand is down on the table. And he has initiative, so. Maybe he's just like Queen's gambiting this and wait, like is it not Dylan's?
I thought he had initiative there.
I also thought that.
It looks like they reverted back to the last turn here somehow.
I can confirm there is a judge at the table.
There's a judge at the table. We just got the information. So he might have had.
So we're playing Poe. So Rebel Traitor is on the ground there. That's our main on the ground that kind of filled us in on the judge call. But I have no idea what happened. You know, I don't know why all these cards are in play.
The Grogu seem to just exhaust. And then
the Grogu seemed to exhaust to do absolutely nothing. So and then followed by Crispy playing a Poe, followed by a Kiati that maybe also did nothing. And now we're on to the 5 resource turn.
This is very, very curious. Obviously there was a judge call here, and we might be clued into what that was all about eventually, but now we are on 5 resources, and there are a bunch of cards on Crispy's side of the table that just arrived last turn. So see what he does with them. So he starts by hitting base with a little bit of a token there. X-Wing for 2. So this Han leader is going to take out Poe. Okay. And then he flips, moving around some damage, which is not going to be able to move back because the token is lost. Yeah. So I don't think it'll matter this turn. I guess it might, but it is worth noting that Crispy's Grogu can move this 1 damage that's currently on the Han leader to something else.
So I figured out what happened. He went, Grogu put damage on the Marin, I think, and then the other player just Grogu'd back, and they just didn't even move the tokens. So there might have been some Grogu moving damage back and forth that was going on in the previous round there.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I mean, is it Marin a 2/4 though? I mean, Marin's a 2/5, right? And had 4 damage. I mean, maybe Marin's a 2/6.
No, she's a 2/5.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know
maybe
why I
Crispy
didn't.
was on the play and moved damage off of Marin, and then
That's possible. Yeah,
I think
Dylan
that's
just moved it right back.
yeah. Maybe I just
That's
maybe I
probably
just
what
misread.
happened.
So now we got Poe against Poe. We got the Poe Wars now,
Mm-hmm.
which is probably a precursor to the Crate Wars later.
Yep. And the Poe Wars always favor the one going first.
Yes. So let's see what these players opt to do.
Mm,
Yeah. So we got Hyperfoil versus Hyperpo. So the Hyperfoil clearly is much better here.
So the Dylan is on the initiative here, so
Yep.
he gets to, and he takes out. He
Takes out
chooses
Han,
to take
yep.
out Han first, which
Which
leaves
once
the other
again,
Poe alive.
yeah, it keeps Crispy from playing a 7-drop again, but we do have an opposing Poe that's still going to
Still
be able to
open and
do
ready.
something.
Yep, and he is
Cassian
smuggling
can
out a Cassian. He's basically stalling for time here, I guess, because he wants
Probably just
Dylan
baiting
to-
actions, yeah.
Exactly. Moving 2 damage to something, and then moving it right back.
Yeah.
And this is as much stall as there is in a Han deck. There is no more stall here.
Yeah. So they're just moving damage. It's
Yeah.
like, here's what I'm doing, here's what I'm doing. Your Poe stays at 3 damage. So
And now Dylan has to spend resources or pass. And he passes, so
wow.
then Crispy can use claim. Interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of a surprising turn from Dylan. I'm sure Crispy's
Yeah.
happy about that.
Yeah, for sure.
So-
he got to spend his resources, and Dylan did
Yeah,
not.
so now we just get to kill this Poe for free.
Yeah.
Okay, so Luke takes out the Poe. Let's see what Crispy wants to do to react here. Kelleran. Kelleran's quite good.
Yep. And he doesn't have any other open resources. It's just a 3-drop he can play here. But that's a good 3-drop.
Was that red 5?
Yeah, no, it's the blue squadron.
Ah, okay, blue leader. No, I think that's red 5.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's definitely red 5. So now we got, let's see, gone into next turn. And I think Dylan has the initiative here. So he has to have an answer for this Kelleran, or his Luke is not long for this world. So it might be possible that the Luke just takes out Grogu. He might just go 6 to face here to heal this 3.
Yep.
Let's see,
Still viable.
see what he does. Yeah. Could have a fell possibly for the Kelleran, but he definitely has to do something. To either Kelleran
Crispy
or
goes to 8 resources. So he is in crate territory, but he's only got 2 cards in hand as far as I can tell.
yeah.
So yes, Luke does indeed take out the Grogu.
Yeah, it takes out the Grogu, restores to 3. So that's
cool.
smart. Gains the force. So now this Kelleran can either take out Grogu, Luke, or go base. If he has a home one in his hand to get back this Grogu, that's going to be pretty big too.
Yeah, that would be pretty awesome. Of course, a crate would always be good.
Yep. Crate's always welcome when your opponent does not have one.
But since he's not playing it, I assume he's considering taking out Luke instead.
Yeah, and he might be thinking about take out this Grogu potentially.
That's also playing.
Yep, decides to go with the Grogu. Okay.
And there is a crate.
There's the first crate. So now Dylan has quite the board, but this crate is going to take 2. Yeah.
And that means that Kelleran can take it out. No, not alone, but with the help of the next red 5 trigger.
No, Kelleran can take out crate here.
Oh yeah, he had 2 already. He already had 2 damage. Yeah. So that's got to be what it's doing, right?
I thought Crispy claimed there, but I guess not. Because it looks like Dylan has the...
Oh, he does have the initiative there.
Yeah, it's a token there.
I can't really. Oh yeah, because he claimed right after the red 3. That's for red 5 attack.
Yeah. So we got Luke. Yeah, Luke's taken out the Kellerin right away, so his crate safe. For now, anyway.
Yeah, but then with red 5 striking base for 3, he gets 2 more, and then he's within open fire range.
Yep. That would put crate to 6.
Yep.
And probably hammerhead range too.
Oh, well, he's got a very small hand though.
Well, all he needs is. Well, I guess he needs 5 cards in hand.
Yeah. 10 damage to base, and
but that is exhausting enough for him. Yep. So
that is
does have enough. No, it's 2. Okay.
No, it's only 2. But next turn, then I guess he can take it with the red.
Yeah, but
5.
he's claiming with Dylan having all of his resources. I think this is. That's not what you want to see.
No. He was just hoping to be able to fix that.
Yeah, like I think he was hoping to just be able to claim, use the red 5 to take out this crate, and then deal with whatever Dylan has on his next turn. But Dylan having the answer for the red 5 puts Crispy in a pretty bad spot here. Timely's a good start.
Timely into
like
3.
If we're playing something big, though, like this crate is going to do a ton of damage.
Yep. It looks like.
Okay.
All right,
Marin.
Marin's not there.
So he's going to throw the mace at the crate using Marin's ability, and I don't know if he's attacking Luke with this Mariner. Because he could have...
Did not. No, he did not.
He
had to take the crate. Luke swinging into base, and we're on 26-0. And that is an Adelphi boosting up.
Just for 5 damage here.
Yeah, or
7 damage because of the.
This is looking really dire.
Yeah. Okay. So Dylan just flashes the blaster, which again ends the game. So Dylan now is going to go to 9-0, and he's 9-0, which is 18-0 in games, which is actually just insane. And Crispy is going to drop to 7-1-1 here, which is still in a pretty good spot to make top 8. If you can rattle off a couple wins. Dylan probably needs to win 1 more to guarantee top 8. But that was, that was close. Crispy gave his best there.
Yeah, both of those games were really, really nice ones. That showcases how close that game is. So we're looking at the top 64 leader representation, and maybe we can get something of what's actually leading, what the leaderboard looks like right now.
So the backup match, from what we're hearing, is still maybe ongoing. I think they just finished game 2.
Nope.
We might have another game for you.
Okay,
so yes, finished. All right, so no backup game.
So let's take a look once again here. So it looks like we have the bases on the screen. So we just saw. Okay, all right. Sorry, leaders here. So let's try to figure this out now. So I know among the top, was it like 16 or so, there were a ton of Han 1 and 2. Do we expect this to continue, and do we think the top 8 is going to be like half of Han's or different?
Possibly. It feels like people might have had a hard time teching into Han 1 blue and Han 2 blue simultaneously, and I think those are 2 decks people are really aware of for this, but you have to kind of pick one to do well into because they play so very differently. And it seems that the Han 1 blues came up on top, and people were better at taking care of the space aggro, because there are obviously other space aggro decks as well, not just Han 2 green. Han 1 green.
let's take a look here. Just looking at the top 64 in the whole field here. I mean, 53 Han 2s in the whole field is pretty crazy.
That's a lot. That's a lot. Kind of expectedly, if my theory holds there, that people were well prepared for space, that would explain why we only got 2 Boba data vaults in the top 64 here.
Yeah, I mean, I've like I think Jordan said it yesterday as well, and my group feels the same way. Is that I don't think Boba Data Vault is really a tier 1 deck. It's just played a ton for some reason. The conversion rate, we had 2 of them make the top 64, and I think it was like the 3rd or 4th most played deck overall. Yeah, 3rd most played deck overall at 37, and we had 2 of them make day 2. Whereas
actually,
I mean,
2nd most played deck.
Yeah. So Sabine's kind of in the same boat. We had 2 Sabines make day 2 or top 64, I should say. I don't know if. And then we had 29 to start, and it was the 5th most played deck. So the 3rd and 5th most played decks only each had 2 of them make, day 2, or top 64, I should say, because only I believe 61 players advanced to day 2.
I definitely agree with what you were saying about Boba Data Vault, that it's not necessarily a top tier deck. It is a deck that is just putting out a question, basically. Do you have an answer? And if you do, it doesn't win. And people came prepared for it. People had the answer, but the same answer is going to be pretty good into both Vader and into Han 2 Green, I think.
Then I think decks like a Vader Yellow are kind of in the same boat, right? There were like 20 or so Vader Yellows going into this tournament, and I think there's 4. I guess there is 4 in the top 64, which is I think more than I thought. I thought there were only like maybe 1 or 2.
The difference there is that the Vader Yellow need you to have that answer quickly. With Data Vault, you get time to find it, but with the Vader deck, you have to have it pretty fast.
One Thrawn, and Thrawn, I believe, was the 4th most played deck going into this tournament. So that again didn't convert very well. Quinlan had 2 of them that made it, and I think there were only 4 to start the whole tournament. So like half of the Quinlans still, about half the Kylos, but of course that goes largely to Bothan Network. Yeah, 3 of the 4 Bothan players are on Kylo Tarkin Town. 1,000.
Yeah, 1,000 made it, and I think that's pretty much what we had in the whole field. There weren't a lot of 1,000. So 1,000 did well.
And it was Talzin Red too, which is worth pointing out, because in my opinion, I think Talzin Yellow is probably the best Talzin deck now. And I don't know if we really saw any. Maybe people didn't even test it because they were like, heck with it.
So 4 Talzins there. Now,
so there were 1 yellow Talzin deck
3 red ones.
3 red in the whole field. So out of the 500 players, we had 4 Talzins. So that tells you all you need to know about
pretty much
van.
But it kind of overperformed though. If only 4 was there and 1 made it, that is pretty good results.
Let's take a look at Han 1 here real quick, since it's up on the screen. So this is Han 1 by base, so it's no surprise to me that 19 of the 37 Han 1, so more than half of the Han 1s are green. What is surprising though is that 13 of them are Force Blue. That's a deck that we talked about on my podcast here last week. I know the chatter's been pretty high right now for Han Blue. So are you surprised to see 13 Force ones, or is that kind of what you expected?
So I was expecting either of them. Like I said, I think a lot of deck have a really good matchup into Han 1 Blue. Like I have no problem beating it with my Sabine deck. I think I've dropped 1 game. But but then of course I constantly lose to Han 1 green with the Sabine deck. So I think when you're teching here, you're gonna have to tech to either of them, but it's hard to tech against both of those two decks.
Well, speaking of Han 1 green, is that just talking about Han 1 blue again, just one last point, is that one of the reasons why like Alex and Mike and Justin from K2D didn't play Han 1 blue is that the Han 1 green matchup was so bad. It's like anytime the Han 1 green player ramped, the game was like almost over on the spot. So they kind of, pivoted off that. So that's worth pointing out. So
yeah, for sure. So this is the Han ones in the top 64. So
top 64 got, spread, yeah.
So we can see that it's pretty much the same kind of spread that as we had within the ones that were fielded.
The one data vault is kind of surprising. I'm not sure if that player is just used to playing data vault decks. I mean, that I would do just because I love data vault, but the one Han yellow we know is Curtis, like he's just like a truther for that deck, so that's really no surprise. Very good player, made top 8 in Denver with Han yellow. For Han blue, and then like a ton of
six Han greens.
That's a few. Let's take a look at all bases. So we hinted on this earlier. Let's just make a point again that there are 107 data vault decks in the field. That is wild. Insane. And I know that people want it banned, but like the conversion of it wasn't that crazy. There were only, I think, 11.
I'm one of those that would actually like data vault to go away because it's a bit boring to play against. It feels like a crutch. It feels like it makes decks that have no business being winning things. It makes them viable. Like we would not have the data vault Bobas in regular green. They would just not be a deck. So I think it's a bit of a crutch, and I prefer to have bases that are the opposite, like makes it more skill intense to play, such as ECL or Talking Town. But well, there are many videos made on this exact point, so go check out Woo's video. I know that there's a few other people who made Data Vault videos. I'm a Data Vault truther. I love Data Vault. I play a ton of Data Vault decks. Late Night Gaming has a Data Vault video coming out soon, so that's something to look out for. But it's just, the main point to drive home here is that there were only 11 out of the 107, so like 10% of them made day 2. So people who are like banned Data Vault, like the conversion rate isn't that great. So I think you're okay for now, but we'll see post rotation. I think there'll be a lot more Data Vault decks. But Tarkin Town, on the other hand, had 12 of them make day 2, and that is a far cry from what we're used to seeing. And I think that is largely to do with Quinlan being non-existent here. Do we know how many started the tournament? Is it 81? 61 decks. Like, yeah. So 12 out of 61. And we can actually see the breakdown here. We can see that it's almost basically all CAD. With the from Kylo. And we did see Frank Meyer playing it yesterday for the opening game.
Yeah.
Quinlan, so there are 4 Quinlan.
Yep. Yeah, we said that earlier. There's 4 Quinlan. I think one of them went X and 1 yesterday playing like a weird 1-drop build. So maybe, we'll see them later in the tournament, either on stream or possibly in the top 8. But, it's CAD at 37, which is almost all the Tarkin Towns, 6 for Kylo, but we know 3 of them are the Bothan Network guys. So that's not really super surprising, but it's just, pretty good base spread overall. If you take out Data Vault, I think it's like a pretty even spread for the most part.
Yep.
So
I I am a little bit surprised by one leader performing a little bit less than I thought. I've come to think of it, because there were a lot of chatter about Pulp, Set 1 Pulp, in the last few weeks, and there were only 2 of them in top 64. I believe that's Bobby Sapphire on one of them, right?
Yep, yeah. Bobby Sapphire, of course, Mike from KTOD is playing one. He went X1 yesterday, and I believe they said he won the backup stream match this round as well, to put him at 8-1. So pretty good start for him. There's one other Palp deck. I think he went 6-2 day one. I think he's hovering around 60th place. But yeah, I mean, I'm with you. Like, I thought that maybe they'd be more Palp. I think I kind of shouted out Palp as being like a sneaky deck for this tournament. And I don't think there were a ton. The 2 that made it are both yellow, which isn't very surprising, because I think that's probably the way to go right now.
Yeah, in this meta, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, let's let's take a look at the overall picture. The top 64, again, to me, the biggest surprises here are the one Thrawn. It was like a third most played deck. Yeah. There's only one Thrawn that converted. And then like these mid-tier decks, like, Kira, Rey, all these blue-green decks, not really making a huge impact as we expect.
Gar is actually the most represented out of those decks. And since those Kylos are to quite some extent Kylo Red, I only assume that these are Gar green ones. So we can see some standings here. Let's see what's actually at the top tables now. So we have Dylan, of course, beating Crispy there.
Yep. And then we have so it looks like Anakin beat the Han player at table 2, which isn't a huge surprise. I feel like Anakin is probably slightly favored in that matchup, especially if they win the die roll. We have, of course, Alex
took this ones. No surprise there.
Well, played against Han 4, which is actually kind of interesting. The Han 1 versus the Han 4 match. We have Palp winning to move to X and 1 over Ron. Again, no huge surprise there. Palp has gone to dominate these slower blue-green decks. And that's exactly what happened. Quinlan
just was also winning his game there over Quinlan.
Yeah, so we just talked about that Quinlan. It loses to lost Force Throw, which is a really big card against the Han green deck to take out the Han. Of course, you don't have it anymore, so I assume what happens is that Justin had free reign on his flip turns and take over that game. So that Quinlan 1-drop build drops to X and 2 now. So we'll see if he can close it out. One of the third place,
right?
Yeah, one of the Yodas here. He was X and 1 in third place going into this round at table 6. That's Trevor. Looks like it's not quite reported yet. Playing against John Morris, who top 8'd Richmond actually with Han. So, and
that's one of those decks that really takes its sweet time. Yoda is not a fast deck.
Yep. No. And then Gar versus Cad. Looks like Gar took that one there. So Gar moving. I believe Carson was an X and 1. So I think that's the last X and 1 table. And now we're starting to get into X11, X2 players. Yeah, because Carlos was X11 and Troy. So looks like there's, of course, still playing.
Not recruited yet, no.
Yeah, Kira took down Han 2, which, that's...
It's not too surprising.
Yeah, without Force Throw, I guess it makes it harder to deal with Kira. See, Alex won on Han 2 versus Poe, so that took out the one Poe player that we had there.
Yep.
So I mean, Curtis won. He's the Han yellow player. Looks like he took down his match. So not really any huge surprises here. Did the Vader?
Yeah,
like the Vader player lost to Han 2, which is kind of a big surprise there. I think Vader's probably pretty favored in the matchup.
Frank took his game. into Obi-Wan there. That was the only Obi-Wan player as well, I think.
Yeah, taking a look at the BN players, we know Crispy lost. Looks like Frank took his down. Do we know if Ian won his match or not? Is he on this first page?
I haven't seen him.
Yeah.
Sunny won his as well. So all KTOD members won theirs.
Yeah. So they're on move. Yeah. So
Scal dropped a game to Levi. Is that that's one of the McClunky guys, Pasquale?
Yep. Squally, he's playing Ray. So really, nice to see Ray still doing well. He's setting that X and 2.
Ian took his game, and he's also on Kylo.
Kylo Tarkin.
I didn't know. I was just assuming he would be straight back to Han Green.
That's what a lot of us were probably assuming. But yeah, so that is going to wrap us up for this round. We're going to go to a short break. Let me just take a peek. I believe casting round 10 is going to be Loopy and Platform. So they'll be popping in here, moving into round 10. But for Victor and myself, that's going to be it for now.
Yep. Thank you for having me, and hope to have a great night of good games here. Please watch our stuff, and please watch Overwhelming Barrage. That's the funniest show on the internet.
Appreciate it. Yeah, the Nordic Podcast and Underwhelming Barrage. Please check out those channels. We will check you guys a little bit later.
Bye-bye.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopy here at Late Night Gaming, and we have an all-late night commentary crew for you. I'm joined by my longtime friend and teammate platform, Tony Montonia, Mr. Star Wars. How you doing, bud?
I'm excited. I'm great. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, we are doing wonderful as we get the Portland sector. It's getting down to fewer and fewer people allowed for this, and we're going to have an epic match this time. Our primary table is going to be KTOD, Alex Blandon versus Carson Caruso, a local Portland Gar ECL. So what do you know about these decks? I think you've seen Alex play before, once or twice.
Yeah, a few times. I mean, we know that Alex is going to try and target the right 7 he wants for this match. Which 7 it is, I can't quite remember, because there's quite a few ways Gar ECL can get him. And I think it's a pretty even showing, if I'm not recalling. What about you, Loopy?
Yeah, I think that the reason you play Gar ECL is always that you have a want to play the Vader with the ECL, which is probably the stronger match. The Gar player, on the other hand, I mean, needs to control some very early stuff. Han Green can be a very, very fast deck. It is not necessarily the case that the Gar is the aggro. I think in many cases the Han player is the aggro. But if he can stabilize and have a ground presence, I think Han can have a hard time getting back into it thereafter. So both of these are great players. I'm going to update the overlay a little bit, and we're not quite to the start of this. It'll be soon.
I do remember one thing about this deck, that Han Green and Alex might take the route of try to find his 2 little Starfighter dude, his N1, and then try to drop Chewie on it the next round.
Right. Yep. No, Chewbacca is a great card, particularly into blue decks. So we'll see what happens there.
So that's one way. He'll try to outrace him, most likely, before he tries to throw the 6 big dog Vader down and take out everything. So, I mean, it's a challenge. That's not easy for Han Green to do.
All right, and going into this match, both players are 8-1. So,
yeah, is this Carson's first time on stream?
We definitely. I want to say that Carson was on stream once yesterday, piloting Gar ECL.
Okay.
We definitely had a Gar ECL, and if I'm mistaken about that, I apologize. I'm sure somebody will point that out to me. But the players are shuffling. You know, looking at this, you see Carson actually shuffling the other deck that's both allowed by the rules and encouraged by the rules. I mean, that's fine
Absolutely.
to do. And
or even just multiple cut it, right, Loopy?
Yep, and both of these are going to be there. This is game 1. It is going to be a 55-minute round. This is round 9 of Swiss. And both of these players are certainly alive for top cut. I mean, I think that if you win out.
Oh yes, there's a lot on the table in this one. I really like both of these players and how they've played through this tournament.
Right. Yeah, Carlos, Yoda Killer in the chat, says that Carson made the finals of the Portland Planetary Qualifier last week. Yeah, check out that replay. D-Rod, who's our partner channel on the ground, one of our partner channels, will take the initiative on the ground in Portland. Did an excellent job on coverage, and we've really enjoyed the opportunity to do this in very challenging, conditions for coverage. I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen it yourselves, but the players as well. I mean, yesterday it was extremely hot in that environment. It's in the basement of a Hilton, and though it be a Hilton, it is not apparently a good spot for hot spots or people. So, I mean, shout out to everybody making this happen.
A little too close to the sauna area, I guess.
Yeah, and I see this chat about the internet. Listen, I mean, these convention venues price internet at a very high amount because, if you're doing a trade show, people will pay it. But certainly late night does not have 5 figures to dish out to get proper internet access. And we're squeezing out everything there. To give people an idea, the computer on site was not able to maintain a solid connection to Discord all through yesterday. So, I know that there's some quality issues that were an issue, but, I'm actually impressed that we were able to get as much as we did, given that fact. If we were on-site production, there would have been nothing. It would have just had to cancel.
Alex pitches a Falcon.
All right.
Probably is another one.
Yep.
He replies.
Yep. All right, so we have R2-D2 start out. Inferno 4 swings to 2 to base on Alex's side, and it's met with the R2-D2.
I would imagine he's probably going to try and... I think Emphas Nest helps him out a little bit in this match.
Yeah, I know. I think that many of Gar's units can be bounced by Emphas, particularly if Emphas gets a gun.
Get the gun.
All right. So Gar deciding what to do here has ramped. Actually, both players are at 5. So both
Put the Inferno out there is a pretty good play because that cuts off a lot of he could actually do things with that. Put an Iden on it. Threat that out there.
All right. Both players, 4 damage to base, 2 attack units on each side.
Yeah, they both know what they want to do. I can say there it is, the Iden too.
Yep.
See,
and I think that's a good play by Carson because what that Iden on the ground does is provides a potential answer to Han. Iden comes out with a shield, so she's not as easy to remove as some of the other units out there.
She's a 5/4 right now.
Yep,
so.
She's a 5/4 right, or 5/3 with a shield right now. And I just displayed the card on the right side of the streams. Shout out to Tim Valletta of the Baddest channel, our Aussie friends, for all of these overlays. But really, they work slick for us and a lot of other streamers that cover Star Wars Unlimited. A Hot Shot Blaster coming. Classic Alec Bandon. I bet that's to base.
Yeah.
For 6.
So he's just trying to outrace. That's the deal.
And Alex is very conscious.
And I know when he sees a 25-point base, Loopy, he just goes to base.
Yeah, and I expect both players are probably marking damage there, unless I missed a 3-point restore. I think that Inferno 4 has attacked twice. Or the Han pilot has attacked, or the R2 has attacked twice, and then Han leader has attacked for 6. So that adds up to 10 to me.
That is true.
Here's Barrage.
Yeah, they're saying it in the in the chat too, Loopy. Take a look. I think you are right. You picked up on that.
So, and what I'd say is that, typically players will bark.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't pick up on it.
Yeah, I'm there, but they're covering it now. Unless I missed a 3-point restore.
Yeah, a lot of people are just saying it was supposed to be 10.
I think it's actually supposed to be 14 now.
Yeah, right, 14.
But we'll see if that gets corrected. 1 second, if you want to call the match.
Okay, so he pulls Gar out after seeing the Falcon come. He only has $1 left, or one resource in his row left. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So he swings in. Alex is probably holding Surprise Strike. Nope, it's going to go right in. 5 to base. Take it to 16. Probably should be 19 from what we're hearing.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, I stopped with the overlay there. I mean, by my count, it should be 19-6.
Let's see here. He's deciding what he wants to do. 2 to base, so it'll take him to 11. So what's coming out underneath here? He's checking his resources. Yep, the action is definitely in Alex's corner. He's checking everything out, looking at his board. Yep, survey the whole land. Take a look. What a match! Carson's a tough cookie. I remember him last week. We're at the mountain.
All right,
With that PQ.
I'm going to match the player's mark damage. That's what I'm going to do for now. All right.
So we're waiting on Alex's damage here. Maybe they are calling judge at this point. Because there seems to be a pause now at the table. So yeah, they're counting this off now. There it is.
All right, and we're just going to, during judge calls, at request,
Yep,
we're going to put off the camera for a moment. All right, so as that match began, what are your takeaways?
Doing exactly what I thought. Alex had to go to base quickly before he comes in with the big stuff. The Gar deck. I mean, Gar's got probably the better answers besides, a few, the Emphas Nest and a few other things. I mean, at some point, Gar's going to land in, but I mean, 25-point health is just go for it. I mean, I know I've heard Alex just say that. What about you, Luke? How do you feel?
Yeah, no, I think it's actually a very interesting match. The Iden play was a great play by Carson as it went. The barrage off of Iden, I think is a great response to a Han 1 green. And
Shields are hard, aren't they? For the Han 1 to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, under the current standpoint. Now, if you had a deck that, if Gar was like the most played deck, and it was actually pretty significant, if the Gar was the most played deck, I think that you'd have more Saboteur. Because there is Saboteur certainly available in Hero Yellow, in Yellow General. I mean, on an upgrade side, you could do things like Ascension Cable. There's a Rogue Operative that's a pretty good unit. That's a Saboteur. There is a Saboteur in the typical Han deck, and that's Emphas Nest. All right, so it looks to me like the players are going back to playing, and we're just going to catch up from here.
Do we see Deepa in Han deck?
And I think that it looks like the issue was corrected, so very good.
Yeah, there you go.
And that's what everybody wants. Everybody wants the tournament to go.
3 damage is significant.
Oh yeah, on a 25 health base, absolutely. Bamboozle is also significant. A card that is very unassuming. It's got some really excellent, in my opinion, art.
Oh yeah, Bamboozle. Did he pay for it with a card, or did he just straight up?
No, he paid 2 for it. So, and that's often correct. And then he's going to use the Han action to go to 6. What has Alex got up his sleeve for Carson?
That's sick.
But we have Craving Power. Is there another Bamboozle? But a Falcon. Is there Falcon Surprise Strike? Does he have the finish? Ida's going to come in for, I believe, 7 to base. Because
I think that could be the call.
There we go. To 15.
All right. Game 2, guys.
All right. And Alex Blandon takes game 1, correct?
Yeah, he's sneaky with that little Falcon.
Yep. And as you see the gesticulating from Alex. He's a very animated player when he plays. There. But, talking through the match, both of these just world-class players here competing in the Portland Sector Qualifier. It's not easy to get to day 2, and it's even harder to get into the top 8. And certainly both of these players are looking to do exactly that.
Yeah, they've really done a lot to get to this point, and at this point, it's all world class, and everybody really wants to get everything correct. And what do you think the sideboarding calls are going to be?
Yeah. So we have access to, but I'm not going to talk about these exact lists. So as you're dealing with sideboarding for Han Green, I mean, certainly anything that can help with upgrades. I think that you're taking a hard look at. I mean, Gar does play things like Craving Power. A lot of times the upgrade math is there. I mean, if there's any copies of Bamboozle that are not main deck, that's a great card into Gar Saxon.
You think? He never saw Vader. I'll say that we never saw any of his big dogs coming off of ECL.
Yep, and I see that we didn't actually update. This is Gar ECL, piloted by Carson, so it should be correct now. Alex did take game 1. So the life counters are by Metal Fab, Life Bucks. You can check out their website. That's actually one of the sponsors of the KTOD competition team that Alex is at.
And Carson gets the initiative this game. That's a really big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. With the initiative. Now, Han tends to shed the initiative on turn 1 a lot of times. But not all the time. I mean, I think that it's notable, too, that both players had their ramp. I mean, that really kind of helps out. We'll see if that happens this time, because in this matchup, I believe, if one player ramps and the other doesn't, I mean, it's really actually can be kind of difficult to overcome that. Both players have made their sideboard decisions. At this point, they're shuffling. Let me see if I can get the bio for Alex up here. Shout out to the teams that gave us biographies, to the extent that we have a chance to use them.
I think it's funny that the life puck can go to sleep on them.
Right.
When they don't do any damage. I was watching that. That was funny.
Yeah, like if you have a control mirror.
Yeah, you're just sitting there. Yeah, it's like you might as well just throw that. You're not going to need that for a while.
Right. All right, so initiative will be with Carson Caruso, who's a Portland local, looking to advance to the top 8 of the home sector qualifier. Across the table, he sits Alex Blandon, Alexander the Greatest of KTOD, one of the preeminent players in the United States for Star Wars Unlimited. Game 1 went to Alex Blandon in a back-and-forth matchup that was ended by a fast Falcon, Millennium Falcon from set 1. We open with Director Krennic, played by Carson. Alex counters with an R2-D2. The discard R2-D2 from set
Carson
1.
Get a board, Lou. Can he make a board stick?
Right.
That's the question.
So, in a Gar Saxon deck, due to Gar's passive ability, Director Krennic is actually a 3-2, but Alex plays a 2-4, which can at least survive one hit. And I think you'll see this R2-D2, at least in set 6, pick up, because we have the Padme leader, and there's some synergy there.
So, Power of the Dark Side from Gar, and now it's Fast Falcon.
Right. And it's interesting to me that the Falcon that takes two actions to attack and be played as the quote-unquote Fast Falcon, but that is actually the nomenclature that I think the community is widespread. All right, so we have Krennic on one side, Falcon on the other side. We go into the 4 resource turn for each. So the first game we had both players ramp. This game we don't. ECL is now used, so he chooses to use the ECL on a Krennic shuttle to kill the Falcon. And
Carson, the board state.
even though the Krennic shuttle is a 3/4, due to the guard passive, it has the 4 attack necessary to kill a Falcon.
And he has the answer.
Well, he has blue leader. Let's see if it ambushes. I tend to think he's probably not going to ambush a 3/3 into a 3/4, and he does not. Krennic does 3 damage to base, taking Alex Blandon to 6.
Since he used ECL, I am wondering if a timely has managed to stick in his hand, or he has one underneath. It's clear that he wants the board state, Loopy. Or at least Carson. So now the players are thinking. I was going to use the old drop it down technique. We could smell that coming if you didn't put the blue leader in yet.
Yep. Answered by Craving Power, which is a great card out of this set. And we have the Battle of the Upgrades. Chewbacca answered by the Villainous Craving Power, a 2/2 upgrade that you attach and does that damage to units. But Han's able to flip this turn.
All right.
The Krennic shuttle comes in.
1, 2, 3. If he does attack Loopy, that gives him full resources. Oh, he's just going to go with the pistol. 6.
9 damage on ECL, 15 damage on Han's base. Han's able to go out a turn earlier than he normally should, due to his leader ability. Let's see what resources Alex destroys. I see a Emphas there.
That shuttle Craving Power. Ooh, another Craving Power to take out Han.
Is there a Bamboozle? I mean, Craving Power is not great to Bamboozle. All right, so Craving Power, the second Craving Power cast on the Krennic shuttle, takes care of the Han leader, and we're going to game 3, folks. So Carson evens the score 1-1 into that match. What do you think of game 2?
That was awesome. I mean, hey, he was not losing board state and said, I have an answer this time. Double. Craving Power. Made him force him to have Bamboozle, and he didn't have it. What about you, Luke? What's that? Game 2? Here we go. Game 3.
Yeah.
Now what?
So I think that you see the power of Craving Power. You know,
I love that card.
The card itself. I know that you've been playing a lot of Snoke lately, where it's a good card there as well. And I mean, I think that's really what it is.
Yeah, I don't know how much Waylay Alex has too in his deck. A Waylay probably would have helped him out right there, since it was way overpowered across the Emphas time period. So,
and that's what he needed. I mean, certainly the Waylay would have solved that problem. And I mean, Alex being who he is, I think it's fairly certain he just didn't draw it.
Yeah,
that can happen every
minute.
So we're getting to the decisive game 3.
You
Times.
gotta have the answer.
Yep, time's not going to be an issue for either player. Alex leads with an L3-3-7. It is a bot battle with 2/2/2 shieldeds, though the Krennic hits for 3 due to the Gar passive. We go to the second turn of the game.
Alex decided to go with L3 this time. Change it up. Krennic, pretty much the same thing he did last time. Now an Inferno for 1. Keep Inferno.
And Alex does have the resupply, which is a huge thing. So we have the status that I talked about, that we had one player ramp and the other. Let's see if the additional board presence that Carson has can overwhelm the leader coming out a turn earlier. And in fact, 2 turns earlier, given it's Han. This is the likely flip turn, as Alex is at 5 resources, able to go to 6 with the Han ability. We have quite a few units on Guard's side. We have Director Krennic, plus an Inferno 4, plus an Onyx. He was able to play both the Inferno 4 and Onyx due to the Krennic passive, discounting a when defeated unit.
Okay. To be expected here. He plays a resource down.
Yeah, there's highly likely that Han Solo will put down a resource 1 on 5. Han Solo deploys.
Very nice. He takes the token.
Yep.
Moves over.
So it gives it to Inferno 4. We have a Space Assault. All right.
That's going to be tough to deal with for Alex.
Han comes in for 4 to base. The race is on,
Nice.
folks.
Yeah. What 7 does he play? Emphas?
Yeah, and as a note, Carson did something very smart there. He plays Kelleran Beck, which is one of the things there. I was going to say, though, the shield from the Krennic shuttle not only protects that Inferno 4, it also provided extra damage in this case.
Oh yeah, shields are money for the guard player.
All right, Kelleran Beck can look through the top cards of the deck, look for a unit, and play it with a 3 discount, so you can effectively play a 3.
So I wonder what he's looking for in this position. What would you be looking for, Loopy?
I think that, very often what you're looking for is a fast Falcon.
Very well. Wonder if he's got a snapshot. No, you can't use snapshot in this build, so the screen and that. So he uses ECL already.
So he actually gets R2D2, so he's going to be able to discard from his hand. Yep, he's going to be able to discard from his hand and look at the next 3 cards. So he discards an Obi.
He hasn't used ECL, Carson, yet. Okay?
He has not.
So I would imagine he's sitting on a Vader just waiting to see how this shakes out for next round.
All right. So
let's see what happens.
In comes the Onyx Brute, doing 2 damage to base to 11.
That also represents 2 heal for him when it does die. All right, so there's only 2 damage left to use right at the moment. He has no cash resources. Does Alex just take the initiative? Or does he go 2 more?
He does. So that Kelleran, representing 7 damage to a 25 damage base, he forgoes the attack with L3. Carson
probably has a hot shot underneath, too.
Yeah. At least in my experience, Han Green players always have a hot shot or 2.
Me too. I just assume it's there.
So can he close the gate before Vader comes and wrecks this party? I think that actually Gar might need to ECL this turn to stay alive.
I think so too. I think if he has it, he needs it now.
Jeff Creasy in the chat says Alex is the showcase. I think he's actually the trophy husband, is what he is.
There it is.
9 damage to base.
All right, so 10 more and it's over. And here comes the Craving Power.
Craving Power finishes off Han. He still has another 4 represented. 2 to base.
Now what? He's got 3.
Well, and
look at this. The R2 comes into play, like you were saying. He can't put it out. He's probably going to have to claim.
I think he does need to claim.
5, 7.
He attacks instead with the Krennic shuttle for a lot of damage.
I think that's GG.
Alex claims.
Yeah, I think that's it, unless he's got something else to do. Well, we got Gar still.
No, this is 5.
Oh, it is, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Well, he tried it. He did exactly what I said he wanted to do. He wanted to race before Gar could come out. 6 is when you can use the Big Daddy.
And going through the top cards of the deck, there he had Surprise Strike as well. Alex shows it. So Alex Blandon wins a back and forth best of 3.
What a match.
And stays alive. All right, what did you think of that one, Platform? We're going to go back
to hey, Han Green is a little faster than Gar ECL. Han gets to get out earlier, and hey, Gar does not. And it's kind of how it went.
And I think it was it was expertly played by Carson. Sure. I mean, he went well, but that last match, one player ramped and the other didn't, and we saw how that turned out. All right,
it's a tough one. It went down to the wire. We said it would be a 50-50 split, and there it is.
All right, so this is Alex Blandon. If you want to talk about him a little bit from the KTD team, I will check on our backup match.
So the backup match is still going on. It's Yoda versus Hantu Blue. The Yoda player is up 1 game, and they're on game 2.
All right. Well, very good. We're going to be moving to that as soon as we can. The players or the viewers are not yet seeing what you're seeing, platform. But what do you know about Alex Blandon?
Alex that I've met quite a few times at a lot of the PQs around here, between here and Philly. He is a tough opponent to play against. He always takes the best deck, and he's a grinder. He'll play forever. I've watched him play for hours and hours during the week. So I mean, he puts in the time. A lot of the stuff he does with Han 1, he makes it look easy, but he's probably put in over 1,000 reps. 1,000 reps easy. Kind of like our guy, Alex Cray or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say his last name.
Christmas, I think is what it is. Alex is a good player, and he's a Alex Blandon. Alex Krasinski is also a good player and playing right now, by the way.
I was gonna say Alex Cray, but I don't like this whole name's tough to say usually.
Right. But Alex Blandon, does some coaching. He actually very regularly streams on the KTOD Discord, so people can watch him, and he talks through his decisions, and he really just loves CCGs. I mean, he'll talk about cards all day with you, and a great player. All right, I think that we have our backup match up and ready to go. I'm going to have to update some overlays here. But
So the Han player is Troy Yamaguchi, and the Yoda player is Trevor Seidel.
Okay, thank you.
We'll get Troy Yamaguchi.
Yep. So I need you to call the match, Platt.
Okay, so it's Troy Yamaguchi on the left. Looks like we're quite a ways into this match. Deployed.
Yoda.
Deployed.
Yep.
Yoda has not been deployed yet. They're scooping up right now, though. So let's see here.
Yeah, looks like the Han player got it, so they're going to game 3.
So this is game 3, guys. We're going to get 2 game 3s in the same round.
Okay, that face thing on the table must be the force token for Troy. Okay.
All right, Trevor.
So both of these guys, what are their records right now? If you don't mind me asking, Lippy, are these guys both 8-1?
Both of them have 1 loss. I think Troy has a tie. He's 7-1-1, and I'm updating all of that.
That's cool. Okay.
What do you think about sideboarding for this match? It's Yoda Green versus Han 1 Blue.
Wow. Well, I don't play a ton of Yoda, but I mean that's a tough match. I would imagine Han 1 probably wants to have a little more control into his deck to get a little more top end with him. But I can't imagine he's not built right out of the gate for Yoda. I mean, so game 3 is going to be tough now that they've seen each other's deck as well. They probably sideboarded a few answers. I'm not sure what else Yoda could actually bring in to help him out. I don't know. Was this Yoda red, you said?
It is Yoda Green. It is Yoda on a green base. This is a deck that really has seen an uptick in just the last week. I saw a deck tech done by actually one of our commentators today, will be Thork with T85. Did a deck tech after this one. Troy Yamaguchi is a great pilot. He actually was the host of a masterclass for Han Yellow right after that deck first burst onto the scene after Gen Con in 2025.
I feel that the Yoda green deck really leans on the Yoda unit. All right, they want to get a board out so they can really drop the Yoda unit and take the game right there. It's a very tough unit to get around, and comboed with Yoda's deploy, it's a menace.
Right.
So that's what the Han player wants to avoid. Bottom line. I would imagine he'd want to find himself Memphis Nest early on, if he can. Try to out-ramp, up, get up there. If he's, that Spark of Hope's going to be running around Yoda's deck, there is going to be ramp options around. So it's a real tough match, and you got to play strategically. And Yoda's always going to be able to make his hand better. So I'm not sure who gets the initiative on game 3.
Oh, well, it would be Yoda because the Han player won game 2, assuming that he takes it. Doesn't have the Force
Exactly.
currently. So
I don't really know if it really matters to Yoda having the initiative.
Yoda's not one to maintain the initiative much, frankly, given his action is very dirtily.
And he is using that real nice Galactic Force token, the metal one from Galactics.
Yeah, I think so. So
Yeah.
both players are.
Point that out to everybody. It's kind of hard to see on the table, so yeah, point that out. Make sure everybody notices.
And I'm not sure what Troy's Force token is. It looks almost like it's maybe from an 80s sitcom or 90s sitcom. Maybe Rebel Traitor can get on that and see actually what the side of it.
I've been dying to figure that out. It kind of looks like Paul Rudd on the front, but it's blurry.
Troy is on Han. Troy Yamaguchi is on Han, and Trevor Seidel is on Yoda.
But that looks like some kind of 80s card from the Kellogg's cereal box.
All right, Ogdo Bogdo starts for Han too. It's actually young Han. He's on young Han Blue, not old Han Blue.
So he's on young Han.
Correct.
So right away he puts 2 damage on
Ogdo
Bogdo.
Bogdo, which is a very strong opening for Han. It basically makes anything other than a shielded unit or a 3-attack unit into the ground arena feel real bad. And we'll see how Trevor responds.
Okay. Resource? I don't even think Yoda had a turn 1 play.
Like a Polaroid of him and a friend.
Yep.
Thank you.
So shout out to whoever the friend is. This is not Yoda Data Vault. This is Yoda on a Force base. This is Yoda on Jedi Temple.
Right, because he's going to flex the Yoda unit. Thank you for letting us know. We just wanted to point out what the Force token was on the table. There we go.
So it was there. It's when the Polaroid is up, he has the Force, which he does not currently.
Okay.
So the Village Protectors save a lot of damage for Trevor.
You ain't kidding. He put the roadblock in. What does he do to get rid of that? Does he have takedown at this level at 4, or does he run that at all? What does he do to get rid of the Village Protectors?
Yep. So, well, actually, the Village Protectors very well may get rid of themselves. It wouldn't surprise me to see them sacrifice into Ogdo here. We cannot share any deck lists at this point. On Late Night Discord, as soon as we get to top 8, we'll have those deck lists and other deck lists available. But at this point in the tournament, we are not to open deck lists, and we are not providing any specific information about any deck lists or publicizing them yet.
Somebody ask about it?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Someone linked. I got it. Yeah.
So Trevor is actually correctly in the chat, Jeffrey, worried about the Grogu ping. That's why I'm saying that we very well may see the Village Protectors take care of the big threat.
Oh, he loses the shield now on the Protectors, so...
Yep, so Ogdo did not attack at all last turn. Here comes the shield is down. Ogdo is a 5/5 with 2 damage on it. The Village Protectors is a 2/2 Sentinel.
So he's going to clear him out.
Yep. Yami, the Late Night Discord is in the description. And if somebody out there want to throw them an invite to those, we'll have those as soon as ready and as soon as they're available to be gone through.
Oh, nice. We're going to see your mind go for a resupply carrier.
Yes.
Very hot.
So we have the Yoda player electing a ramp strategy very strongly here with protecting with the Village Protectors. Han has been the aggro, has done 3 damage now and strikes first blood, but has a near overwhelming ground arena and also has a Cham Syndulla, so is able to ramp in response.
So we are going to see Yoda soon. No, it's at 6 now.
Yeah, I think he just went to 7. So
I think Han's got a really good board state, Loopy. How do you think Han responds to what's going on with the carrier? Does he really mind the carrier at all?
Well, I mean, usually that deck doesn't play space units, so it surprised me. We'll see here. I'm interested as to how Trevor plays this. He might have to blind flip Yoda, but he's not going to. He's going to tap all his resources, probably Luke Skywalker. Oh, Rivals Fall. Rivals Fall for Han, so he wants to make sure he doesn't see a Luke in response.
But he's going to allow Cham to come in for 5.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're representing 10 likely damage.
Checks underneath, breathes, takes a look, pulls his cards back. He's going to play Force Lightning. So he does care about it. Which means he's probably looking at he probably has an Anakin in his hand. All right, Bob go to base. Takes him to 8. All right. Another 5, 13, 14.
Yeah, it's adding up. It's adding up on Yoda's base.
Yeah.
Now he hasn't
Not sure if
deployed.
Yoda can heal that fast now at 14. That's a lot of damage dumped on for deploy.
So Yoda's ability should kill something on deploy. You'd think that he would kill either the Cham or the Ogdo.
I mean, right now, a hot shot, and he's almost lethal. Like, he's very close.
Oh, I see. This is actually the Yoda flip turn. He was able to get the resupply out, probably with your my only hope. All right, Luke comes down, finishes off the Frog Menace of Ogdo Bogdo. How will Troy deal with Luke?
It depends what he has in his hand. He might have a felt. But now he's going to go right to base and feel honored to get the damage. Because Yoda does come out and can bomb him. So he's going to do that before the bomb. So now it is back to Troy to make a move. That's
19 damage.
Resources. It's going to go to 19, 20. Flips Yoda.
Yoda's hanging on by a thread.
Keller and Beck takes out the... Yep, fell the dragon. There it was.
Fell the dragon on Luke. But Yoda can come in, ignores the Grogu, and hits for 4, restoring 3.
He doesn't want to kill his own immunity.
There's not that many of them left.
Right, we're going to leave him alone. He only hits for 1. He's like, I'm going in.
So, yeah, Yoda's a control hero. I mean, this is an interesting deck. Yoda's got one of the most powerful flips in the game, with presumably one thing that can kill a unit, and then a 4/9 restore unit. So, let's see how Han responds. Does Troy have an out of aspect power of the dark side or another Rivals Fall?
You know, Trevor's deck is designed to go this deep into a game, so he's going to have a lot of nifty things to use from here on out.
Yeah.
So right away, it's Power of the Dark Side. Very nice call there, Loopy.
Yep, and that's often in the Han decks to make Anakin a Super Saiyan. That he can actually.
He already had Force Lightning played, so, you know, that was a desperation move.
Okay, Trevor responds with a lot of resources. It is home 1.
Oh,
home 1 goes through, can play 3 costs for free, and then, yes, we get the village people, as my teammate will call them, chicks with sticks, blocking up the ground arena.
And this is what happens in the late game. You're going to see Keller and Vex, home ones recurring other cards that can do things. So that Luke can come back in about 4 rounds.
And notably, the Yoda player does have the Force. Both players actually have the Force right now. But can he find an 8-cost Yoda unit to heal 5 and take care of a threat?
If Trevor finds that Yoda unit, I think it's probably going to be rough for Troy. But we'll see. I mean, he is getting to Crate Dragon area. So a Crate Dragon could become, come up a real problem. Well, you can't see their hands, which is probably good.
And we have about 12 minutes left in the game. Let me actually get the timer because that could come into play here, depending on how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a bit of restore on the Yoda side, so yes, the time could come into play. And I'm gonna go. Gonna go what 2? From what though?
But we now have Trevor scoring some hits. Home 1 comes in. Yaddle takes care of the village protectors.
The healing begins.
Home 1, of course, not only has Restore 2 itself, it gives every other friendly unit Restore 1.
Just a really classic, awesome unit from set 1.
What a match. You have the grindy blue-green hero, Yoda, on a Force base, Yoda Jedi Temple, against one of the pillars of the format, Han Blue. And that is the Yoda 8 cost. This is one of the most powerful cards in the set. It hasn't seen much play. But now that the Force base or Force throw is no longer in play, it's there. It also heals 5 when you use its ability. So Trevor, who was on the verge of collapse not that long ago, is down to 10 on base.
And then a Luke. It's just bomb after bomb. Here we go.
These players are trading haymakers.
This is it. This is what we came to see.
Yep. All right, we have Yoda from set 5, with a Yoda unit out as well. Looking across from Han 2 Blue, 10 damage on Yoda's base, 12 on Han's. Both players fighting for a chance in the top 8 of the Portland sector.
I think the stream may have locked up for the moment.
It is not. So
they're just waiting.
The commentator window, but I got play-by-play for now. Trevor's deciding what to do, asked to see Troy's discard pile, which you're always allowed to. He's probably looking for Luke's, and possibly Fells. So he goes 5 to base, gains the Force.
It's tally time. Yeah, he's going to take a look at cards now. How this game turned. Unbelievable.
Yep, absolutely.
But he still has a Luke on his side, and there's a lot left. But he's got to get rid of that Yoda unit. That cannot stick around.
This game began with Ogdo Bogdo landing a lot of hits. We have now at least a semblance of stability on Yoda's side. Both players choosing to go to base. Who's actually the aggro? Thanks for the 557 people watching online with us among our 3 partner channels. This is coverage of the Portland sector as we move towards the top cut. This is round 9 of Swiss.
So we're getting into some dangerous territory here. Okay, he plays a Loth Wolf. That's a very safe play because, Trevor wants to keep some money or keep some resources behind.
We haven't seen Anakin yet, I don't believe. We have seen Power of the Dark Side out of Troy, so it would very much surprise me if he's not running Anakin unit if he has any villainy cards in his deck.
He's played Force Lightning.
The Force is there. We have Kiadi Mundi looking for an answer. Kiadi is a powerful, powerful card from this set. Uses the Force Take to draw 2. We have the Internet Warrior. Somebody called it the Reddit admin. Being used for a tailing in this match.
Why does it feel like this game just started? Like, now we're getting into the real game.
All right, and it's I'm doing the best I can to track the base health as we go.
Well, they keep healing back and forth,
And there's Churro.
Okay, now we can
he finds a Churro to place into the way. Both players have Sentinels. Who can get through? Who can break through the logjam between these 2 decks?
What's everybody's favorite animal? What is Ogdo Bogdo? What is that?
Where did the damage from Yoda's ability when Internet Warrior hit go? Maybe he didn't use it. Because when Internet Warrior used the Force, the Yoda passive should have went off for 6.
I think you have to have the Force, right?
It's anytime you use the Force with any unit.
Anytime, yeah.
Yep, so 5 damage to base.
Yeah, you got to watch that card when it's played. There's a lot going on with it. Holy smokes. They are going to need all this time.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, Jeff says Yoda's ability to kill Grogu. That's right. So there was eventually friendly fire of Yoda's species.
Killed his own, yes. So look, here we go. He's got the Force now.
As far as I know, the name of that is just Yoda's species. They haven't actually provided one yet. The Internet Warrior takes out the Ogdo Menace.
So still left with Luke swing with and all his resources.
Yeah, thanks, chat. Everybody's reminding me that he killed Grogu. I have to look away to keep the base numbers at length. There, 6 damage from Luke Skywalker, restoring 3. Can't take more of that. How will Trevor respond? A churro?
Probably one of the really great cards from this set as well.
Sure. Chewbacca.
Okay. Chewbacca.
Taking
we don't
care
see that
of turret.
Very often.
But that's a big
But there it
one.
is.
Because with the Yoda out, turret is very, very strong.
That was a good play. That was such a really good play by Troy to have that ready to roll. Good answer. Still, anybody's game from here. A lot of healing on that Yoda deck. Oh, and he has his own Luke. They know time is of the essence, I think, at this point.
Yeah, I think that the game has enough time to resolve naturally. Yoda uses his ability. Han's going to start with initiative and put Trevor on the ropes here.
Both players have really nice looking showcases, I do want to mention. So both players have Luke out. Like, this game has a lot of game left. So
I know Troy is from the LA area. I'm not sure
Troy
where
has
Trevor's from.
he's going to take his damage. Oof. So he puts him in check. He's got lethal showing, and I don't know what he does to get rid of Chewbacca. He can heal 3 and keep him from being dead.
Yeah, it would surprise me if he can't play some kind of Sentinel somehow. I mean, whether it comes out from Home 1 or anything else. But, I mean, he should be looking for ways to use the Force. And you can't just do it, though. I mean, the Yoda trigger right now, if he played something that used the Force, would do 8 damage to Chewbacca, which would just make the game even more emphatically.
You need to do all 10 at the same time, or just remove him altogether.
Because he has grit.
Or play a Sentinel. So he's going to do what? But he just played something. Home 1.
All right, so Home 1. Getting
And then he's going to play
a Village Protectors.
Village.
It's pretty good,
6 for 6.
as Micah would say. Shout out to Micah. I think he ended 5-3 yesterday.
And he still has some resources left. Yep, shout out to Micah. So what a really great timely pull. Keep him alive for now.
Yep, and the restore certainly matters too. If he can't do something here, I mean, the Luke restores for 4 because of the extra one coming from Home 1.
4, 1, 1. He's going to get 5 restore just off his 3 attacks.
Yeah, so I think something's dying here to Anakin. Anakin has 2 -3 triggers. It's probably going to be the Village Protectors and then nerfing something.
Yeah, how much damage does that thing have on it? 3, the Yoda? 3 right now?
I believe so.
He could actually wipe the Yoda out.
Yeah, I think he...
But
Killing the village protectors represents lethal if he does that.
Absolutely. That might be game. If he takes out the village people, that's it.
Well,
No, he can go for 3.
Luke can restore for 4, actually. So he's actually good. Is going to go. He's going to kill the Yoda. All right. So almost undoubtedly we'll have Luke attack. To where? To the other Luke.
Yeah. So he punches himself.
So yeah, he gets restore 4.
And then he takes 6 to the Luke on the other side of the table. I think he's taken one too many swings from the Luke over there. He's had enough. He's going to play a chart of his own.
All right.
They're down to 1 minute left. He takes the initiative.
Our timer is not official. It is close.
But
RT.
it's very close.
Yep. If you're around, let us know when they call time in round.
All right, so he gets 6 now. That's a 6-10. Or yeah. Whew. Chicks with sticks is holding us together.
For now. All
Let's see
right.
here.
We are going to
Do
one
you
of the
attack
last.
the-
Does he have Yoda? Is my question.
Yeah, I think
He
one
does. He does.
He does.
That's a gigantic Yoda. Heals for
We've got
5.
about a minute 45 left in time.
A minute 45 right now. So I'm gonna.
That's correct.
I'm gonna stop the timer. This is going to be the turn where time is called, and then per the rules, they'll play one more complete round after this.
That was huge.
Yep. And there's a crate dragon.
Great dragon. Well, I gotta total that up. That's a lot of healing, Loopy. That is 4, 2, 1, 1. That's 8 heal.
It's a
on
lot.
unit alert.
It's a lot of damage too. So
Yeah.
the Luke attacks for 6, restores 4. The home 1 attacks for 7, restores 2. That's what he attacks with, is home 1. Restoring 2. I'm surprised there wasn't village protectors there.
Well, yeah. How much? He's got a lot of resources left, I think.
Oh, there's a turret out.
Yeah, there's a chill.
Luke does not kill turret if he has the force. Actually, if you can use the force, it can kill a crate.
So he's going to do it and go into turret. Wrong way.
Yep.
Okay, so now he's going to go with the itinerant warrior and take out the turret. Such a great card from the set. And now he's going to swing in with Luke. Probably for the 3rd time in this game. 6, restore 3. He still has Anakin Skywalker, Champion Mortis to hit with. He has 3 resources left as well. They're only going to get one more round. So, Crate Dragon is lethal. Next round already.
He still has an Anakin up too.
Yeah, I mean, like right now, the idea is okay. He only has a few dollars left, and he's gonna swing with the Anakin. Now he's in really bad shape because he's got 3 units that can win the game. And Key Monday. You can pass. He had to claim. He really needs even with the overwhelm, he's down. There's
All
nothing
right.
he can do.
So, excellent play by Trevor. The Yoda player, I think, concedes to Han. Troy Yamaguchi advances to 8-1-1. Still in the hot for time cut. Trevor not dead. Goes to 8-2 and continuing to play. What a match! What did you think of that one?
That was a great match. Really classic back and forth. These guys both want to kind of do the same giant thing to each other and just do it a different way.
All right.
In the end, they got it, you know?
All right, so we're going to take a quick break, reset the tables. It's not going to be long at all, and we'll be back with round 10 after this. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are here with round 10 of Swiss, the penultimate round of Swiss, the Portland sector. I am Jeff Creasy of the Botha Network, and it is my absolute pleasure to be joined by Jordan from the Colorado Cantina Crew. How you doing today, Jordan?
I'm doing great. Great day at SWU already. Great weekend so far. We're doing 2 rounds today, so kicking off some good commentating chemistry. Hopefully we don't suck. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine. We're great. We're good at this. We've done this before. We're the consummate professionals here.
Always, yeah.
This is a really interesting matchup. So there's been a lot of talk about how force decks do without force throw. We've obviously seen a lot of Han 2, Blue still doing well. We've seen some other force decks around. We have not seen Quinlan. And one deck that we knew was kind of represented, but we haven't seen yet, is Talzin Red. And now we get to see Talzin Red going up against, let's see if I pronounce this name correctly, Bobby Sapphire on Palpatine Yellow. So how do you think this Talzin deck adapts to not having force throw?
Well, I think that the Talzin deck is probably the undisputed best Force Lightning deck, at least. I think that's something in its arsenal. This is interesting for me because these are 2 decks that I've been playing basically all set long. And I played Talzin in 2 PQs and never got a chance to bring Palp out to like the main stage, but really enjoyed it as well. But part of why I haven't been playing him prior to the Force Throw ban was because those mid-range piles really can grind with the assistant of Kiadi and the Force Throw and all those different things. So I personally think that Talzin's going to have a hard go of it here. I think it's going to have to push a lot of damage and go really wide to be able to force an early flip. Otherwise, I think we're going to be in trouble here. But it's really impressive to see a Talzin deck modified like this, right? Like, I think a lot of people left it for dead, more so than Han 2 Blue, more so than a lot of other decks in that archetype. So I'm pumped about it. But what do you think you add here? I don't have the list in front of me. Is it the daring raid conversation that you had yesterday about Kylo, or is it not that simple?
I think it's not that simple. I think that Talzin was already a very high skill expression deck. And one of the things that I said yesterday when I was having this conversation is I think that Force Throw was used to cover mistakes that Talzin made. It was a very hard deck to pilot correctly, and a lot of times it could get you out of a jam when you either mis-sequenced or played around something incorrectly. And so now they don't have that kind of crutch to fall back on to say, oh no, I messed up, but thankfully I have this card that's just going to bail me out.
And Talzin is a challenging deck. It's also a challenging deck to play against. We actually have a video coming out on the Colorado Cantina Crew YouTube channel today or tomorrow about like our limited strategy going to Philly next week. And one thing I spoke about was the turn window for Talzin, resource 4 through 6. I really feel like that's the pivotal point. I don't think it's just about that massive flip turn. Resource 4 setting up the flip turn, resource 6 putting the coffin in, right? Like really closing the door.
Turn, you want the flip turn to slam the door shut. You don't want the flip turn to be your comeback mechanism.
Exactly. So let's get into it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And then obviously this is Mike Jim, Bobby Sapphire, the co-founder of KTOD. We've seen him on stream before, but he's back here still live for top 8, I believe. Some X and 2s get in. I'm not 100% sure on that.
I think it's going to have something to do with strength of schedule. What I mentioned yesterday in some of my rounds is that we saw a lot of ties yesterday, which led to a lot of X and 2 players in there. And we saw a couple not even make the cut to day 2, which is unfortunate, obviously. But as you get into here, one story about Bobby as he takes his mulligan is that when I first started playing SWU, obviously you find the KTOD stuff. It's great resource, great community. And I thought his real name was Bobby Sapphire, his actual last name. And what's funny is that I have a cousin. I have a family of cousins from northern Massachusetts with the last name of Sapphire. So I was like, what's going on here? And I was like, I can't believe this is possible. And then all of a sudden you find out is Gem.
You're clearly related to Bobby Sapphire, I think.
No, we actually spoke about it at Sectors. It's in a savage cousin group. Just a little antidote as we get started. But his name is actually Ruby Sapphire. And as a son, which is just a brutal name to be given. So overall, and his sister's name is Emerald. So tough life, right? Okay.
No, he is on the Sapphire sleeves as well. So very thematic. As we see him start with the Bazine, which you always are nervous after a mulligan that, are you just going to completely whiff on everything? But still gets a really good turn 1 play. And it really helps him also because he might not be super familiar with what these Talzin decks are running now as well. He lets him keep everything. He gets the Dooku. Okay, that makes... Or the... what's his name? They don't call him Dooku. Tyrannus, yeah. He gets the Tyrannus, which is really good at, trying to stop Palp from drawing cards. I think that's what this Talzin needs to try to do. even more so, I think, than Mike trying to keep Nathaniel off the force. Nathaniel needs to stop Mike from drawing cards with Palp's ability. I think that's their real key here, is if you can restrict the card draw. And Mike with a good start with a 3 health unit, that's hard to kill in one action. So
yeah, 100%. And the question that we were talking about earlier, what's the sub in, right? So I think it really depends for Force Throw. I think it depends like what approach you're going. Are you going to try to add some more units? I've seen some lists with Owen Lars floating around, or maybe some more buffs. Maybe you go a little bit more complete on the hot shot or arm to the teeth strategy. But I think you have to kind of alter your game plan, like we mentioned.
I agree, and I think that's true. I think that if you look at a deck like Kylo Tarkentown, it's a more direct replacement where you say, I replace Force Throw with Daring Raid. Something like Quinlan is similar. I think Talzin is very different. I don't think you want to say, okay, I want this one resource cost removal spell that might not kill anything. I think Talzin specifically is going to want to go another route. It might be more small force units. It could be more upgrades. Maybe you start throwing in an extra lightsaber or two. But yeah, I agree with you. I don't think it's just a straight removal.
And to that point, you might want to throw in an extra heroic card or something if you're running the Anakin build, right? Which is an option as well. I've seen some lists like your teammate Mickey D running Marin in the past as well. So we'll see if that makes an appearance in this set.
Yeah, and speaking of Marin, so we do. I want to see how early and often Mike utilizes the Palpatine ability, because we said it's good for him to draw cards, but it's also good for him to empower the dark side installation. So he's here. He's got his Bazine staring down 2 units, and he's clearly thinking about what he wants to do. He could basically soft pass by kind of getting an attack in, and he does a little bit more than that, because now his Bazine is open to be killed, and that's exactly what Nathaniel does. So interesting sequencing there, because now, okay, yeah, this is what I was gonna say. Now it seems like Mike is gonna do what he can to clear the board with that attack, and that's exactly what he does with the contracted hunter coming in to kill the Karis, who then uses the force to build it back. Yeah. Tyrannus coming in now.
We stopped the card draw on the 3-drop hunter, which is great because he's going to die anyway. Obviously, it's unfortunate that Bobby had a 1-drop to follow up, because he now can turn this card draw back on. But it also prevents the Bazine McClunky loop to start, which is something Talzin really cannot afford to happen. So I think really well played by both sides here. Obviously, the 1-drop does punish a little bit.
Yeah, and I think Mike here really in the tank, deciding if he wants to keep this Salacious Crumb around or draw a card with it. He could obviously claim here, and I don't think Nathaniel's claimed yet. I could be wrong about that, mistaking the actions. But if Nathaniel hasn't claimed here, you could claim and then use him. He just goes for the McClunky now. So yeah, he's deciding to use that resource.
And I think that's the right move. Maybe that or the card draw, but I think you really do want to take that shield off of Tyrannus here. I don't think you want to let that continue, especially as you get into Talzin's flip turn.
Yeah, and I think it's better. To take the shield off than it is to finish off the Secretive Sage. You think you get more chances to do that. You're not going to keep Talzin off the force either way, so I think it makes a lot of sense to pop the shield rather than dealing the last 1 damage to the Sage.
Yeah, I think honestly at this point, both players are really fulfilling their objectives of what they're trying to do. Bobby is drawing cards, clearing the board, slowing the game down. And on the other side, we're seeing Talzin attempt to limit that and set up a board, attempt to push damage as well. I mean, 5 isn't that much here, but we're really, really trying to get to that mid stage of the game as opposed to the area where Palp wants to live.
Yeah, and we see the Crumb come back down, but Talzin's Assassin immediately using the Force to answer it with the when played. So really prioritizing, saying, no, I'm not going to let you keep a unit on board. And this is really Talzin's bread and butter here, where they say, I get an incremental advantage, you don't get a unit on board. So yeah, Palp has big units. Palp has this impactful leader flip, but when Talzin is able to keep your board clear, you constantly have to worry about that power of the dark side. Usually Palpatine's pretty insulated from that because it's full of 1-cost and 2-cost units. But this Talzin's doing a really good job of not sacrificing damage on base to keep the board clear. Playing things like, my Karis when defeated trigger, my Talzin's Assassins when played trigger, and still getting in damage to base. You see a change of heart come out on the 4/4. Not the thing you most want to see, but I think Mike's got to just try to stem the bleeding here. And see
I don't think you have many choices, right?
Yeah,
like exactly. It does feel bad. It's not efficient, but I don't think you're focused on efficiency here. You're focusing on survival here, right? And that's what Talzin does. Like, especially as we talk about which Talzin is better, yellow or red, we have the situation where like the 4 drops for Talzin are just the best in the game right now, right? You have Tyrannus, you have the Assassin, you have Churd if you're running it. You have tons of options here. And a 6 cost spell doesn't feel great, but it had to be done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we still haven't seen, we talked about it being the best Force Lightning deck. That's a really good way to kill these traditionally hard to kill leaders. You know, that's another thing that Mike's got to think about. Can I flip my Palpatine, even if I have Power of the Dark Side installation? If they have a Secret of Sage out, then 6 resources, same as Arrival's Fall, except it's just going to be Force Lightning that's versatile enough to kill anything, including this 10 health leader.
And we haven't seen a single unit played by Talzin yet in this match that wasn't a Force unit, so that's very strong.
Exactly.
Another loop that Talzin was able to shut down here was that Crumb loop as well. It gives more actions, it heals, it provides potential card draw. You just want to end those things. You want to shut off the Bazine McClunky. You want to shut off the Crumb back to hand. So good stuff overall.
Yeah. And we saw there, that was really interesting. The Talzin attacked into the Talzin's Assassin to stop the Palpatine card draw, because he knew his unit was dying anyway. So he's basically saying, I'm going to sacrifice 3 damage from your base to prevent this card draw. One thing that we will need to keep an eye on is the Talzin's Assassin did go into Mike's discard pile, so hopefully they'll realize that when they shuffle up for game 2 and see a purple card in there.
Yeah, they're different colors for sure. We see old Daka getting stolen here. I think that might be one of the swaps that Force Throw was replaced with. Old Daka really wasn't a card that we saw a lot of play in these Talzin red decks throughout the set.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's one of the larger units. This deck, the Talzin deck, is known for having a lot of 2 and 3 drops, a lot of smaller units, and then trying to finish the game with something like the Sun. So Daka getting the mid range in there with more 5 drops, and we've seen some other smaller units. This time the card goes to the right discard pile. So
good.
We're getting
progress
there. Mm-hmm.
You see Talzin swing in with the Fallen Saber. I believe that might be Hot Shot, but I believe it's Fallen Saber taking Palp to 17.
Yeah, it's Fallen Saber for sure. The 18 on or 19 on base, and then an extra damage on the Palpatine, and also I would imagine a -1/-1 on the Palpatine. Oh, here comes Vader. This is a solid answer. Vader's not gonna die back to this because Talzin is 3 base attack or 4. I always forget.
It's 3 plus 3 for the Fallen. Yeah,
that's what I thought. So Vader can attack into Talzin and not die back. I always mess up in my head whether I count the -1/-1 on attack with their power or not.
If he grabs an elite P here, that's it for Talzin.
True.
All right, and then you have a fresh Vader to fight back. So
he's reaching towards the ground arena. ISB agent does the same thing. Yeah,
just as good.
Was that a no good to me dead he flashed?
I think that was a sneak attack.
Sneak attack. Okay. And also the Bazine, so really utilizing this Vader to the fullest. We do see power. We do see Force Lightning and Power of the Dark Side, and some unknown prestige unit. Grand
Inquisitor, I believe. Yeah, the one from Galactics.
Interesting to see what he takes there.
Looks like nothing.
I think nothing is fine, because you can kill this Grand Inquisitor first action next turn. You still don't have to worry about the Force Lightning.
Has Bobby stabilized here?
Absolutely. He has. He's got a long way to go, so Nathaniel can still do something to turn the corner, but this is not where Talzin wants to be. Talzin wants to try to be closing the game out now, and the Vader really helped shut the door on that.
And a Night Sister Warrior isn't really going to make that feel any better. Sometimes for top end, especially in games 2 and 3, you could be some of these decks are running like Crate Dragon, more Devastators, the Sun, as Jeff mentioned, but it's really a swarm approach here, a trial by 1,000 cuts, not giant swings outside of buff Talzin.
We do see the Force Lightning getting to take out the Palpatine there. Interesting, because Mike knew about the Force Lightning, so he kind of made a conscious decision to say, I'm not going to waste my Palpatine attack into the Night Sister Warrior. And then, Stevie gets in chat asking if Bobby is a goat. We do not take that kind of language here. We're not going to make comparisons about people to animals. He's a very nice person and a good player.
YouTube TOS. But really great board from Bobby on this one, right? I mean, it's gonna. I don't know if there's a way back from this. 19 on damage might seem like a lot to some viewers, but It's that last 11 really is gonna feel.
Yeah,
like
honestly, I think he would want to be even if Mike was at say 25 damage on base. I still think he's comfortable here. 19 is a pretty low number for this Talzin deck in terms of shutting the door against something like this Palpatine.
And these 2 Secretive Sages, the past 3 units that he's played have a combined power of 6. So it's a challenge.
They do. The shields are nice though, honestly. The shields are going to help them potentially stick around, potentially get another force lightning off. And then there's a lot of 1 HP units on Mike's side, so the Talzin activations are helping as well. And yeah, we see here the Palpatine trying to start taking the shields off. So the board is shrinking, and this is exactly what Nathaniel needed to do to try to get back in here, was play some hardy units and get a lot in there. And then, Mike trying his hardest to keep the door shut with this Reinforcement Walker.
And, you're at the point where you have the option. If it's a card you absolutely need, you could draw it. Otherwise, you probably just take the 3 heal.
Yeah, I think I would have a preference toward drawing the card, because I think he's still at the point where the main thing that's going to kill him is something like an unanswered sun coming down. So if he sees something like another Change of Heart, or anything that can deal with the sun coming down, I think he can deal with these units, and we see him starting to clean them up here. He just needs to not have. Okay, and I think you definitely just leave that power there. So he's just worried about some big pump effect coming down. But right now he's still got really good control of this game. Does Mike?
Yeah, and I don't think you have a way to deal with this Walker. You deal with Vader easily enough with the shield unit, and we see that happen. But the Walker is really going to provide some issues here.
Yeah, and the Walker is going to have a combination of making the goal line further away, or just giving Bobby Sapphire here more answers to keep the door shut.
And that's exactly what happens. Takes out the Secretive Sage, potentially.
Yeah. It's really interesting attacking the unit there instead of the base, really showing that he knows that he's got the inevitability. He knows that this Talzin deck isn't usually full of top end until we see this Devastator here. But even that, there's still he's not dead in one attack to the Devastator even, and he's still got all his resources up to answer it, and the Reinforcement Walker's been drawing him a few cards. So obviously the Devastator is scary. I would be surprised if it gets to attack.
Me as well.
But he also knows that there is a Power of the Dark Side in hand, so he also kind of probably wants to buffer his Reinforcement Walker a little bit so that it doesn't die to the power.
Looks like Nathaniel is all tapped out, obviously, so that would be next turn actions, next turn's problems. But
yep, exactly.
I think Bobby's sitting at
Mike's got all his resources and a lot of cards in hand to try to figure out his best solution to this. And just for the viewers at home to know, the scroll has the updated standings currently as much as we know them. So from the end of round 10, these are the standings that you're seeing scrolling. So very, very relevant in terms of who is live for top 8.
See Bobby tap not 10 here, I believe. 2, 4, maybe 8. 8 for another Walker.
For another Reinforcement Walker. And now we might see him heal just because if he's not killing the Devastator this action, then he doesn't want to be, in range of getting one shot by something. Yeah, there's a no good to me dead. So that's kind of what I expected. So now he has another turn to not deal with, to not have to worry about getting attacked by the Devastator.
And honestly, just from watching Bobby's mannerisms there, it felt like he might have had a couple options there as he's, really working through the math on what his most efficient resource spend is. So puts off the Devastator attack for at least another turn, and in that turn, chances are you're going to deal with it.
Yeah, he would have to be very unlucky with the amount of cards he's seen to not have an answer for it. He does the Power of the Dark Side does still get something, because Reinforcement Walker is not the best power installation for your other Reinforcement Walker.
I've heard that, yeah.
But he already got some triggers from it, had some damage on it. Now let's see. I'm interested here if he goes base or kills the other 2/2. Because notably also with this 2/2 is the only force unit on board. So something like second power. So Nathaniel's doing what he needs to do to get back into this, to be honest. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what Mike has here. Obviously, there are still a lot of answers available to him. He can still do anything. Like Change of Heart is a kill spell for 7 in these Palpatine decks. He can still have big units coming out. Yeah. So we see the other Devastator, little dev on dev action, as set 1 Devastator says, "Yeah, I am the larger Devastator here."
And Bobby does claim, so he's not worried about a power first action here. could insulate, could swing. Really has a lot of
One thing that I always say is the third power isn't real and it can't hurt you. Once you've seen 2, just if they have it, they have it.
I have a hard time not taking more than 7 to base.
Yeah.
We have the Sage evening things up here at 20.
20 to 20, but the difference is Mike's 1 unit is 1 attack lethal.
Yeah, and 2 extra health on base.
Yeah, and the contracted hunter is really nice here because he also says if you play a unit, I'm going to get to Rivals Fall. So he was power insulated, but not Rivals Fall insulated. Mike has another sneak attack devastator.
Whoa.
We saw the sneak get flashed earlier. We didn't know if he kept it, and he did. So Mike takes game 1 with a sneak attack devastator, attacking for 20 in a single turn. And I'd like to thank the 600 of you watching along that got to witness that little 20 damage turn swing.
Yeah.
It's really cool. It goes back to when we talked about Mike, taking his reinforcement walker actions to clear out 2 health units and knowing that the damage is going to come. The damage is not a problem when you're running multiple devastators and sneak attacks. You'll get there. You just need to not die first. What did you think about that game 1, Jordan?
I thought it was a really patient game for Bobby. I think Nathaniel played well as well. Like I mentioned in the start, it is a tough matchup, right? Like you really need to push extremely hard and hope that Devastator gets you over the edge. In this situation, Bobby just sat back and really, really minded the situation until he got all the assets that he needed, until he had the card draw turned on, until he had the answers as well as the questions, right? So we saw multiple Devastators and multiple ways to push damage, which is really what Palp does well at that stage in the game. Patient game.
Definitely. And we see the Bobby Sapphire bio here. That picture has to be photoshopped. No way you're older than Tada and look like that. It's just not fair. But yeah, we see Mike take game 1. So what do you think Nathaniel has to do from the sideboard to try to either close the game out earlier or be able to go a little bit later in game 2?
So I think it's a little bit of an uncharted territory for Towson having to deal with Palp Yellow in this meta, right? So I think previous to this, the other big control deck problems, like for instance, Akira Data Vault or something along those lines, had a lot to do with discard, had a lot to do with things like crate and pushing damage, whether it's indirect through planetary bombardment or otherwise. In this situation, you're probably not going to turn off the card draw. Bobby's too insulated from that. So I think it's probably siding towards a little bit more removal with a side of aggro coming in, because you can't play it in the deep waters here. You need to end the game prior to the big Devastator sneak attack conversation.
Yeah, and we saw there, I don't think Palpatine got activated more than a couple of times that game. I think Nathaniel did do the standard
things like crate and
let us know in chat if you hear an echo. We're trying to figure out if that is an issue and where it might be coming from. So if you do hear an echo, we're going to work on that. If you don't hear an echo, thanks for hanging out, and we're going to keep talking about stuff.
It might just be on the back end for us, which we'll have to soldier through.
Yeah, we can deal with it on our end as long as it's not getting streamed into the viewers. But yeah, we saw Nathaniel do what you normally want to do against Palp, which is stop him from activating the ability and drawing a bunch of cards, and it still just wasn't enough to get to the late game. He piled on some damage early, but not enough. So yeah, we'll have to see if he prioritizes piling on more damage or doing more removal. All right, we're 50-50 in chat with one person not hearing an echo and one hearing it. So we need more more votes. Yeah, we think the echo has resolved. So I don't hear Jordan to me anymore, though. But yeah, we'll keep going here. It's about to start game 2. We saw Mike take a mulligan. The mulligan last game didn't hurt him, so he was still able to soldier through and get the win last game. And he might also just be looking for certain key cards. We saw him Bazine a couple of times. We know he has the McClunky loops, so I think it's pretty. I think he knows what key cards he wants in this matchup and is probably mulliganing pretty aggressively for those.
But also you have to ask yourself, like, did that slow the game down too much? Did playing those like mini games, give or take, did that cause issues? Right. Either way, you're kind of presenting a non desirable situation, which is really what this Palp deck does, right? It makes you think about, hey, are you shutting off my card draw? Are you pushing damage at every step of the game?
Yeah. Yeah, and we see the Karis here. As a Kylo Tarkentown player, I constantly forget that Karis has text other than 2/4 Force unit. It's a really good unit in a deck that actually gains the Force.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and then the Aurora Sing. I haven't seen this unit much outside of Cad Bane, but I mean, it seems like it would be really good in a Palp Yellow as well. Just a solid unit that can be hidden, so it can allow you a Palp activation later in the game. And it's also just very solidly statted for an early game unit, especially if you want to use it to trade in.
Yeah, I think it's one of your mainstays in this deck. I think if you're not starting with like a Bazine or an ISB, Aura is really, really good, especially in an aggro matchup. A lot of situations it allows you to swing into something and then get an activation, right? So not a lot of early turn units do that with that 4 HP and the hidden. Aura's kind of insulated from that.
Yeah, and we see the immediate. I like the attack from Mike immediately, because now even if he doesn't want to do anything else this turn, he's just one Palp activation away from killing the Karis. And we see, what unit is that?
That's the Acolyte of the Beyond.
Okay, gotcha. The Acolyte of the Beyond. So that is not a Force unit, notably. So the Force Lightning is currently turned off for Nathaniel. But he does get to keep getting the Force back either on attack or when that unit is defeated. It's like Sneaky doesn't have the Force trait. It is a Sith, not a Force unit. So I know that's gotten a lot of people before. Exactly. You get the Force token, you don't get the Force trait with that unit.
So just swapping some damage here. And then we see a Tyrannus come down. This is a beautiful Tyrannus from the Classic Championships.
Yeah, I've got that Tyrannus. It looks really nice.
Yeah, we're gonna have to trade for it, Jeff. Loopy's asking for it too behind the scenes, but I love it, Jeff. I got dibs.
I've never been so in demand. This is great. Yeah, the Contracted Hunter does not line up super well into this shielded Tyrannus. He could have tried to give away both of his units, but I think I like this. Just take out one unit and pop the shield on the Tyrannus. Get your card back in.
I think he wants to save Elite P for the right situation where that double ping really comes in handy.
Yeah, and the way Contracted Hunter works, obviously this has been a card in Kazuda decks sometimes, because at the beginning of the regroup phase, it gets defeated. So Palpatine just says, I'm going to do that first and kill it first. So it's a really solid card in Palp Yellow as well, because you just get to ambush and then draw a card off of it, assuming it doesn't die to the ambush.
Yeah, and I mean, you want to play it a little bit below curve, usually on resource 4 or later, so you can get that activation. And if not, who cares, right? You ambush and you push the game later.
Yeah, and looks like we're either frozen or taking a very still time to take some resourcing decisions here. So hopefully we'll figure out good. We're going into the 5 resource turn for both players. So I don't expect this turn to be super impactful. We're basically still setting up for the flip turns. Yeah, here we go. We saw a Bazine, and it looks like a Ruthless Raider in the discard. So I'd imagine that Bazine did take the Ruthless Raider.
Yeah,
and we've had a Talzin activation onto the Elite P38.
They also had a Devastator, a Night Sister Warrior, and a Secretive Sage in hand. So
excellent. Now we see a Grand Inquisitor come out. So 3/4 hidden, raid 1 Force unit. That's another card that I really liked from Legends of the Force. It's just sneaky good.
That's one that's going to be around forever in Red Villain decks.
Sneak attack, super laser tech. Now we're cooking with gas.
We're trying to get late.
The action economy here is interesting because as soon as Talzin attacks, it's going to kill the P38. But the P38 was only attacking for 2 anyway, so the same as attacking with the super laser tech. And now Mike deciding where to put the damage goes to the hidden unit, the Grand Inquisitor.
And that's a good job there, turning off the card draw plus the double ping. Well handled by Nathaniel.
Yeah, and it's also interesting because now if Mike needs to, emergency flip, resupply into flip, he has a unit he can take at least, even if he doesn't have anything else on the board to ping.
Yeah.
So now we're going into the pivotal turns here. We know obviously Nathaniel flips earlier. It's hard for Mike to keep the board clear. This is the board state we expect. This doesn't mean that Nathaniel is, crushing this game and Mike's so far behind. This is kind of the expected state. So the question is, can Bobby do what he did last game, which is easily come back, flood the board, kill Talzin pretty quickly? Here's the Vader. So Talzin's gonna die, and I think at this point, even if Bobby Sapphire doesn't get anything off this Vader, I think we're at the point where Nathaniel is pretty far behind and needs to find something to start pumping in the damage.
Mm-hmm. And what we're going to, best case scenario, we see Bobby, from the Nathaniel perspective, we see some units that aren't pinging damage here. We see an elite P, all of a sudden this turns into a board wipe very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the question is going to be, how can Nathaniel respond to this? So he knows his Talzin is dying. His Grand Inquisitor might not be long for this world. Oh my goodness, the double ISB agent. So if he gets to... He can't kill the Grand Inquisitor. He can kill the Night Sister Warrior, assuming he has an event in hand.
Yeah, and he does. It's McClunky.
It's a McClunky too. So yeah, kills the Night Sister Warrior. So Nathaniel gets a card at least, but he would much rather have his board than
I would prefer a board as well. And now I don't think there's any pressure to flip whatsoever, right?
Yeah.
You're going to take care of this Grand Inquisitor very easily. You don't have an Underworld unit out right now, but you get one out quickly.
Yeah, and we see just a reloading of units.
Though, yeah.
So not terrible, but I think they would rather have something a little bit more impactful than two small units. But that's the thing about this Talzin deck. It's just filled with small units. It's not bad, but that's kind of what you're more likely to have with this deck. And we do see just a flip steal the Grand Inquisitor.
I wonder if that reload really changed the calculus there.
Yeah, that makes me think that Mike has answers already for things like the Devastator unit that we saw in game one. Because otherwise he would probably just hold his flip because he's not under pressure. But he says, I don't need to be under pressure. I'm gonna make sure you have no board, and I'm gonna to wrap this up pretty quick.
I think there's also some quality of life stuff to consider as a PAL player. Like, when you have the opportunity to get a little break if possible, I think you want to take advantage if you can.
Yeah. Seeing the Palpatine steal a unit, I didn't see when they were shuffling if the cards got given back to Nathaniel that were accidentally put in Mike's discard in game one. So hopefully we don't see a purple sleeve coming back. Okay, good. Because it's usually pretty easy to tell once you're shuffling because the sleeves are very different. We see, I believe that is a Marin take one, and the Tyrannus does kill off the Vader. So Nathaniel doing what he can to fight back into this board. But if you're in a top deck war, Bazine taking the Devastator unit. I was gonna say that is the one thing that Nathaniel has really is these Devastators, whereas Mike has a lot of other big options.
And we're talking about the eve of the 8 resource turn as well, right? He just claimed getting ready to slam it, and we are no longer in that reality.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that Mike's hand right here is just filled with bangers, filled with large, big units, because he's doing what he did last game, which is doing everything he can to keep the board clear, and then we just saw double Devastator come down and end the day. So I would imagine we're just trying to set up for a similar thing, and this is about where we saw the life totals in game one. Mike was at 19 instead of 17. But yeah, I think he's very comfortable with his position, and I think this is where we see if Nathaniel potentially has anything in his sideboard that could change some of this math.
And a crate isn't really doing it for you right now either way. So I know a lot of thousands were running that. I'm not sure. This seems to be a little bit lower to the ground than a lot of the previous thousands. We haven't seen Sun yet, and
okay, and just some foreshadowing for you guys. Mike is winning right now. If he does close this out quickly enough, then we have a backup match. So you don't need to worry about rooting for more SWU. You can keep rooting for whichever player you want to win. Confiscate, interesting. So we do see some sideboard cards here for Mike. I like the Confiscate. Talzin isn't a deck completely known for its upgrades. You're not going to worry about things like Traitorous or Pilots, but it does get some lightsabers to try to snowball. And then, we see the Legacy run coming in, which is really the only new tool that Palp's gotten recently that I can think of in the but it's a really good one. So when defeated, deals 6 damage. Yeah,
I saw a Palp last week at the Portland PQ. It didn't do that well, but I thought there was some really interesting ideas in the list. They were running Darth Revan's lightsaber to put on Palp, and really made Palp a problem, like the actual leader.
Yeah, the Sith keyword was not a thing until this set, so it's really interesting when you look at Revan, and there was the unit that if you control a Sith leader unit, it comes into play ready. Yeah, Malik. So it's really interesting that they bring in keywords that we all of a sudden have to look back through old sets, say, wait, which units were were this keyword and that keyword, and you get a lot of synergies that just didn't exist before. That's really cool. One of the nice things about this game. Going here.
And I think anytime you have 4 units here when you're trying on the other side of the board, when you're trying to swarm with Talzin, it's really tough. Really valiant effort here, especially the past 2 turns reloading the board, and that happened last game as well, right? Like that's what you have to you have to keep fighting. You have to try to take it step by step to take this advantage back. But the 2 drops with a 2/2 is not going to do it for you.
And in the olden days, swarming was a decent strategy against Palp because everything it had was single target removal. But now that you've got things like the legacy run in play, it's all of a sudden, you swarmed, that's fine.
6
you played a big unit, I'll change apart it. And scooping it up, we got the final damage from Mike coming in with the Palpatine. So Bobby Sapphire taking this 2-0. That is his favorite teammate, Alexander the Greatest.
Similar, not the same exactly. I wonder his age compared to Tata relatively. We'll have to talk about that in the chat.
The most interesting thing about this Alex picture is that he was not wearing his trophy husband shirt. They had to they had to give him some special incentives, I think, to not wear his trophy husband shirt. But here we go with Mike Jim, aka Bobby Sapphire.
What's
we
up,
see
sir?
here a long list of achievements that span over multiple games, including Destiny and Star Wars CCG. So
we can't forget about the 2002 SWCCG National Championship. I mean, this is big time stuff.
Well, actually,
honestly, it really is.
Yep. KTOD itself, and this is Loopy. What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? Was a Star Wars CCG play team way back when, and that's where those guys met. I know that Bobby Mike was a member of Hyperloops before starting KTOD. So, I mean, he loves Star Wars and plays Star Wars games. I met him when we were both doing content for Destiny. So, happy to see him playing well. He's been doing help in the playtesting tournaments that KTOD runs for that tier, which I participate in too. And he would often say, "You're not playing them to 30. You're playing them to 20 with a sneak attack Devastator in hand." And I think we saw that match.
Yeah,
that's true. And one thing I do love about this community is that we see so many players from the old Star Wars Decipher game come back. I played that game as a kid. My teammate Kyle Kraft played that game a lot as well.
I was going to say.
And it's a lot of people who haven't played any card games since then, and they come back, right? So
yeah, Kyle Kraft is really big into that game. Actually, the first time I met Bobby Sapphire in person, I was talking to him about the old Decipher games, because I played the Lord of the Rings game, which Mike also played, and Kyle also played, and he was telling me about how he knew of Kyle Kraft in the 2002 days from back before everything was playing on the internet. But it was you look up these they had a ranking point system, and you look up who has how many points, and it was just this whole thing of like players getting famous without anyone knowing who they really are. You just see their name on these lists of, my ranking points are up to 1700, whatever. It was really interesting timeline. Where regional metas were a real thing.
And it's crazy how you get these games kind of all like learning from each other as well, right? We have the Star Wars game kind of having it was, for those that don't know, it was a 2-deck format, light side and dark side, and you had to bring those both, and then you won by not a tiebreaker, but some sort of point calculation in the third. And then in Lord of the Rings, they kind of combined that and added Shadows and Fellowship to one deck. I actually still play that game pretty competitively as well. That was kind of like my
I love that game. in.
back into here. And I've actually been talking to your teammate, Yoda Killer Carlos, about playing a little online, and we've been having some fun in our Discord about that. But it is great to see that sort of thing happen. And a little other fun story is at Beatle, which Beatle 2 is coming up next month. We'll talk about that in a bit. But I was at Beatle, and there was a kid probably 14 years old with a Star Wars CCG Players Council cardboard box. I was like, how do you have this? Like, you're 14 years old. Like, my dad started the Players Council, and I was like, that's the best. Me and Kyle were talking to him about it, but that's just the kind of stuff you see, right? And it really reminded me a lot of when I was that age, trying to play those games and stuff. And you could still play them too, which is great.
Yeah,
thriving communities. We see Lord of the Rings, I think, get about like 10,000 games per month, and Star Wars in like I think the 5,000 range. It's a little bit older, a little more complicated as well, but great stuff all around, and just great performance by Bobby, and a great run by Daniel too. Like, no one would have said Towson would have been high up, right?
Yeah, and that was Nathaniel. So that Daniel, I believe, is our backup stream game who is still in it. So I believe Nathaniel is now locked from top 8. So now we're going to Dylan Stummer versus Daniel Plemental. Maybe saying that name wrong. Sorry if I am.
I don't see a vowel after L, which is, hard to pronounce.
So we see Hantu Blue versus Anakin Blue. So it's interesting. So Dylan's up a game, but back in the before days, in the Force Throw days, the reason you would play Anakin as your red-blue hero was to win this blue-red hero mirror match. So I'm curious how much that has changed now that we're back to Hantu Blue being more, it's still Force units, but it's more of a good stuff deck than it is I'm going to kill you with Force Throw. I'm going to Force Throw myself to get a Crate Dragon and recoup the card at disadvantage. Like, I do feel like the deck has changed a decent bit. We're back to just the good stuff days. So I'm curious how Anakin is kind of adapting to that change.
Yeah, and Dylan on an absolute tear this tournament, right? Like, he hasn't lost a game yet, right? And he did get game 1. It does look like that. Who started with initiative here, though? That's interesting. If he didn't get game 1, maybe it's the overlay being incorrect. Han got game 1, right? So Dylan's yet to drop a single game this weekend, which is incredibly impressive.
Yeah. Well, we see the Secret of Sage Jedi lightsaber. So I like that Daniel is still on the Jedi lightsaber plan, and I like, especially against a deck like Hantu Blue, just sabering it up and saying, are you going to use your Felder Dragons early? Are you gonna, did you board in Confiscates? How are you going to answer this 5/5 shielded that can kill your shielded unit on attack?
And it looks like, it looks like we have no situation here with with handling it all this turn with that Secret of Sage. It's taken out with the ability, and like, to your point, you can't foul right now. You have very few options to be able to do it now before taking 5 damage next turn. Yeah.
Well, we see Kiadi draw 2 cards, but the other option is you can just kill Kiadi with the on attack as well. So Daniel could just try to keep Dylan off the Force and say, if you drew another Kiadi, if you drew a Churret, if you drew an Itinerant Warrior, you're not going to be able to use the Force for these things.
Which is a huge swing here.
And apparently, even gods can bleed. Justin from KTOD did take a game off Dylan.
Okay, got it.
So he is 10-0, but he has now lost a game.
About time. Right?
And we do see the Kiadi go down to the on attack. So the Secret of Sage still has its shield and is just killing everything that comes out.
Ooh, and we get just a blank Force Lightning here.
A Force Lightning. So the Secret of Sage no longer has an on-attack ability now that it has already attacked. So really what this tells me is that Dylan has an Anakin in hand and wants to play it next turn, and he's trying to turn on the Force.
Real bad he wants it.
And we do still see the Yaddle come out. Yeah, it's not often you see pay 3 resources to put a villain card in my discard pile, but that's what we saw from Dylan, and it might be enough to turn the tide here. We'll have to see, because it's really his best way to kill this 5/5 shielded outside of something like a Felder Dragon. An Anakin unit helps play to the board as well.
Well, he's definitely behind here, right? So you have to be a little aggressive. You have to find a way to get it back. And sometimes when you're behind, being overly aggressive is your only way, even though it's a high risk, high reward strategy.
Yeah. And interestingly here, I'm curious if we start seeing Daniel just deal damage to his own base with Anakin, because right now his Anakin doesn't have any pump, and you really want to flip it with at least 5 power. 6 would be ideal because you want your Anakin to be able to kill the Han leader.
Yeah, and I don't believe we've seen much of Daniel this weekend on stream, but we see the Jedi lightsaber coming out on the stage. Maybe that means he's running more than one.
I would assume it does mean that. I think 2 is more standard depending on the build. One of the big things though is that Anakin only really stayed alive in Europe, and those builds were always lighter on lightsabers. Both players here are kind of acknowledging that the space arena doesn't exist. They're doing the opposite of what I used to do with Vader. I would just move my leader over to the side and say, "This is space," and they're just doing the same thing with the ground arena.
So we finally clear the sage here with that Anakin ability. Yeah, that's a big one.
But we do have Chirrut and I believe that's Adigalia.
I think that's Kiadi.
It's Kiadi? Okay, Kiadi in the way. And we do have the Force for Anakin, so the Chirrut is not going to die in one attack. We're going to need something else.
And we do see Han get on the Force as well.
Yeah, and I believe we saw Han not flip. Am I crazy, or has Han not flipped yet?
He has not flipped yet.
Okay. So it must be my assumption there is that Dylan needs to use his Han ability every turn and doesn't want Daniel to be able to one-shot his Han and have a turn where Dylan has to take off the Han activation.
Yeah, and I think, again, if you just like play this game out with that sort of Secretive Sage early advantage, you go with your standard lines, that's almost always going to be advantage Anakin. So I think you have to get a little unconventional as you're working your way back into this game.
Yeah. And we see here still just controlling the board. Anakin ability did get used, so up to 4 damage on base now, but still 1 off of getting any bonus on his leader.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if we'll see Anakin delay the flip or just put it out there. I will say that the Anakin flip is much more important to the game plan than the Han flip is. Oh, we see Anakin play himself and take out himself. And then a Chirrut. So now there's another Sentinel here. So now the Anakin flip doesn't really do anything. Yeah, no Anakin flip there either. Which is not very surprising, because he wants to... If he uses the Anakin ability, he can use his Anakin unit to clear this Chirrut, even if the Force gets used. So heads up play there by Daniel saying, I actually need this Anakin ability, and flipping him doesn't do anything at 4 attack.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, we do see that Anakin activation starting as we get up to 8 damage there on that last attack. I think he's probably gearing up for
4. We might have missed a Secretive Sage attack. No, I'm not sure. Maybe he just missed adding up on the puck at one point, because he added 4 damage to his base, but we're going to assume the pucks are right for now. But either way, the Anakin is now +1 attack. Oh, another Anakin. So now Anakin, I believe that the Anakin on Daniel's side has 3 damage on it, so it is currently a 2-1 with one health remaining. So now I think he's trying to set up the Secretive Sage taking it out. So now it's on Daniel to try to see if he has another Chirrut or any kind of a Village Protectors or a Sentinel that he can throw on the way here, or even a lightsaber to play. Oh wow!
Luke coming in and clearing the Secretive Sage.
Yeah, that's huge there, because normally you could see, if I shrink the Anakin, then I flip my leader and can kill his Anakin unit. But no, he's saying I'm gonna keep my Anakin alive with that and just hit your base and start pumping in the damage.
Yeah. And still, we haven't seen the Han flip yet, and I don't think it's a good time to flip into that board. So probably won't see it this turn unless we see a big clearing here. Anakin is not at his full as potential, obviously only with 8 damage, close enough to that 10 threshold. But when you have Luke unit and Anakin unit out, might as well call it a party.
Yeah. Yeah, and so now, Han has a lot of big units. We know they're known for their Crate Dragons and things like that, but Crate Dragon is notably not a catch-up card. So the question is, what can Dylan do here to get this board back a little bit?
Well, I think it starts by trading there a little bit, right? Obviously, you don't love killing a 1 health unit with your 5 attack, but that's really your only option here. You're going to see Luke start to swing in and restore, which is terrible for you if you're the Han player. So I think you really need to be aggressive here with if you're not closing the turn with at least one of Anakin or Luke dying, it's going to be a challenge. And we do see
and we see the Fell the Dragon. So now I'm curious here, how much does Daniel value keeping his Anakin healthy? Looks like he values it a lot. I agree with this tactic because you want to be able to get in one more attack next turn. So the Itinerant Warrior here, making sure that the Anakin attack is not lethal, at least, because it was threatening lethal before. So now Daniel, but still has all his resources up, so can play any big unit here, and he does. Another Luke here, going for killing the shielded unit, so that when Dylan's going to have to trade in here theoretically, and so now it's going to actually kill the Anakin and not kill either the Luke or the Anakin on Daniel's side.
But you know what we've seen, though? We've seen Dylan running the smuggled hot shot here. So if he has that in the row, it can clear 1. It's not really a very winning play, but it does stop him from losing.
Well, it's an interesting thought too. If Daniel had kept the Itinerant Warrior alive, since it was shielded, it doesn't die on attack. So you would have the Hotshot Blaster that we're seeing here not killing either of Daniel's units, and we would also see Daniel's attack not turning on Dylan's Luke. So it actually is interesting that maybe it would have worked out better to kill to keep the shielded unit alive, which is kind of counterintuitive. And we see a crate here, so probably none of this matters. But
none of it matters. But we did see
still interesting to talk about.
He was thinking about it. He was thinking. And Dylan's been slamming crates on people all weekend long, so you know he's no stranger to the tactic. And we'll see if he has an answer here or if it's just time to go to game 3.
Well, he has to have an answer for 2 or less resources because he can't Fell the Dragon this crate or he'll die on the back end.
I guess Force Lightning.
Force Lightning with the turret out, he would need to have. We saw him play 1 for no benefit early, so I would imagine it's usually not a one of in these lists. It can be. Sometimes people could be on 3 Powers of the Dark Side, 1 Force Lightning. But I would imagine he hasn't conceded because it's an out, and there it is. We do see another Force Lightning. So, and he's kept low enough damage on Daniel's base that this Anakin attack is not lethal. It has to go through the turret.
And notably, turret doesn't have the Force, but it doesn't really matter here that much.
Well, it will kill the turret without the Force because the Anakin attacks for 5. So looks like Dylan deciding to
that will do it.
That'll do it. So a valiant effort by Dylan. I think we're seeing why he's the only undefeated in here. Really understanding his outs and playing well, but Daniel just too relentless in his pressure, constantly going bomb after bomb in there, and taking in game 2. So now we're getting to go to a game 3.
Yeah, and notably, I will see Han start with the initiative here, which is typically an advantage, especially when you're going up against Anakin. But when you're talking about these sorts of matchups, you're playing so many similar cards, right? So you're sequencing your value trades, your resourcing really are the differentiator, and controlling those leader flips, right? And what we saw here from Daniel is that he had the timely Lukes coming in, very, very well timed in all situations. And unfortunately, Han just wasn't in a position there, probably for the first time we've seen him on stream, at least this weekend, to not have the ability to think like that, right? Like we were in the survival mode on the Dylan end most of the game, and unfortunately, when you're trying to survive, you can't really sequence the way you want. You can't take things for granted, right? You really need to take every action and be super efficient so you don't die.
Absolutely, and I don't know if Dylan is locked for top 8 or not. Because I don't know if any X2s are going to make it in. I have to run the tournament math and see the actual standings and everything. So I'm not 100% sure on that. So it is possible that Dylan could lose the next 2 rounds and still be out of top 8. So it is important for him to win this matchup if he can. If he wins, he's obviously going to be in 11-1, being the only undefeated all the way through. He's going to be in if he wins this.
And to be fair, if any X2s make it, it's likely going to be him, right? Because of winning so many games early in the tournament to get that very strong strength of schedule.
Yeah, but this is by no means a throwaway round for Dylan. He does need to try to win this. And then for Daniel, obviously he's not 10-0. Dylan is the only undefeated player. I'm not sure if Daniel's 9-0-1 or 9-1, but either way, Daniel very much needs to win this to be in a good spot. Oh, Tata saying X2 is guaranteed in chat. So it sounds that's something that I haven't looked at. So Dylan is locked. So everything that I just said is wrong.
Interesting.
Welcome to working with me.
Well, it is hard to calculate that stuff on the fly, right? Like, especially when you do have so many draws on day one, I think it really gucks up some of the works.
We see no turn one from Anakin, but into immediately open fire the Ogdo Bogdo. So still getting what he wants out of that. And then Dylan thinking long and hard about whether to put down this card that he's playing. That's definitely not the stream frozen. That is heavy contemplation about what to play.
Pondering his place in this ever expanding universe.
Yeah, you like to see the players take their time there. Yeah, and then he immediately throws down the Secretive Sage into the Owen, into the turret. So yeah.
And we've switched sides here for this game. We're sliding towards the other direction for the ground, which is
yeah, always fun when they just switch it up. But turret on turret action here. I think this favors Anakin generally because he can attack back into the turret a little more profitably. He can just take the 2 damage on base for the force.
Yeah, and what we do see here, though, early on in the game is that Dylan was able to get it on the force pretty easily, right? Which is the whole concept of not having initiative versus having initiative, even though that Ogdo Bogdo was dealt with open fire early.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, these are the intricate turns, because when you attack with your turret, when you attack into a turret, how you use the force, it's really really kind of intricate gameplay here. Sometimes there's not much you can do about it, but sometimes the sequencing matters a lot.
Obviously, with 3 units out on the board, you could add action the Anakin player here if you're Han. So we'll probably see that come into play, especially with a big tap coming in, tap for 5. What's it going to be?
Power the dark side for 5. Not what you want to be doing when there's an Owen out there, but again, just like the Force Lightning for 3 that Dylan played last game, to me this just screams I have an Anakin that I'm going to play next turn and want it turned on.
Not quite. I think that was the Galactic Anakin that Dylan grabbed there off the Owen.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it was a little shiny. Hard to tell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we do see 2 damage on base, basically just replacing the force. So now, what can happen is, assuming Daniel does have an Anakin, he can kill both of the force units or kill the Han leader. So he's got some choices, assuming he has an Anakin. Maybe he doesn't, but if he does have an Anakin on Daniel's side, an Anakin unit, then he can kind of make some interesting choices here.
We see a Cassian smuggled, really pushing damage here. So obviously, you really, if you're Dylan, you love the board state you have right now compared to game 1, but you are pushing damage, which makes Anakin bigger, which really wasn't a concern at all in game 2, rather.
Yeah, and game 2 we saw Dylan not pushing the damage at all, keeping the Anakin small. So that makes me think that he probably has he has some answer for the Anakin. And actually, I'm curious. I think that Daniel doesn't have a hero card in his discard. So I think the villain card for Power of the Dark Side is his only aspect of either one. So he just gets to kill the turret. He does get to flip the Anakin, and now there's a Luke from the Han side as well. So there's a lot of fireworks going back and forth. But I think this Anakin indeed is not long for this world.
Yeah. And last game when we were talking about how Crate really isn't a catch-up card, Crate is a this situation exactly.
It is a slam the door shut kind of card for sure. And Dylan is very much where he wants to be. So basically Luke there turning Anakin into a 0-1 so that the Secretive Sage could kill it. And yeah, sure, the Luke dies back, but you don't care. You've killed the Anakin leader, which is a huge boon for you. Your Han leader is somehow still alive, which is kind of a nice to have that you never expect, but you're okay with when it happens.
So solid flip up here. The difference obviously is that there's 19 damage on Anakin's base versus 1 for Han. See Cassian. I wonder if you just claim here or you push. Oh, he hasn't spent any resources.
He hasn't spent any resources. Yeah, so he still has all this stuff to do.
Great sequencing.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you have a really big board like that too, right? Like you could force these actions out early.
Mm-hmm. And with this one, so Tada has actually been checking the melee in chat. I haven't been checking the melee standings. So if there's only one other X1, I would imagine this win will lock Dylan not only for, he's already locked for top 8, but this will lock him for the number 1 seed. I would imagine his breakers are going to be better, which means initiative throughout all of top 8. The FFG did change their official rules. It used to be randomly decided initiative, and they wanted some benefit to getting a higher seed. So top seed in every top cut match does get to decide initiative. So not a non-zero effect, especially for these blue hero force decks that want to try to get the force on turn 1 or on turn 2. I mean,
yeah. So we see a lot of Anakin v Luke crime happening right now, kind of back to square one where Dylan was with this board advantage, but now 24 on base with lethal being presented.
Yeah. Looking through the discard pile, I think trying to see if his Anakin is turned on yet.
And is it? I'm not sure. It is obviously with the Luke now. The Luke was the first
Luke with the Luke. Yeah, I was gonna say with the Luke dead, it should be double on as well.
And here's the second Luke.
Second Luke to kill the Han leader.
Mm-hmm.
So trying to prevent something. I think they're at 8, so trying to prevent a crate coming down this turn. But I don't think he can beat a crate next turn either. He has 1 health left, so also Dylan can decide. Maybe he just wants to claim and attack in with Cassian. He's trying to think of what. Yeah, and I think he did just claim, and they're scooping it up. So it looks like Dylan did take it 2-1, realizing that there was nothing to interact for 1 resource. So
great set here. And we saw Dylan, right? We see in chat people talking about it, but Dylan's on a tear, right? Like regardless what happens to the rest of the tournament, he has been dominating this weekend, and Daniel had a really nice run here as well. I'm pretty sure Daniel's still alive. Like we see Tada telling us in chat, he needs to win next game to be able to get in, but really, really impressive game 3 here. We only saw game 2 and 3 in this set, but really, really fun stuff. And it's great to see a leader like Anakin really, at this point in the game.
Yeah, it looks like every X2 is guaranteed. So Dylan down to 9-2 means that his next round is just going to be a win and in for top 8. Or sorry, Daniel has a win and in for top 8. Dylan should be locked now, most likely locked for the number 1 seed. That could potentially come down to breakers if he goes 11-1, but generally speaking, he should be locked for number 1 seed. We'll have to see how that shakes out. And yeah, we alluded to it before. But from the Bot the Network, Beatle 2 is coming up soon. It's going to be next month in Atlanta at Cards HQ. Really awesome store. Same place that we had Beatle 1. All the big teams are going to be there. There's going to be awesome coverage where they let us use Wi-Fi. It's going to be great. And I'm really excited for that event. If you haven't already got your tickets, you can try. But you can also just tune in to the coverage, tune in to talk to your favorite content creators about what they're going to do. There. And Jordan, talk to us about the Colorado Cantina Crew and where they can find you guys doing stuff.
So you could find us in Atlanta next month as well. We're bringing 2 teams down. Last year we had 1. We're really excited to be back for the 2nd year in a row. And then on YouTube, you can find the Colorado Cantina Crew. We actually have a ton of stuff coming out this week. Kyle Craft and I just recorded a video talking about our Philly limited prep strategy and how we're really approaching it. That'll come out today or tomorrow night. And then later on, we have our regular podcast where we recap the meta, talk about this event particularly. Sharky was there on the ground, so we'll get some boots on the ground analysis there as well. And then when we get back from Philly, we'll be recapping it all. And I have a deck tech video coming out with your teammate Mickey D talking about Thrawn Data Vault sometime next week as well. So jam-packed week over on the Colorado Cantina Crew YouTube.
Yeah, and just for clarification, that last round was actually a draw. So time was called and then they drew.
Wow.
So Dylan is still locked for top 8, still likely the 1 seed. The difference is Daniel might be locked now as well, depending on how other draw bracket games go. If an X2-1 is going to be locked for top 8, I don't know for sure because I'd have to look through the melee and the standings to see. But I believe we have our next round pairings up, or they'll be up soon. So we're going to go to a super quick break and get in your next round casters. For the Boston Network, I'm Jeff Creasy here with Jordan from the Colorado Cantina Crew. Thanks for hanging out.
Welcome back to the Portland Sector Qualifier. We are about to have an exciting match here as we are getting ever so close to the top cut. I am tower number 9, and we are gonna see some more of Bobby Sapphire from KTOD here with his Palpatine yellow build.
And I'm co-casting. I'm Corwin from Late Night Gaming, and I believe he is up against Yako on Vader. And Yako, I know, is a also very active in the KTOD community player. He was a big Sabine player, switched over to a few other aggro decks back and forth, and has landed now on Vader as his aggro deck of choice. So this is a little bit of competition between players that know each other pretty well, I believe.
Yeah, this
Tower,
should
what do
be
you, what do you think of this
should be an
matchup?
exciting match. And I believe this is a win and in for these players at 9-2. Winning this one makes gets you into that top cut, I believe, and losing it gets you out.
Yeah, high stakes game in this last round. So I'm excited to see. Do you have thoughts on this matchup, Tower?
Well, I'm not 100% sure about it. I think, but I think what we're going to see is Vader is going to be the aggro, Palpatine is going to be the control, and the question is whether or not those aggressive space pushes from the Vader deck are going to be enough to get through Palpatine's defenses here.
Yeah, definitely. I'm teammates with a very big Palp player. Rando Mando is placed pretty highly at a number of tournaments, and he's been on Palpatine ever since set 1. I know he feels fairly comfortable in this matchup against the Vader, just knowing that the ping can kind of clear all of those 1 health TIE fighters or the other openers that Vader's frequently run. But it can be close and draw dependent. If that Vader can just swarm fast enough, it's hard for the Palpatine to slow everything down. So I think it's going to be pretty dependent on this early game, in my opinion, of can the Palpatine kind of find those early game cards that allow him to keep pinging off the Vader units, or does Vader get enough damage in early on?
Yeah, I think that there's a cunning Palpatine player in my area who's actually been playing it since set 1, and he's been very successful at a bunch of the local events and so on. And when I've been playing aggro, I've typically felt pretty favored against that. But the big caveat is when I'm playing aggro, it's usually going to be a Sabine deck. And Sabine is much less vulnerable to pings than Vader because, like you said, there are so many 1 HP units for Vader that Palpatine's ability can really pick off.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, I think that the evolution of this Palpatine deck has been very interesting because you bring up other aggro matchups and things like Sabine, where Palpatine used to just be almost like an auto fold in those matchups. But this Palp Cunning deck now actually has a lot of extra legs with things like the Legacy run and kind of cycling out Bazine McClunkies frequently. Can really slow down some of those aggro decks to buy enough time to get those late game plays in and stabilize the board, and of course constantly healing up with the Salacious Crumbs. That card
good
is
old
so annoying.
Salacious Crumb. What an annoying card. They really nailed the design on that because he's supposed to be this little annoying guy in the lore, and he's this little annoying guy in the game.
Yeah, and I think I saw one in Bobby's hand. Yep, and there it is.
Yeah, there he is.
Right away.
Now,
this card, I almost I think at the last tournament I played a Palp Yellow and I just open fired it turn 2 because I didn't want it constantly healing up. So
now this is a nice start here for Matthew with the 2 Y-wings here. Yeah, those are going to be a lot more vulnerable or a lot more resilient to those pings than some of the other 1-drop units that the Vader deck tends to run.
Yeah, Bobby still chose to sack his Crumb to do the 1 damage, though, which is an interesting choice, in my opinion. I think you do want to be taking full advantage of that Palp ability, but it does feel a little bad to me to do it on the Crumb that could be healing you over time.
Yeah, interesting point.
The Crumb also gets to, well, it only gets to ping a ground unit, so I guess its bounce ability is a lot less valuable in against this matchup. All right, the Palp is getting his ramp. That's the other kind of key to succeeding in these matchups, is having 1 or even 2 of your ramp cards really makes the big difference.
Yeah, and this is one of the advantages that Palpatine in particular has compared to some of the other ramp decks that have existed in the game. Palpatine's leader ability allows you to kill your own super laser technician even if the opponent denies you any ground targets. So back in the day, you would see these situations where people would be playing Boba Green, and super laser tech could just end up stranded on the ground if the opponent was playing space, but Palpatine's ability makes up for that.
Definitely, yeah. I've felt that myself. I play, Boba Data Vault, and I actually just cut the super laser text because too frequently, even though you can kill it again with your own leader ability, I I moved them to the sideboard for resupplies. But so I think we have. Is that the 2-1 tie? It's hard to see on our stream. I guess not, because he would have probably killed it there.
I think it's just a basic 1/1 TIE Fighter token from Vader's ability. I think his play was that Defender.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that's the Galactic Championship token ties, which I have a pack of them. I still haven't opened my own, so.
Yeah, I think I might have those around here somewhere myself. It looks like we're having a camera issue here. Hopefully that'll be resolved shortly. Whoa.
There's
there we go.
Yeah.
Bazine
with double waylay.
2 waylays and a lurking TIE Phantom.
Yeah, I think you Bazine out the lurking tie, I would assume. That card can be really hard for these control decks to deal with. Yep, and that's what seems to have happened. Again, we're a little frozen, but...
Yeah. Lurking TIE Phantom is a very annoying card for control. Like you said, Corwin, I think it can be a big problem for people.
I think we're back almost live. Maybe it's stuttering again. Yeah, we're getting it in and out, but it looks like right now we're just going through all the attacks. We do still have
the Lost Cat from Bobby Sapphire. That's a card that can be really annoying.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. I haven't seen that played in this as frequently, yeah, because it's limited to ground units. And nice, yeah, we got it pulled up for everybody on the stream who might not have seen this card played very frequently, but it can exhaust units when played and defeated, but only a fellow ground unit.
Yeah, so I think this is more likely going to just be sacrifice fodder unless, yeah, and it looks like Bobby is, in fact, going to sacrifice it here.
He's probably slowly working out that 7th fleet, I would think. Although, again, we're a little frozen on mine. This is the start that Vader needs. Though it looks like he's got quite a bit of damage up, a pretty big board. That's really where the Palpatine yellow starts struggling. Like we talked about, they have tools in McClunky, and of course its leader ability to ping off units one at a time. But if you do manage to get a board wide enough, like this Vader has, that ping doesn't keep up with the damage that starts getting pushed to you. Even though a couple of these units are 3/2s with the Geonosis Patrol Fighter and the 7th Fleet Defender, it takes too many turns to clear that off, and they get at least 2 attacks in frequently.
Yeah, I think actually the Lothcat might have been bounced by that Geonosis Patrol Fighter, thinking about it again. Sorry for the internet issues here. And it looks like Bobby Sapphire is maybe going to make a big play. 6 resources being exhausted.
A change of heart.
Change of heart.
Ooh.
Change of heart on a
7th
Fleet Defender. Yeah. Not the spiciest ever, but it is going to be a setback for the Vader aggression here.
Yeah, he'll be able to kill off one of these other, probably the Geonosis Patrol Fighter, I'd think, unless that swings right now. Then he might go for the 1/3.
Yeah, the awkward part is that he doesn't have a resource available to sacrifice it. One of the strengths of Change of Heart is your ability to capture a unit and then sacrifice after attacking. In this case, he's going to opt for just crashing into the other 3/2 on the opponent's side of the board. So he does still get the defender off the board, but he doesn't necessarily get the maximum value you can get from that play in some situations.
Yeah, definitely. It made it easy for his opponent to know to swing in with that Geonosis and get the value before it died.
Right.
We're almost at half health on Palpatine. Even with the ramp, he's still a little bit off from being able to play some of the big units. We could get a legacy run to help clear this board. We need to do something before this Vader flips onto one of these units.
Yeah, and it is now time that Vader can hit the field. Now, it wasn't the best turn ever for Vader. We do see an Elite P-38 Starfighter coming out, pinging Bazine Natal, and there was another TIE Fighter token created with Vader's ability, but there were still 2 resources unused that turn, which isn't really optimal when you're trying to put all the pressure on.
Definitely. I think he might be... he could either be holding something back for this turn, expecting a big play from Palpatine to try and shut down the Vader, and wants to make sure that he has something to play out.
We know he had those waylays. Those could be waiting as a counter for a legacy run.
Oh, very true. Yeah, and Bobby knows that as well, so that might be playing into his decision making.
Single resource here for Bobby. Is he going to sacrifice Bazine?
He's looking at his hand. I think he might be playing something else out, but
if he sacrifices Bazine, that does also guarantee that he will not be able to do like a legacy run sacrifice play, but maybe he's giving up on that line. Yeah, it is going to be a Palpatine. Maybe not. He's thinking it over.
I think it's a very tough spot for Bobby, actually, because of those waylays that we called out. The fact that he knows they're there. Normally, if you have the legacy run, I think this is a time that you just slam it. Oh, he revealed an outmaneuver. Interesting.
ISB agent. And he does have the legacy run in hand. So then we're going to see the ISB agent pinging away a standard TIE fighter. And Elite P-38 swings in for 3.
I wonder, though, if that means Bobby doesn't have any other events in hand, because you would think if he has something, I would almost want to show any other event other than outmaneuver in this case, so that you could bait the Vader flip and then outmaneuver it.
That's an interesting point. We're seeing some more swings here. The scroll with the standings has been updated for round 11, so we are seeing the current top 24 up there at the top. In the meantime, Vader's armada of little ships is swinging and swinging. Each attack isn't for that much damage, but they're adding up. There's only 11 hit points left on Bobby Sapphire's base, and he is one
Vader
turn
could be
away
more than half of it. Yeah. Vader deploying on this ship could bring him into one action lethal after this turn. So I think this is really the interesting part of this back and forth gameplay that Star Wars Unlimited has, as opposed to some other games where one player takes all their turn, is everybody is trying to hold on to their resources and their leader flip as long as possible in order to be able to counter what the other player is doing. Oh, and
in chat, Tata says that Bobby does not play outmaneuver, and it was actually a sneak.
Oh, a sneak. Oh,
but
okay.
Here
Thanks,
we
Tata.
see a no good to me dead being used to exhaust Vader when he deploys to the ground arena. However, we still have a lot of resources left for our Vader player. Let's see what's happening here. Looks like he was going to make a play, but holds it back and decides to just take a basic swing. 20 damage now on that base from the Y-Wing. 4 resources up for Bobby. Still hasn't used Palpatine's ability. 6 resources up for our Vader player, Matthew. What are you thinking here? What is the core factor that's going to decide this game?
I mean, yeah, Bobby has to do something about this space arena, and knowing that the waylay is there in hand makes it really tough. And the fact that it's not even just one
sneak attack legacy run, and there's the waylay.
Yep.
Sneak attacking that legacy run could have been huge if it got to go off, but Matthew had the waylay waiting. One big question is, did he keep both those waylays in his hand or just one? We know he had 2 earlier.
Yeah, I'm afraid it might be almost too late at this point, though. Say he doesn't have that second one. If Bobby plays it now without the sneak attack, he has to use his leader ability. And we're still leaving some damage up on the board, I believe.
Yeah, so we're sorry for the delay here with the camera. We're seeing Palpatine flip, stealing the damaged Y-Wing. And meanwhile, the ships are just increasing pressure. We're up to 24 damage on Bobby Sapphire's base here. It's probably going to be 25 soon.
And we see Bobby is trading into the Vader to deal with the ground, which the Vader was no good to me dead, so it doesn't get to swing now, but is important to deal with before next round, because that represents lethal.
Yeah, it looks like those small ground units are crashing into Vader here, setting him up to be removed by Palpatine. Both players still holding all their resources. Here comes a play. What is it?
I'm interested to see. Is that Victor Leader?
Yeah, it's a fancy treatment there for a Victor Leader, one of the linchpin cards in this Vader yellow deck, but not going to provide any stat boost that is immediately relevant this turn because all the space units have exhausted. Now, we might be seeing that question: Does Bobby Sapphire have the ability to play Legacy Run and have it actually land, or is Matthew going to have a counter? Because he could still play it and then swing with Palp to clear Vader, detonate Legacy Run to deal a bunch of damage to that space arena. However, it wouldn't actually be enough to clear the arena completely. He could kill both Victor Leader and the Elite P-38, though.
Yeah, I think that's the play if we can. And I also think Bobby's in a good position where he has the resource advantage, so he can delay with small cards like this ISB and still maintain the option of playing that Legacy Run.
There's the Legacy Run. Does Matthew have the counter?
I feel like you would immediately play that second Waylay if you still had it.
Yeah. It's looking to me like he might
he
not.
taps 3.
There's something. No,
there
he does. There's the Waylay.
Interesting. What was he thinking about that would potentially be better?
He might have had like another unit he could play, and he was trying to figure out if that would give him a win even through Legacy Run. Not entirely sure. But I do think we're going to see Palpatine clear Vader here, sacrifice one of these units to ping off the TIE token, maybe?
Yeah, even that, though, we've got...
Oh, wait, it wouldn't actually kill it with Victor Leader. So he does the damage to Victor Leader instead. Bobby Sapphire now really in huge trouble. So
I'm trying to think what gets him out of this. How many resources is he going to have on this turn? 9? It's not enough for Big Devastator, which is sort of how you close out.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Arena. That Elite P-38 Starfighter is currently swinging for 4 damage. So that leaves Bobby Sapphire on 1 HP, and it would mean that he would have to clear Victor Leader, the TIE token, and the A-Wing with his next action. Can he do it? There's the attack, 1 HP. What does Bobby Sapphire have?
Yeah, it seems like Devastator, but does he actually have 10 resources? I am counting 9, but...
I think he's on 9 resources. The last turn was the Palpatine flip, so Devastator would not work, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's in this deck that can...
Something big, 8 resources.
Oh,
hey, Reinforcement Walker. It'll buy him a little time, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, we still have
with
3
Victor Leader on the board. Both those small ships are swinging for 2, not 1. 2 more damage.
And
Bobby starts picking up the cards. Win for Vader.
Those Waylays were so important. I think without both of those Waylays, we would have gotten almost a board clear, if not a full board clear on that first attempt with the sneak attack.
I think it's an interesting situation here where, before the game started, we were talking about how the Vader deck is vulnerable to ping damage and the Legacy Run has been a big improvement versus aggro. But in this match, Matthew was able to start us off with 2 units that don't die easily to ping damage, and he had a great counter to the Legacy Run with those Waylays. So
exactly. I think that was the story of this overall. We talked about how the Palp ability is pretty helpful against Vader, but we actually didn't see it kill anything. I think it put its damage in the shield of the 7th Fleet Defender, which it ended up change of hearting anyway. It put a number of pings of damage into one of the 1-3s, but then it ended up just stealing it. So I don't think that the palpability actually managed to kill anything in this game, which is really a testament to how well Yako played.
He might have pinged off a tie token at one point, but it certainly wasn't pinging off those early ships. Like, what you really want to see as Palpatine is the opponent, maybe the opponent leads with a 2-1 and it's their only play, and you play a 1 cost and ping them off, and now you're in a great spot.
Either that, or if they lead with the 1-3s, you want like a Bazine McClunky setup. So you can take out any of the big threats that Vader has while also killing those 1-3s.
If you have an ISB agent as Palpatine, you can actually kill 2-2-1. The double 1-drop start. You can kill both of them, one with ISB agent's ability and one with Palpatine's ability.
Yeah. That 2-1-3 ship is really the ideal case for Vader here.
Now, if Matthew were playing a Sabine deck, we could have the double Cartel Turncoat start, which is even nastier, but not really an option for villainy builds.
Who's playing Yellow Sabine? Yako's name isn't Rebel Resources. That's the Yellow Sabine player still.
Hey, I've been playing some Cunning Sabine myself, those Cartel Turncoats are nasty.
They're good.
Yeah, back in the day, I was playing double red Sabine, but I'm actually going to have a video coming out about this soon, but I think that the double aspect builds have fallen a little short recently. Now, to be fair, double cunning was good until DJ got banned, but it's interesting. There's some discussion I think about like what the value of not having an aspect is or should be, and I'm going to be curious to see what the path ahead looks like for double aspect decks post rotation.
Yeah, well, now we got the DJ leader spoiler, which is going to be very interesting to see how that plays out, because now you don't need to make the sacrifice in the same way. You're instead sacrificing a heroic or villain aspect.
I think that's almost a bigger sacrifice, though. I don't know if you have like double yellow plus green or something. Like, I don't know. Double yellow plus heroism sounds probably better than double yellow plus green, but we'll have to see. I haven't been deck building with that new DJ yet, and it's possible someone's gonna concoct something really powerful with it.
We've tried it. I think the interesting thing about it is that it's coming out in one of the last sets before rotation, so it might be playable on release, and then might go back to being unplayable whenever enough sets rotate that you don't have the neutral cards.
Boy, that would be a bit of an irony, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think that's the challenge with this rotation schedule, where we're rotating out a whole year of cards at the same time. You lose a lot all in one big go.
Yeah, I think it's a really curious thing what the game is going to look like post rotation, and I'm excited to see it.
Definitely, yeah. I think some of those pilot leaders, assuming we're not getting some of the reprints that have been staples, I think some of the pilot leaders look to be quite strong still. JTL is going to be like a big influence on the meta post rotation, in my opinion. But
yeah,
we'll see.
I think that's a very very fair point.
I see someone in the comments asking, yes, this is the last round of Swiss. This game is a win and in for both of these players. So it's high stakes here. Yako took game one. Bobby Sapphire has been running really hot on all of the games that I've seen of him on stream. So we'll see if he can pull back with games 2 and 3. Like we talked about before, I think a lot of it comes down to this opener of what do they get in their turn 1 plays. So we'll hope that Bobby has a bit of a stronger ability to deal with that opening from Yako.
Yeah, on the other hand, I do think that was an abnormally good opening for Vader, but this one's almost pretty good itself. It's not double 1-3, but a 1-3 and a 1-2 is still going to be quite resilient to that ping damage. And Bobby with Aura Singh, not necessarily the hypest card against a space-based aggressive strategy.
Yeah, It has the ability to race if Yako doesn't put out big cards, but I think that's not what we're expecting to see from
that's
Vader
a big
Yellow.
if. This Vader deck is generally speaking a lot faster than Palpatine. Like not even close.
Definitely. Right, and it sounds like we're getting information that we do have some of our top cut already settled. It looks like Justin Desai, Alex Blandon, both from KTOD are in the top cut. And who are the other ones, Tower? Do you have that? Oh, Dylan. Yeah, Dylan, of course, was undefeated. Yeah.
Troy Yamaguchi have all made the top cut, but there's still several spots yet to be decided. And here in this game, what we're going to see is an Elite P-38 Starfighter taking the field for Bobby Sapphire, pinging the Mining Guild tie, but unfortunately for Bobby, it's immediately captured by the Sanctioner Shuttle.
Well, that is an annoying card. I will be ready to see that one disappear in rotation.
I like Sanctioner Shuttle, man. I think Sanctioner Shuttle is a cool card because
I think it's a good card.
It's been a card that has got very strong results despite using two different mechanics that were kind of panned when they came out. And it's a coordinate card and a capture card, but it's still found a place in the meta.
Very true. I think it's a great card. It's one that I do not like playing against, though.
Yeah, I mean, it can be extremely annoying. However, Bobby Sapphire able to take out that annoying Sanctioner Shuttle, getting it off the field with an ambush. And while the ambush ship, the Eager Escort Fighter there, is itself destroyed, that is going to put the the Elite P-38 back on the field.
I think this is overall definitely a much stronger start for Bobby, and that's what we were hoping to see. Especially with as things are right now, nothing that the Vader has can clear this Elite P-38 in one swing. So it could clear out two of Vader's units, which is really big, and then maybe even with the ping clear out another tie. So
yeah, I think the Elite P-38 Starfighter is a very solid card, and it's one that I think is really going to be relevant to this game, because in the previous game, Bobby Sapphire wasn't really able to put almost any resistance up in the space arena. He was just kind of damaging things in there and messing with them through other effects. But the space arena is where the Vader deck wants to shine, and having stuff to contest him there directly is effective. Oh, but here we see the Clone Combat Squadron, one of the top decks, or one of the top cards for this Vader build.
Yeah, this is definitely a deal with immediately type card, because if you let this get out of hand, the game can end in just one or two swings of it. So
yeah, so the Clone Combat Squadron is a 3/3 that gets +1/+1 for each other friendly space unit. That means that currently, without a huge board on Jacob's side, or on Jacob's, Jacob? How do you pronounce that? I'm
Yako,
sorry.
Yeah.
Yako.
His nickname is just Yako, yeah.
Side, we have a 6/6 Clone Combat Squadron there. And that is just such an obstacle for Bobby Sapphire to deal with. Now, to be fair, if he removes the smaller ships, that is going to debuff the Combat Squadron. But
oh, we just saw an
electromagnetic pulse from Bobby Sapphire. That is a almost certainly a sideboard card. This is a card that I actually ran in Sabine Yellow during the Django meta. 1 cost event, deal 2 damage to a droid or vehicle unit and exhaust it. That is just what Bobby Sapphire needs to get that Clone Combat Squadron to be unable to attack this turn. The damage there is also going to help if Bobby can start chipping away at the other space units and debuff that Clone Combat Squadron stats.
He has a couple ways actually to deal with this now. He could just run the P-38 into it and kill it with its when defeated. If he wants to try playing a little greedier, he could take out the other 1/3 and well, now it's starting to get a little big. So
I think it would be, if he had the opportunity to do it, which he doesn't, I think it would be ideal to crash the P-38 into it and then use the ping damage not on the Clone Combat Squadron, but to remove one of the TIE tokens.
Exactly.
Which would then itself debuff the Combat Squadron. But now there's 4 units, so that's actually a 7/7. It has 5 total HP remaining. So Bobby Sapphire's off by 1 there.
It's like, yeah. Bobby
P-38's going to take a swing at something. The question is, what unit is Bobby Sapphire going to target? Removing the Y-Wing there seems good because it will prevent a Vader trigger this turn unless we see an ambush ship of some type.
Exactly. And now we're getting back into that area where the P-38 can deal with things a little easier because it can clear off one of the ships with an attack and clear one of the TIEs with a ping. And so we have the ability to debuff that Clone Combat Squadron a little bit more, but unfortunately that's still not enough unless he runs it into the Clone Combat Squadron.
Oh, this is a little interesting. This is not what I was expecting, but it looks like that TIE Fighter token is going to clear the Elite P-38 Starfighter, the when defeated ability then used to remove the other TIE Fighter. So now we're seeing the Clone Combat Squadron drop all the way down to mere mortal levels of being a 4/4, joined by just the droid Starfighter there.
I think that was a smart choice, though, because of what I was just saying, that it doesn't have an easy way to clear that Clone Combat without attacking into it, and now
so he's saving that 3 damage swing essentially.
Exactly. All right, we got a resupply
from Bobby Sapphire,
and another 1/3 Y-Wing.
Hey, and there's that annoying Salacious Crumb we were discussing early in the previous game. That's going to give Bobby Sapphire some healing, and looks like once again, our Vader player not able to make maximum use of resources on that 5 resource turn, going in to take the initiative with 3 resources left unspent. Not what you want when you're trying to put the pressure on.
Yeah, it could be that he just valued the initiative to get this Clone Combat swing in, and it looks like that is what he's doing right away. It is going to be a nice
chunk of damage, 5 damage swing from the Clone Combat Squadron.
And then we have another pretty important decision coming up for the Vader player that I think a lot of new Vaders might not play correctly, which is when you deploy to space and when you deploy to ground. And the temptation, especially when you have a Clone Combat Squadron out, is just to auto-deploy as a pilot, because you get those 2 more TIE Fighters and buff your Clone Combat Squadron. But we know that Bobby's running cards like the No Good to Me Dead, which could just neutralize your leader flip plus one of your spaceships, especially if you were to go the ultra greedy route and flip onto the Clone Combat Squadron, which is something I see very common among new Vader players.
A lot of eggs in one basket with that play.
Yep.
And another factor to consider is that post sideboard, you're also running up against a risk of upgrade removal, which can be pretty definitely against pilot leaders.
Yeah, we saw the confiscate in the round 11 match, I believe, that Bobby played, removing a lightsaber off of Talzin. So we know he has it available to him. And that
now, did he actually cite it in here? I'm not sure, but it's definitely at least something to consider and be a little wary of.
I would bet he did. There's certainly
the only pilot leader that does not really have these concerns is Pilot Luke, who's immune to normal upgrade removal, but even he has to worry about a potential bamboozle.
What a card that is! Another one that I won't be too sad to see
that was a good ruling for them to make. But it is what it is. Bamboozle's going to rotate out soon. We'll see what happens. One interesting thing is that I think pilot leaders are going to be a lot less vulnerable to upgrade removal once rotation hits, because so many of the new upgrade removal cards that we've seen are constrained in a way that makes them not work on unique upgrades.
Yeah, either not work on unique upgrades or not work on leader upgrades, I believe or leader units. I think there's one. I'm forgetting the name now. But
it looks like here we're going to see another droid starfighter taking the field, and now Bobby Sapphire is sacrificing Salacious Crumb after replaying him for a heal to destroy the damaged droid starfighter there. 2 resources up. Yeah, that's still enough for a no good to me dead or a confiscate here.
This Clone Combat Squadron is still sticking on the board and starting to get out of hand, though, which is scary for
the
Palpatine.
Stat marker on there is slightly wrong. It currently has +3/+3, not +4/+4, because that Droid Starfighter was just removed. But it is swinging for 6. 6 is a big number.
Again,
however, I
this was the turn
it has re-entered Elite P-38 range if we don't see another space unit, because the Elite P-38 could attack into the Clone Combat Squadron, putting it up to 5 damage, and then use the 1 damage when defeated to clear the TIE token, lowering the buff.
Exactly.
Oh, but there's another ship, and it's a very relevant one. Geonosis Patrol Fighter hits the board, bouncing the Elite P-38 Starfighter back to Bobby Sapphire's hand.
Right, now this is an interesting position for Bobby, because he has the no good to me dead resources up, but he needs to do something here. Okay, and he no good to me dead.
Preemptive no good to me dead denies Vader the ability to flip onto a ready ship, but Vader does flip onto the Clone Combat Squadron. This is that big play we were discussing earlier. I'm a little surprised that he went for this, to be honest with you. Under these circumstances, I might have just gone to the ground and taken my free hit, but we'll see how this goes. Does Bobby have another counter?
I think it's smart to do this Clone Combat Squadron play in this scenario. Right now, he's probably feeling that he's kind of behind and getting to high resources. Last match in game 1, the game was almost over at this point. I think Bobby's base was up to like 19.
I did just realize another factor, which is that with Vader on the Clone Combat Squadron, Palpatine can't steal it. Otherwise, Palpatine could flip. But there's the confiscate. Vader is defeated, but that does mean
he gets
the Clone Combat Squadron can now get stolen, but that will take another action, and that means it gets to swing for big damage here before.
And the other thing is, if Palpatine steals it, Palp doesn't have the ships to support it, and so it shrinks and can just be taken back out with one of the TIEs. That's
a good point. If Palpatine steals that, it becomes a measly 3/3. So you know what? I was wrong, guys. I think that was a great play for our Vader player. I did not realize the full implications of this board. Elite P-38 pings off one of the TIE fighters. Geonosis Patrol Fighter chips 3 more damage on to Palpatine's base. Elite P-38 sacrificed to kill both TIE fighters, one with the when defeated and one with Palpatine's damage.
Exactly. It's getting into scary range still, though. I think we're going to steal. Yeah, he's almost certainly going to steal it just to stop this damage from continuing to come in, but
there's
it loses those counters.
Now that only has 1. Oh, and there's an Elite P-38 Starfighter on Vader's side of the board. The ping damage removing that Clone Combat Squadron. And it's funny. That's an interesting scenario here for a Palpatine player where their best unit becomes much worse once it hits your side of the board.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And Shad is pointing out there was an error here. That Y-Wing should not have readied this turn because it was hit by no good to me dead. And so probably that should have been an attack with this droid starfighter instead.
Yeah, we should be 1 damage lower. I hope that doesn't end up mattering in this game, but
yeah, it's an odd one. We did have a camera thing. I'm not sure if that was corrected. No, it wasn't no good to me dead on the previous round. I remember the no good to me dead was played as Bobby Sapphire's last play to prevent the Vader from potentially flipping onto the Y-Wing and swinging in space. The electromagnetic pulse was played earlier on Combat Squadron. It was no good to me dead on the Y-Wing.
They might be discussing something.
The players are discussing something.
Nice. We got word of another likely person to have made top cut. And that's Alex, who's playing a Han 2 Blue, one of my own teammates. So I'm excited to see somebody from Late Night Gaming in the top 8.
Which Alex is that?
Alex Krez.
Cool.
Yep.
Nice. And is he doing you said Han 2 Blue, is that right?
Yes. Yep. He's been grinding it like crazy. Yeah. Before,
it's a deck
Galactics,
that's been it's a deck that's been really one of the more prominent decks in this meta. Yeah, I think that even post Force Throw ban, Hantu Blue is still a relevant build.
Yeah, definitely. Right.
Okay, and we do have a judge call maybe pertaining to that Y-Wing situation. Not exactly sure. We're going to cut away for a moment, and we'll hopefully have the resolution to that scenario and the conclusion of this match coming in soon. Bobby Sapphire here, the Palpatine player, trying to defend his position. If he can win this game and take it to game 3, he still has a chance to make the top cut. But if he's overwhelmed by this Vader aggression, he will not make it. All right, we're coming back.
I don't see the damage. The damage wasn't removed from the base, so I'm not sure if it was a call about that Y-Wing or something else.
I'm not entirely sure. It's also possible that it was on the Y-Wing, but they ruled too much stuff had happened and they were going to just leave it and not do a rollback. I don't really know. But it does look like we're still at 23 damage on Bobby Sapphire's base, just 7 HP to go.
Yeah, this is a scary position, but we're
I
now
think they're maybe
at
still
resources.
discussing it, actually. Okay, so now we're 22, but the droid starfighter is readied. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. One way or another, it looks like Bobby Sapphire has managed to at least partially stabilize this situation. There are not so many units left on the board here for our Vader player, but there are also not so many hit points left on Bobby Sapphire's base. We're
at a high enough resource total that Palpatine's starting to hit some of those really big stabilization cards with the ability to play reinforcement walkers. It looks like they're still rewinding, actually.
Yeah, not entirely sure. I think we are still...
Oh, we're going back to... Okay, this is a major rewind, it looks like. That P-38... Was that the one that took out 2 TIE tokens, though?
Yeah, I thought that was damaged and had crashed into a TIE and killed the other TIE. I don't entirely know what's going on here, to be honest with you, but yeah. All right, we're gonna cut away for a bit again. I'm sorry, guys. Hopefully they'll have that resolved soon, one way or another. I believe we are at the 8 resource turn there for Bobby Sapphire, which does mean that in 2 turns we could potentially see Devastator landing, which is kind of the big one in terms of locking down that space arena.
Yeah, that's definitely a game closer in this matchup. Other big cards, Reinforcement Walker can buy the time needed to get there, and we're already going to be at that resource count. And of course, the Legacy run that we saw hit the table twice last game, but couldn't actually fire off its one defeated. We are in the range that could fully clear Yako's board again, assuming that this rewind doesn't undo too much of that back and forth.
I see.
All right, it looks like we are resuming, so we're getting this camera feed back up.
All right.
Okay, so yeah, the Y-Wing is still tapped.
22 HP. We're discussing it. It looks like an eager escort fighter in the Vader player.
The Vader, not the Vader. The Palp player Bobby did have this in his discard pile earlier. So
I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this game, guys. I'm sorry, but hopefully they'll. Yeah, well, looks like they're still discussing it. We're going to the point breakdown here. So this is the amount of qualifying points that you can get from this event, and it is in the SQ category for Sector Qualifier. So simply by making the top 8 of this event, you'll win the 100 qualifying points that you need to advance in and qualify for the Galactic Championship in Las Vegas next year. And additionally, even if you don't make that top 8, you're going to get a fair chunk of points for top 16, top 32, or even top 64. And the people who do better than top 8 will get bonus points towards that leaderboard score.
Yeah, and that leaderboard score, it may seem not as important since you need 100 points just to get to Galactics, but there is the added bonus of the top 32 players on the leaderboard get their flights and hotel paid for by FFG. So it is something to chase, which is applicable in this match that we're watching right now. Bobby Sapphire has already won a PQ, so he has his 100 needed to qualify for Galactics. So this for him is kind of just added gravy, hoping to get that leaderboard position. I'm not sure about Yako, but I know that last weekend, Alex Krez, the Han Blue player that we were talking about, also won a PQ. So I think there are a few people with their top 8 or their 100 points already in the top 8. So yeah, and now it looks like we've got the standings for other tables on Melee here. We see Dylan at the top. We watched his game last round, although it does look like he lost the last match, but it was all right. He was guaranteed in since he had been undefeated.
I believe it's good to Troy because it was in there pretty early.
Okay, it was just a scoop then. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we've got table 2. It was that an Anakin against a Thrawn data vault. That's definitely could be a grindy game. We'll see how that one goes. What else do we have? We know Justin Desai, also a KTOD member. It looks like he actually played against Alex, so a teammate. And yeah, that's both of them should be in. And yeah, now we're table 4 is what we're watching right now. We see a Cad Bane against a Han 1 Tarkentown. That's an interesting. Oh, Han Pilot. Oh, never tell me the odds.
Yeah, that's odd numbers Han there.
That is.
Odd numbers Han is honestly a really cool deck in my opinion.
It is. It can be scary. It's fast. Yeah, we have been focusing a lot on these off-meta decks, at least lately. So good to see something.
We are in a pretty interesting meta, to be honest with you, though. I mean, I think there's some debate over whether or not the forced throw ban has been good or bad for the meta as a whole, but we are seeing a fair amount of variety in the decks here.
Yeah, definitely. I think forced throw meta. Okay, yeah, we did fully rewind a turn here. This is better. This is what I was expecting once they started kind of pulling back everything.
Okay, so they seem to have rewound the entire turn.
Yeah,
they're at the end of the previous turn. Wait, yeah.
Well, this is where.
This is the start of the turn. This is just after the confiscate was played to remove Vader.
Yep,
and the Clone Combat Squadron's wing.
Yep.
Pancake says, just hopped on. What's going on? We are just finishing a complicated judge call and returning to gameplay. This is that trade with the Elite P-38 Starfighter, getting rid of both of those TIE tokens. And now, so now they have rewound it correctly. The Y-Wing is still exhausted, so it's the droid Starfighter that swings in. Palpatine steals the Clone Combat Squadron. Elite P-38 comes out on Vader's side of the board to kill it.
Right. Yeah, it looks like we're running it back exactly as was happening, at least. So that's great.
Bobby Sapphire brings out his Elite P-38 Starfighter, pinging the Geonosis Patrol Fighter, and now we're seeing that eager escort fighter, and the question is he going to resolve ambush here? I think he presumably is.
He is, but it might not be. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So he resolves the ambush, then we see the ping go off, but by doing this, he denies Palpatine the unit to sacrifice for his abilities, so that's going to prevent Bobby Sapphire from drawing a card and doing an additional point of damage.
And yeah, shout out. We've got almost 800 people watching with us right now, even through that long judge call. So thanks everyone for sticking around. I know we've had some issues with the convention center's internet and that long judge call, but glad to have everybody on board for some very exciting Star Wars Unlimited matches.
Tata in chat reports that Alex Blandon, who had previously been announced as making the top 8, is actually not in, having lost to Justin, and that Justin is in instead.
Oh yeah, that's my bad. I thought he was X1 before this, but it looks like Tata is saying he's now X3. So my bad on that call.
All right. Well, Palpatine has still yet to swing here, but doesn't have anything to sacrifice against a board of entirely units in the space arena. And I think it's very conceivable here that the initiative will be taken instead of a swing.
Yeah. I think we saw a reinforcement walker in his hand as well. I'm not sure
try to
enough,
get that going, get the healing going, try and get out of range. Oh, but it's going to be a change of heart on the Elite Pre-38, only to have it captured. That is huge. Painful. I believe, I am not entirely sure, but I believe units that get out of being captured go to their owner.
They do,
which I think means
that is correct.
If this Sanctioner shuttle dies, the Elite P-38 will return to Vader's side of the board.
Exactly. That's been one of the big techs that Vader's been using for the stolen AT hauler as well. If your opponent plays out of your discard, you just capture it and get it back later. That is
Bazine
very
Natal
painful
is the hand, and the hand is only another Sanctioner shuttle. And it does look like Bobby opted to discard the Sanctioner shuttle there. Palpatine swings, sacrifices Bazine, 1 damage on the Y-Wing.
It's an interesting choice to put on the Y-Wing and not the Sanctioner shuttle, though. Alright, and we are going to start putting a timer up
24 damage on Bobby Sapphire's base, and looks like the card that was drawn instead of the Sanctioner shuttle was a Mining Guild tie, which is going to hit the field. Bobby Sapphire is now reaching that 10 resource point where we could see the Devastator hit the board.
And that might be a reason why he put the damage on the Y-Wing instead of the Sanctioner shuttle, knowing that he's going to take care of the Sanctioner shuttle right away. But we'll see what comes down.
Now, one funny fact here is that I believe that droid Starfighter has Saboteur and can attack past Devastator, but we're not in range. However, it's going to be a sneak attack legacy run, maybe? No, it's a sneak attack for the reinforcement walker. This allows him to trigger it twice in this turn. So the when played is going to go off, and he discards a legacy run to heal. And now that reinforcement walker, if it gets a chance to attack as well, is going to do another heal. So this is going to buy Bobby Sapphire more time, assuming that there isn't some answer.
I know some Vaders are playing, or almost all of them would be playing No Good To Me Dead, but he might have pulled it out.
No Good To Me Dead would be nice here. One of those waylays that we saw from that first game would be very nice here. But I don't know. I'm not sure that he has an he's adding up his math. He's trying to figure out if he's going to have lethal. He's got something. It's Waylay. Waylay did very well for him in the first game, and it's proving to have some real value here as well. Denying that attack from the reinforcement walker that would allow Bobby Sapphire a second heal.
That's kind of the immediate counter to this sneak attack, and we've seen it in both games. It's basically now just a wasted card, that sneak attack, instead of just playing the unit. So we are going to see a Palp swing.
Sacrifices Aura Sting, puts another damage on that Y-Wing. Y-Wing swings in for another point of damage here. 7 HP left on Bobby Sapphire's base. 6 HP left. I think he's taken the initiative. 4 HP left. If there's a surprise strike, this is game. TIE Fighter created. Doesn't look like a surprise strike. Just a swing from that TIE.
Oof. It's, again,
3 resources left. What's going to be played here? He's got to have something, or else he should have used it could just be a mistake, I suppose. But if he does that, Mining Guild TIE's ability to draw a card here.
He might just be trying to push that extra damage because, like you pointed out, the droid Starfighter does have Saboteur. It could push through an eventual Devastator. So if he
The
can
problem
start
is
getting
with
it
the
close-
Devastator's when played ability, it could be used to just remove the droid starfighter.
Definitely, it could. I think, yeah, that's a tempting target, as is the Sanctioner Shuttle, which I think still has.
There's
his
the other
captured.
card. It's the TIE Defender. So very powerful space arena
Definitely,
here for our Vader player. Palpatine uncontested in the ground arena, but it's space where the real threat is. Let's see what happens.
This is a bit unfortunate. I feel like Bobby hasn't quite drawn the cards he needs in the order this round. He had a really
He's only
good
got
start.
3 HP left. If he can't do something that will stop that defender, this is game. All right. What is going to happen this turn? Bobby contemplating something. He
He's
needs
thinking.
to hold off this attack, or this is going to be a Vader win.
And we have
Can he
options
do
for one attack. He's tapping it all. That
Something
looks
big.
Devastator.
It's Devastator.
Yep.
Devastator comes into play. The when played ability destroys the droid starfighter.
All right, this is what we were talking about. This can be a game closer, but the board is big enough at this point that he might be able to push through it. He only needs 3 more damage, which could be done. Is
there another copy of Waylay? I'm not immediately seeing it.
I don't think he would have run. Yeah, I think.
Okay, so Devastator also is. Let's see. Devastator has 9 HP left. There's 8 damage here on the board just from crashing all these units into it, which would not actually kill it. It would get the Elite P-38 Starfighter back for our Vader player. But the problem is, if this Devastator lives to next turn, the Devastator swinging for 10 and then Palpatine swinging for 4 is actually lethal.
Yeah, but if he has a Victor leader, that does give him enough damage to push through, and Palpatine's all tapped out. But
that is a good
He
point.
might be counting the damage now. I couldn't quite tell it was in his hand.
Yeah, what is in his hand? Is there anything here that can help him?
There's an Overwhelming Barrage, I believe, and that also could help out. You could Overwhelming Barrage. You could Overwhelming Barrage your 7th fleet, put the damage into the Devastator, and then attack in. I actually did basically that.
Yeah, and then he has lethal with his other units, so that would. But he doesn't have the resources for it. He only has 4 resources because he used the card draw from his He used the card draw on his Mining Guild tie.
Oh.
Yeah, in chat, someone celebrating Daniel Pimentel top 8.
Yeah, this is a tight part. He might be thinking about if he can't afford to claim right now. If he has that no good to me dead, he could play it and then claim and do the Overwhelming Barrage play. He does get his P-38 back here.
There's still
3 damage
HP, though, and he doesn't have 7 damage. He has 6 damage.
Well, we could push these 2 ties in to bring it to 5, and then Overwhelming Barrage first action next turn.
No, but it's not good enough because with the initiative, Bobby Sapphire can swing with the Devastator, and then Palpatine can do 1 attack for lethal, even with an OB. Yeah, it looks like there's no answer here. All he's doing is developing more units. I think Bobby Sapphire might have the comeback, and then we're going to have a very quick game 3 if that is going to happen here. Hopefully, they have bonus time after that very lengthy judge call.
Oh, I think we have word that this time on our screen, 11 minutes, might be with the judge extension already, which it looks like, the players are scooping and resetting as fast as they can.
I think what we saw there, I think that's a concession there. I think we're going to game 3 of this match, and it's going to have to be a fast one.
Yeah, you can tell by their actions. They don't want this to come down to a draw. Like I said, both these players are familiar with each other. Yako has been in the KTOD Discord, quite active player, really big in all of the aggro forums, was a big Sabine player I mentioned, and has switched over to a few other aggro decks. So These two know each other pretty well. I'm sure neither of them want this to come down to a draw that might eliminate both of them from the contention.
Very fast pile shuffle there.
Yeah.
We are going. That was an impressive comeback from Bobby Sapphire. It really looked like he was on the ropes, but man, the Vader player was 1 damage or 1 resource off, and we'll see what happens here. In chat, someone asked, why go through all those motions last turn to just scoop? Wasted time. If he still has the No Good to Me Deads in his deck, it's possible that he would win if he top decked one and could then use it to exhaust Palpatine to prevent the second swing. All right, here we go. Round 3. It's going to have to be a lightning round.
I mean, this match could go fast enough. I think 10 minutes is enough to complete it, as long as both players kind of play sort of as quickly as they can.
Let's see here. In chat, someone suggested if they draw, they both get top 8. I think that's very unlikely. I think if that were the case, they probably would have ID'd, to be honest with you. I think it may, in fact, be the Doom scenario where if they draw, neither of them gets top 8.
I agree. After looking at the melee, there are quite a few X2s that were still around, so I don't think 9-2-1s are guaranteed to get in.
Another nice start here for our Vader player with a Republic Y-Wing followed by a Droid Starfighter, 2 units that do not ping damage, but Bobby Sapphire, ISB agent, pings the Y-Wing and then plays the EMP to kill the Droid Starfighter in 1 hit.
It's a nice play. I do see someone else in chat mentioning if it comes down to base damage, Vader will take it. That rule actually only exists for top cuts games that are 1-1. In Swiss, right. It is just a draw.
Okay, Elite P-38 Starfighter hits the board, pings the Y-Wing. It looks like he was maybe erroneously removing it at first. Let's see what happens here.
There is a call out. I had mentioned already during that judge call that Bobby Sapphire does have his sort of ticket to Worlds. It looks like Yako also does, because Yako finished top 8 at this past Galactics.
It looks to me like Yako might have missed his turn 2 play. That is very negative for him, if so.
Yeah, very unusual for this deck.
Play. All he did was make a tie that turn. That is absolutely not what he wants to see. We could be seeing a great comeback here from Bobby Sapphire. If Yako doesn't really turn it up, this could get out of control.
And that is an unfortunate way to go, if so. Because I don't
another Elite P-38 for Bobby Sapphire.
Wow. This is really the dream. Yeah, I was saying last game I didn't think Bobby was drawing the cards he wanted to see on time. This game he is, yeah.
And there's one of those 1 cost 1 HP units that Palpatine can ping off so easily. Our Vader player is in trouble.
Ooh, and he has to sack his own. And that's just going to die right away, I would assume, here as well. Shutting down Vader's ability to make a tie as well.
Yeah, I think this is really a extraordinarily strong opening for Bobby Sapphire. In fact, was that a scoop? I think we saw a scoop.
That's an unfortunate way to go out. Not being able to play a turn 2 and then not really having anything turn 3 other than a 1 health that just dies and a
and he brought out the Geonosis fighter, but that's still not good enough. I do think it's a gentlemanly play there to concede, because to be frank, there was a real chance that the game would go to time anyway. But yeah, I think he was very far behind, and Bobby Sapphire was extremely likely to win against an aggro deck that was unable to get a fast start at all. So I believe that is going to be a match win for Bobby Sapphire, and he is on to the top 8.
We see his hand as well. That hand is exactly what Palpatine wants against Vader. Sneak attack, another.
Some people in chat are dissing the pile shuffle. I personally think the pile shuffle is quite good, because it allows you to count the number of cards that are in your deck and make sure that you didn't lose a card, have your opponent take a card, sideboard wrong, etc. So I do like to do it, although it does take some time. We were seeing a nice fast one though from Yako though. Okay. So that is, I believe, going to be a victory here for Bobby Sapphire, aka Mike Gem, on Emperor Palpatine, Galactic Ruler, Cunning. Not necessarily the aspect combination that's been most popular for Palpatine at first, but one that's been doing quite well recently. And we are looking at the point breakdown here again. So by making top 8, that's another 100 points at minimum for Bobby Sapphire. And if he can do better than that, he'll get more points still, getting him closer to that potential free flight and hotel for the Galactic Championships next year.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to have round 12 for you guys shortly.
Nice. As I mentioned before,
the upload is in progress. So we should have the summary of what happened. That was round 12, the final round of Swiss play, and we are going to be moving into the top cut soon.
Yeah, I think we're pulling up seedings soon. We know there were a handful of players that were guaranteed in. We saw the undefeated Han2 Blue player who ended up with a draw in the last round, and then a loss in round 12, I believe, in Dylan, but he is still guaranteed at 10-1-1. And it looks like, we have the rest of them pulled up here. Daniel Pimentel, we had people calling out in the chat as well, ended up 10-1-1. Troy Yamaguchi with the same. All Stars is Justin from KTOD, so he is in along with Bobby, his teammate. We've got Drew on Cad Bane Tarkentown, which I'm actually surprised we're not seeing more of at this tournament. I think that is still a powerful deck that has legs into this Han2 Blue.
Tarkentown's very nice to have against a Han2 deck.
Definitely. And then speaking of Han2 Blue, we have my teammate Alex coming in at number 7 in the top 8. And then Akira Data Vault, which we saw drop off a lot, but is still a powerful deck and has new tools with the Vader unit from the last set. That's kind of the terror of a lot of decks, allows major trades. Although without a ECL, it is a little harder to pull off. You need those timelies to get that immediate value. But
yeah, it's an interesting top 8. 3 Han Solo Blue Force decks, but everything else running a different leader.
Yeah, and I think that shows kind of the meta. You mentioned it before that there's kind of debate right now about whether the Force Throw ban was good or bad for the meta. I think it was sort of an adjacent move for overall meta diversity, but I do think it allows kind of more fun games that don't feel as bad when your opponent just draws 3 of their best cards and you draw fewer than that. But
yeah, I think the leader that probably benefited the most was Han 1, who has historically been extremely vulnerable to discard effects because the way that using his ability causes you to lose cards in hand.
And I think Han2 Blue is actually an interesting deck where the Force Throw ban didn't hurt it as much, even though it was coming to prominence because of the Force meta and the Force Throw meta around Galactics. But actually, in a lot of ways, Han2 Blue might have benefited from that Force Throw ban, only because some of the decks that did best against it were hurt more by the Force Throw ban.
Interesting point.
I think we saw that with the Galactic Championship winning deck, Talzin, which I think is still actually a good deck, and we've seen it do pretty well even at this tournament. But losing that Force Throw does hurt it, even though it has other amazing tools like Force Lightning.
It was also definitely a real hit for Quinlan Tarkentown, which was another deck that could potentially give Han some trouble.
Definitely, yeah. That's actually what I brought to Galactic Championship, and I think everybody's kind of feeling like Quinlan's in a much worse position without it. So,
Looking at this top 8, who would you like to be? I kind of like the Palpatine here, to be honest.
Yeah,
Seems like we got a
Bobby's in
lot
good
of
spot.
mid-range and then like 2 control decks.
Yeah, I think Bobby's in a very good spot. Like I said, I don't know the actual build of this Cad Bane Tarkin Town, but if it is the newer version that has a lot of 1-drops, that does pretty well into Han2 Blue. And so that could get some good pairings throughout this top 8. I mean, it's hard to tell. We've seen Anakin do really well against that Han2 Blue as well, so...
And here's the top 64 meta visualization, where we see that the 2 different versions of Han Solo were the 2 top leaders in that top 64.
All right, what's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopy here at Late Night Gaming, and we have the deck list. So we have a couple of minutes here before the top 8 starts. We are going to kind of go through them. There, this is actually Alex's Han2 Blue list. This is one that you know pretty well, Corwin. Is that true?
Yeah, before Galactics, Alex and I played hours of games against each other and talked about this list. It was one that I was heavily considering bringing to Galactics as well. I think the things to call out here are one, the inclusion of Power of the Dark Side, not only to turn on your Anakin for its full value, but also just because it is one of the best blue cards in the game, and you don't feel bad playing it for 5 resources frequently. I know a lot of people were putting in the Force Lightning to fill that position of a villainy card, and it is something that we went back and forth on quite a bit. But I think Power kind of just edges it out in some of those matchups. The other thing to call out that I've seen a lot of lists cutting is the 3 Entrenched main deck, which we've seen a ton of value from. Being able to entrench your own units is something that is heavily undervalued still, I think. I've had some games against Alex running this deck where he entrenched his own Ogdo Bogdo and just completely shut me out of the game. I couldn't do anything.
He does love entrenched, does he not?
Enormous. Yeah, against an enormous Ogdo Bogdo. Especially then he threw down an Ezra and it just got out of hand.
All right, and this is the Kira Data Vault list of, I think, the 8th seed, Brian Bramer. We saw him play an epic match with Starry. Comments on this Kira list? I was not expecting Kira to get through to the top 8, I'll tell you that. Woo is smiling somewhere.
Yeah, Wu has really been a popularizer of Kira, and I think I do think Kira has one of the most impactful leader flips in the game. The ability to potentially have a Kira flip followed up by an overwhelming barrage is still like a really big play that can provide an early reset against aggressive decks in a way that is difficult for some of the other control-oriented leaders to do.
Yeah, and I think interesting things here are this main deck restock, which could come into play if this Kira gets paired up against Bobby Sapphire's Palpatine that we were just watching. Having that main deck can be a really big swing in control matchups. The other interesting thing is this main deck Traitoress, which I know a lot of people were cutting out of the list. But I do think it has game-winning potential, especially against decks like the Han 1 green.
Yep, absolutely. All
there
right.
are some real mirror breakers here, too, for that Kira player if they do end up against control. You know, they have a main deck Relentless, second Relentless in the side, 2 Palps Returns, 2 Annihilators in the side. They have the regional governors to potentially block important cards. Could be a real contender.
All right, next matchup, and we're not going to have much time here. It looks like the break's going to be pretty quick. This is the Anakin list. So Daniel Pimentel, I think was his name, got through on the Anakin. We saw him against the Han 2 Blue. Any takeaways from this Anakin list? Either you guys played Anakin Blue?
I've played it a little bit.
I've played Anakin Blue some. I think that, there's a lot of healing here. There are a lot of units that can be pretty annoying for opponents to deal with. Chirrut is a giant obstacle against ground-based aggressive strategies if you can get those force tokens going. You have the ability to punch above your weight with Anakin's leader ability, and then we see the Conquered Dawn Interceptors giving some defense in space, as well as those Jedi Starfighters, a great card against Vader in particular.
I also love seeing both the power of the dark side and the Force Lightning in that deck. So he's really valuing turning on
Anakin
the
loves
Anakin.
turning on his Anakin. All right, and we do have a Cad Tarkentown that made Top Cut. This is the list. This is Curvy Cad, or is this One Drop Cad, or is it something in between?
I think I would lean this more one drop. It looks like it's running, all of the Death Star Stormtroopers, the Criminal Muscles, Greedo, the Antagonizer, Reckless Gunslingers. So this is the list that I think does quite good against Han 2 Blue. I'll be really interested to see if this gets paired up into Han and how those matches go. I know as kind of a Sabine player and also someone who's played a lot of Han 2 Blue, this is not really a deck I want to see going up against me.
Yeah, I think that my wife agrees with you as far as Sabine goes.
Yeah.
Loopy, can you hear me?
Yep.
So the players are on a bathroom break right now. Once they get back, they're gonna get a photo and then start like right away.
Yep, that's
so we got to pick feature matches.
We'll be there. Yep. This is the Han Blue. The other one, I think this is actually Dylan Sumner.
Yeah, this is an interesting list. This is the deck that went undefeated through Swiss. And I do see the full entrenched, which I think I like seeing. We see both the Force Lightning and the powers here that I was talking about on Alex's list. I think the sideboard's a little bit different. This Grenade Strike is something that's very interesting, and I know like on our team we've talked kind of back and forth about in the number of decks. I also was looking at it for Boba Data Vault. I think it has a lot of utility, especially against that one-drop CAD that we were talking about. I think that is
and also
one of the things
handy against Vader as well.
Definitely. I'm trying to see what other differences there are between that list, but it looks like a strong build.
And here's Han Green.
I think this is Justin's
Han 1 Green. Old school style with a new school twist. This is a deck that has been played ever since Spark of Rebellion, but as we can see here, it's been updated with cards like Kelleran Beck, the Sentinel Obi-Wan, and it still has the threat of powerful pilot aggression with Chewie and Pilot Han and several different varieties of Millennium Falcon there for them to fly.
All right, we are getting to deck list. Yep, the players are actually reviewing deck lists now. We're going to have the feature matches shortly. Shout out to both of you for excellent job commentary. Thanks for all your help today. Where can they get more of you, Tower Number 9?
Yeah, you can find more stuff at Tower Number 9 on YouTube. One word, all spelled out, not the number 9, the word 9. And it's been great commentating. Thanks for having me here. I will catch you guys later.
And can they hear you next week somewhere?
Great talking to you.
Oh, I almost forgot. In fact, I did forget. Thank you for the reminder, Loopy. Next weekend, there is going to be a big event for Star Wars Unlimited. It's going to be the first limited PQ. Or I'm sorry, not PQ, SQ, the first limited sector qualifier. And I am going to be on the mic casting that with McClunky Gaming. So that is going to be the Philadelphia event, October 11th and 12th, and you can tune in to the McClunky Gaming channel to catch our coverage of that first limited sector qualifier.
All right, we are going to be on a very, very short break here, and we will be back with the top 8. Thanks so much for joining us. Corwin, excellent job as always, my friend, and we're going to watch Alex's top 8 match next.
Sounds good.
For having me.
You guys later.
Yeah.
Thank you. What's up, Star Wars and Luna fans? It's Loopy here at Late Night Gaming, and I am joined by the one and only John F. Tata of KTOD. How are you doing?
What's up, Loopy? Happy to be back.
And we are here for the top 8. And before we get to that, what did you think of your teammate Bobby Sapphire's performance in that last round of Swiss?
Man, that was a crazy match. I was just saying, I was like, I almost turned it off after game 1 because it was just looking so grim. And then it was just crazy that game 3, this Yako had a really bad draw, and it just didn't work out for him. So sometimes we got to take those, I guess.
All right, so this is the top 8. A couple of things change when you go to top 8 of, I think, basically any planetary qualifier or sector qualifier. First off, the time limits are different. They're no longer 50.
Yeah, they are, 90 minutes now, I think, or is it 75?
I believe it's 75.
Okay, yeah.
And another thing that happens is deck list reviews happen. So this is where the lists become open. And you've played in a top 8 or 2, I think, in your career.
Yeah, 1 or 2.
What are you doing when there's a deck list review, like right now for Troy and Drew?
So by this point in the tournament, you pretty much know your opponent's main deck more or less. What I like to do is look at their sideboards because that's one thing that you don't see all the time, right? So you just want to see what varies in their sideboard, what they're going to be siding in against you, and kind of plan for that. Because, like I said, you pretty much know their main deck, at least like 45 out of the 50. So I always glance at that and then just start trying to formulate a sideboard plan. And that's what I kind of expect. And Troy here, and in particular, I know pretty well. He's pretty experienced. So I think what he's doing is he's just going to look at this cat deck sideboard and just see what he has for games 2 and, possibly 3.
Yeah, and it's interesting, I mean, if just looking at the sideboard, because now we actually can do deck lists, and we posted all of these on Late Night Gaming Discord as well, if anybody's looking for the top 8 deck lists. But I see a lot of juice in the sideboard.
Yeah, this sideboard is pretty wild out of CAD. So game 1, I think he is favored against this Han deck. I mean, Han has a hard time dealing with just a slew of these 1-drops. Game 2, though, I mean, he has pillages in the side. I mean, those could be good. He has sneak attack. Those could be good potentially. So, Devastator could close games out against Han. So kind of have to see the route that he goes here.
All right, and this is Troy's list. Troy Yamaguchi apparently likes Han Solo. I remember meeting Troy at Gen Con when Han Yellow was first to deck, shortly after the DJ became printed. But he's changed Hans. Now he's on Han 2 in blue. And this looks very much like a list that we've probably played against. Yeah,
and, main deck, it seems pretty stock. I mean, there might be 1 or 2 cards that aren't typical, like, he does have 2 Force Lightnings. Maybe that's not in, like every build. 2 Blasters is interesting too. It is worth noting that his sideboard, though, he kind of came prepared for this matchup and maybe Vader because he has those strikes in the sideboard, which is going to be pretty huge here.
Yeah, Grenade Strike in the sideboard is, I think you're exactly right, that he was looking for help into CAD Invader. All right, and then this is the top 8 in full, as the players are finishing their deck reviews. We have the number 1 seed, Dylan Sumner, is playing Brian Brommer. That's actually our backup match, so if that one gets grindy, which you would think might happen, given Akira Data Vault in the field, we will be able to go to that if this match is concluded. The feature match is Troy Yamaguchi versus Drew Bergschneider, a name so German it could come out of Wisconsin.
So just taking a look at the bracket here, it's going to be 1 versus 8, and then 2 versus 7, 3 versus 6, and 4 versus 5. So the winner of 1 versus 8, which is Dylan and Brommer, will play the winner of 4 versus 5, which is Mike and Justin. So
who do you like in that matchup? Both of those players. I think they'll play it out. I mean, I can't imagine they won't, knowing those guys.
Most likely play it out.
There's no scoop in Mike's soul.
Right. Mike is favored there. Mike has to feel pretty good. So Mike playing the Palp Yellow deck has a pretty good matchup across the board here. It's really his tournament to lose. So, I'm not saying that Justin is gonna, kind of give him a softball here, but if Mike does get through Justin, then he's going to be playing the winner of Dylan and Brahmer, and both those matchups are pretty good for him.
Yep, and then we have there. All right, we got actually gameplay going here, so
buddy,
we're gonna get
already
going
on turn.
They're on turn 1, but they just finished off. Okay. We have a Death Star Stormtrooper and the Mighty Guava coming down for Cad Bane.
Yeah. So perfect start for Cad. He's got the double 1-drop, but Troy kind of playing around that somewhat by having the Owen Lars to soak up the Cad damage.
But no other unit.
See where he goes from there.
He opens with a
no other unit right now,
Owen.
But that's not so bad though. Like, it'll get really bad if, like, Drew has something like a Forlom next turn, but, right now, just having Owen on turn 1 is not really a huge deal.
All right, Guava goes and takes care of Owen Lars.
Yep. Going fishing for a Force unit, see what we get. Probably looking for something like maybe a Mace Windu or maybe a Kiadi, potentially. See what he gets. Like he has options. He's thinking.
That's a good one.
Luke. Okay.
That's a good one.
Yep.
That's a pretty good card.
Can't argue that. One of the best. So most importantly here is that this Ezra is not going to get pinged Tarkentown.
Right.
But Drew could send that Stormtrooper into Ezra just to keep Troy off the Force.
Which he does.
Yep.
And I think that you bring up a very good point. I mean, one thing that is crucial is to manage the Force Tig with Han Blue. And I think that's really what that was about. Tarkentown would have had to be used too. Yep.
Yeah, they were finding a token for it. So the main thing is, if you can keep Han 2 Blue off the Force, a lot of their cards, their best cards being Kiadi Mundi, Mace Windu, Chirrut, they get significantly worse when they have no effect.
And we see Drew play a card that's really making a comeback, Boba Fett from set 1.
Yeah.
Strong unit that was a 3/5 before it was cool. Now there's many.
Yep.
But
he's been a meta staple since set 1, and he will continue to be for another 6 months. We'll never see it again.
Unless you play Trilogy or...
right.
You catch a Twin Sunstream or whatever else Chrono likes.
So shielded unit's pretty good here for Troy, but the problem is Drew, like, any unit he plays is just going to ping the shield. And then it's, like, looking pretty bad. Yeah, wow. So that's pretty brutal for Troy. He's just falling way behind here. He needed a turn where he could play, like, 2 drops or a 3 and a 2 or just multiple units. If he keeps playing one unit a turn, this Cad deck is just going to keep picking him off.
Right. And Cad is a kind of a unit-based control deck, even if in its weenie form. And he's doing an excellent job of keeping the Force away from Troy.
Yeah, right.
Owen Lars, what's he going to get this time?
Drew wisely getting rid of the Owen. Like, just make sure that Troy just can't have anything on board. Looks like it's another itinerant warrior. Sure, okay.
The card that Troy has at his side is his Force Indicator, which appears to be, from Rebel Trader's sideline reporting before, a Polaroid of him and some other people. So I imagine it might be teammates or testing partners, and that's who he's bringing with him to the table. So, I mean, it's kind of a cool shout out to your buddies, because nobody gets to the top 8 of one of these events without it being a team effort of some kind, because you need good testing partners.
Yeah.
All right.
So we're now on the 5 resource turn. So it's the flip turn for Han. Cat is still a turn away, of course, but is up on board.
Yep, and we'll see how Drew handles the Han deploy. Han, of course, is not Force sensitive, at least in canon, so that the does not get the Force tag.
Yeah. So Han coming out right away. I guess just kind of assuming it's not going to be able to be defeated in one action, which is probably a pretty safe bet.
And he's thinking about it. He almost tapped 2 resources, and instead he attacked with the Guava, and I like that attack a lot more.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was thinking of
Now,
no good for me deading Han, but...
So Troy has a little bit of freedom here to play some cards now, finally. A little bit of breathing room. The problem is he doesn't have the Force. So this turret that's in his hand is kind of a blank, more or less. I mean...
And Mace isn't very good either. You know, Mace is another 6.
Mace doesn't do anything. I mean, sure, it still is a 3/5, but like, it's just not what you want right now without the Force.
Now, one thing that Troy has done is even with the Kiadi Mundi, he's got some card advantage because he's drawn 2 cards from Owen and now 1 from the bounty of the Guavian Enforcer. I think is the name of the card.
Yeah, he's +3 cards. So I mean, you know, it's pretty strong on his part. So let's see what Drew can do here. He has a pretty wide open chance to get rid of Han here. I mean, all he has to do is play just an underworld unit. There we go.
Oh, Mist
so
Hunter
Han will take
is a
one
great
here.
card.
Yep. And now this Boba is going to be able to take out this Han pretty cleanly.
And I did not, when I saw the Mist Hunter spoil for the first time, realize the impact that card would have on something like a Cad Bane deck. But it really is what propels it in set 5.
Yeah. So it's worth noting here that all of these Owen Lars from Troy, they soaked up a lot of damage from Drew. So Troy is only at 5, and we know that he has a Luke in his hand for next turn. So Drew really has to be thinking about a way to close this game out. And pretty quickly, too, or else Troy's going to be able to climb back in with this Luke.
Yeah. And he goes to base, ignores the Yaddle.
Yeah. Yeah, and ignores Han Leader. How many resources does Troy have left? 3, I think. 4. Okay, he played Yaddle for damage. Okay.
All right, we got another Internet Warrior.
Yep. So that's going to be shielded. So that's something that's probably going to stick around here. Now, if Drew has like a Greedo, okay, that's a pretty bad turn for Drew. He needed like a Greedo or something there.
Or 2 1-drops.
That's rough. Yeah, I mean, only playing Mist Hunter on your opponent's flip turns, not great. So I think Troy is actually in a pretty good spot now.
All right, Troy's taking 8 damage on base. Drew's still a clean sheet on Tarkentown, going into the 6 resource turn for both players.
Drew needs to kill this Han first action, because if he does, then he can delay the Luke a turn.
And he does.
Yep, okay. There he goes.
Boba disintegrates Han.
Now, he's not out of the woods, though, because this, next attack by Troy is going to give him the Force. Which is not good for Drew.
Yaddle to base, restoring 1, gaining the Force.
Yeah, and this Internet Warrior is going to heal 1 more because it's a Jedi.
That's right.
Yeah, and he flips it. Very important. I don't think the Internet should have 2 damage. Someone pointed that out in chat. Troy played it for 4 last turn. He played it for full value. So it should be damageless here.
Which I think is what is marked by the players. Yes, the name of the card is arguably Itinerant Warrior.
Nah, that's not what it's called. So there's the turret. And of course, Troy does have the Force, so that is going to pretty much brick this CAD flip turn unless Drew's got an answer for that. So I will say that while Drew may have won turns 1 through 3, Troy has dominated turn 4 and 5 here. So match definitely flipped.
Yep, but we have a Ruthless Raider is a great card. That was
That is good.
Late Night's original spoiler from set 1. And has had lots of play. We'll see where Drew directs the two. Where would you direct this?
Man, I don't know. This is tough. Like, I probably Turret. Yeah.
That's exactly what he does.
You have to get rid of that at some point. It's just the problem here is that this CAD flip it's not going to do anything. But we'll see what he does.
Yeah, and he forgoes any CAD pings because Ruthless Raider is one of the few cards in the deck that isn't Underworld.
Correct.
On a CAD flip turn, you can get 3 damage of pings, but you have to play a Underworld card both before and after his deploy.
Yeah. Yeah, CAD's turn likes to get double ping, just like you said, but we're not going to get any pings, it looks like. Let's see what... I think it's on Troy now. See what he wants to do. He can take out this Boba with the Itinerant Warrior. He can just start going base here if he feels like he's ahead. Yep, looks like he's playing Blaster from hand.
Yeah.
So that means he's definitely going to go base here and just start trying to race, because we have Luke next turn. So Luke can take out this Boba unit if he needs to.
Yeah, the Blaster from hand is strong there. You know, it's setting up and it's threatening stand, particularly if he's got a second Blaster from hand. You know, all of a sudden you're in leader pin-in range.
Yeah, 6 is a lot. I mean, you know, CAD's only a 25 HP base, so this 6 damage is going to put him to 8. And then he's representing 6, 9, 11 more
There we go,
next
folks.
turn, so...
Cad Bane deploys.
CAD has entered the game. I think
And
this... Well, okay.
Troy attacks the Cad leader.
That's
Doing
a
6.
little surprising, knowing that your turret can just block this CAD, but I guess Troy just wants to get CAD off the board. Like, maybe he feels like the later the game goes, the better off he is. But this Ruthless Raider is going to start threatening quite a chunk of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Drew's action, deciding what to do. He does have the force. And he attacks into...
I don't think he attack.
He does. He attacks in. Troy uses the force. Cad Bane perishes. Turret... one of the markers is the wrong way. It's actually 4 damage on Turret.
Yeah, that's odd that Drew would just throw away CAD like that, and it actually just gives Troy the initiative if he wants it now. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that they marked the restore from Internet Warrior, because Yaddle
I think they missed that.
I think Yaddle attacked this turn.
Yeah, Yaddle did attack, so Troy should be at 11, but I don't know if... I assume Restore is a must ability, but maybe it's not. A lot of minor things missed by players all day. I mean, these are long events.
Mm-hmm.
So Yaddle taking out the Boba. That does turn on Troy's Luke in his hand, so this Luke can take out the Raider.
But not before 4
like
damage goes to base.
Yep. Is Turret's a Jedi, right? So Turret should have Restore 1 as well.
I don't believe Turret is a Jedi.
Okay.
I believe that Internet Warrior is. So the Internet Warrior should have Restore 1, but I believe Turret is Force Fringe.
Okay.
And another Ruthless Raider. It's better than 1 is 2.
Yeah. So that's going to get rid of Turret, put Troy to 15, or 17 rather. Let's see how much these missed Restore triggers matter.
All right, 6 damage to base. Starting to...
Because now Troy should Restore 1 there and be at 15. But instead, he has missed 2 Restore now. On 8 resources here. So Troy could have a crate, but I don't know if crate is good enough here. We're taking 8 to go to 25. Luke heals 3, 22. Maybe it is. Let's see what he does. think this Luke's probably coming in first, though, to even up the life totals.
All right, so we have Luke Skywalker, a battle of space and ground. Luke Skywalker and the itinerant warrior with a gun. Looking down, Cad Bane. Both leaders have deployed. Both leaders have been extinguished. Currently 17 damage marked on Troy's base and 8 marked on Drew's.
Yeah, chat pointed out again, Brandon. We know Han should restore 1. He actually missed 2 restores.
They actually went down 1 right there.
Yeah, they remembered 1 of them, but he missed 2 restore triggers.
All right, so Waylay Luke Skywalker, which is a bittersweet.
And just to point out, we are not on site, guys. So like, we can't tell judges like what's going on. It's on them to keep track of their own games for the most part. Let's see what we can do next here. So Waylay on the Luke is decent. Definitely slows things down a bit.
Oh, I think he had to. I mean, you can't let the restore 3 happen.
Absolutely.
And now the itinerant warrior, certainly doesn't heal because Yaddle turns it on. It's because of the Jedi tag.
Correct. Yep.
And that Luke can't -6. I think that's relevant too, because a Waylay is not a defeat, so it doesn't actually power up the Luke, and he has no way to kill the internet warrior.
Right.
But he has a way to Kiadi. Draw some more cards.
It's itinerant warrior, not internet. Yep. Yeah, we know. I got Kiadi here, drawing 2, so opts to not go with the Luke plan. Let's see what Drew does. So he has 5 resources to work with still, opts to send the Raiders in. So these Raiders are quite the clock for Troy to deal with.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And you have 20 damage. He only needs to do 4 more. He's going to drop a Poe. So, I mean, Troy's representing all kinds of lethal, but I mean, he's got to get there. Surprise strike for 7.
So that's got to put him to 1?
That's right. Now he just needs to kill 1. Does he have any way to exploit?
Yeah. And I don't think Troy has a way to deal 17 damage or restore 4 at one time. So this is probably game, especially because Troy's tapped down to like 3 resources left. Then we have the Greedo just to make sure we have extra threats. Troy probably claimed.
I appreciate Tom and Dear Gustav, supporting the Internet Warrior appellation and the correct pronunciation of that card. All right, well, that was a game. What do you think of game 1?
I think that went about as expected. Troy did his best to stay in there, but this CAD deck is very, very good against Han game 1. So pretty much went as expected.
All right. D-Rod, I think actually one of our guys on the scene has some information about the Babu Freaks team if he's around. And then while the players are sideboarding, we'll be putting the deck lists up.
I know Troy had he had the grenade strikes in the sideboard.
Those are coming in.
Those are definitely coming in. Trying to think like these crates probably aren't very good, so I have to assume he's taking out the crates. That's not really the game plan here.
The third Owen probably comes in. Owen's good value for you.
Yeah. Third Owen's probably worth it as well.
Right.
Maybe Force Lightning might not be good enough, but I guess you have to have something like to turn on double Anakin.
Yeah, and it's actually Force Lightning is pretty good against Cad Bane. Like on the flip turn, a Force Lightning.
Yeah, well, against the Raiders, I guess. Yeah.
Right. So, from Cad Bane's side, any thoughts on your sideboard?
There's not really a lot that he needs to do. I mean, maybe Bazine to try to, pick off Lukes and things like that. But there's really not much.
If it's me, I'm probably bringing in the sneaks. Just trying to end the game,
Yeah.
close enough. But
Yeah,
I think the
Sneak
deck,
Raider's pretty good.
yeah, the deck is pretty teched against Han 2 Blue in the first place, which is smart,
Yeah.
given the current meta.
Yeah, I mean there is an argument for pillage, but like that's kind of negated by Kiadi Mundi. So I don't know if he'll opt to go for the pillage plan. But I do like sneaks. Bobby Sapphire won a PQ with this CAD deck, I think, a few weeks ago, and he had the sneaks main deck. Said that he really liked them, so wouldn't be surprised to see them boarded in here.
Yeah, and I know I actually related his saying about the Devastator sneak attacks. I mean, he's got the main deck in his current deck, and as far as we know, using them right now. We'll see on how the matches go. Let me check if we have. I'd be kind of surprised to see any results already. All right, so
Probably no results yet. I mean, that game was pretty quick. So Troy is probably going to make Drew go first, if I had to guess. And it looks like Drew does have the initiative token here.
right.
Yeah, there we go.
And does the fact that you're running one drop CAD, I mean, does that make you want to actually play a unit if you have double one drop with initiative?
Yeah, that's why the Stormtroopers are in there. Like, you usually want to lead Stormtrooper because it's not Underworld. And then when they play their unit, then you play your other one drop that is Underworld.
Right. Yep. And Drew is a hometown hero. I'm sure that the Portland community is happy to see him take game one. Babu Freaks is a local team. And we've seen several Portland locals doing very well at the sector qualifier. Troy, I believe, is, as of a year and a half ago, or in the LA area somewhere. So traveled up the West
He's a
Coast.
California guy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
the top 8 looked pretty spread out as far as where people live. I mean, a couple KTOD, they're of course east. Then these two are west coast. So kind of from everywhere.
And let's not forget about the late night gamer from Madison. Actually, Alex lived in Portland until 2 years ago. So he was able to see some family and go do this event and managed to top 8 it. So
So we got Midwest, West,
Yeah.
and East.
yeah, so the venue is the hotspots coming out of it have been struggling pretty significantly throughout. We'll go back to another screen here to look at some of the deck lists. Well, hopefully the camera comes back. Hopefully the city of Portland is still around. I know that there's some stuff happening. Well, we just popped into your teammate Justin's list. What are your thoughts about the Han Green that he ran? Is this Alex Blandon's exact list?
Yep, it's Alex's list, but I mean Justin did put in a lot of work on this too. I mean, Alex and Justin played like hundreds of games this week to really prep for this event, so I'm not surprised to see them all do well. But it's pretty solid list. I know that they were saying that the Han big Han unit isn't as good as it used to be, and they wanted more like Infus Nest.
Right. All right, and we'll pop over. This is your teammate Mike list.
Yeah, this is like some other list that I felt was very well positioned for this event. As long as you dodged like this Sabine decks, which even still, like Palp isn't as bad versus Sabine as it used to be. But this is a very strong deck. Again, I'm not surprised to see Mike in the top 8. Once again, he prepped very, very hard for this event. So well deserved.
And I saw him. He's actually been in all of the playtesting tournaments for the last couple of weeks. I know he went 3-0 because both he and I were 3-0 2 weeks ago when I played my Kylo deck. I was sad we didn't get to finish it, but that match also takes like an hour and a half. Kylo
and the
Help Yellow.
K2D Discord, Mike plays every week in the playtesting event.
Yep.
Loves doing it.
All right. Let me ask you this: Had John Tata been able to go to Portland, what would you have been?
Oh, I think that's not even a question. I'd be playing Raid Data Vault.
And if somebody's just looking to get started with Ray Data Vault, do you have any videos that you'd recommend?
I feel like I probably did a masterclass with you 2-3 months ago on Ray Data Vault.
Yeah, and there was like a no-name host from Europe, I think, is part of that too.
Yeah, Sarah did it as well. Yeah, that was a fun one.
It was a good one.
And
He's a cool guy.
He's great. He's a hoot. So really fun to do things with Josh. So definitely recommend checking that out. Josh also has his own Discord where he talks about Ray quite a bit as well.
And we're getting word that the Wi-Fi had to actually fully reset, so that's coming back. D-Rod and Rebel Trader are working really hard. Hopefully you don't miss a gameplay, and if we do, we'll catch you right up. This is actually, Troy's list was the last of the 8 that we're seeing right here.
Yeah. So let me ask you, Loopy, who do you think has the best shot to win this event?
Well, I can't answer that other than Alex Krasmazinski.
Okay, so if you couldn't pick a teammate, who do you like?
Well,
we're back.
Given that you've actually taken away my teammate from me, I'm going to begrudgingly put it towards Mike Gem. I think is the name, Smurf account's name. All right, we are back with gameplay.
Perfect. We're back, and we're only on like turn. It looks like 4, so didn't miss too much.
All right, and I think this is actually a pretty good start for CAD too. I mean, you have a boss there. It doesn't done a lot of damage though, but I think he's going to get to draw a card, as is Troy.
Yeah, I mean Troy does have the force, so that's way better than last game already.
Yeah.
But yeah, this boss does look pretty menacing, and it looks like Han's on his flip turn here. So. The Miss Hunter's going to be able to draw a card here, deal 3. There he goes. There's the draw.
Yeah, and I think that card draw is super, super relevant. I mean, you can continually draw cards with all of the low-cost things. He's got some real bangers at 1. I mean, he's got a couple of 1-drops, and also McClunky. With Bosco, McClunky's in here an overwhelming barrage.
Yeah. Troy is just flooding the board here with units using Han's ability. So he played 3 units this turn off of 5 resources. That's pretty crazy.
Right.
But it's worth pointing out here though that if Drew has a card that does 3 damage, what's it called? Bounce on Underworld, deal 3.
Right.
McClunky. Yeah.
McClunky's the name of that card.
Yeah, if he has that here, he can deal 3 to the Ezra and 2 damage to the Kiati, which would pretty much clean this board straight up. But I don't think he has it, or he's thinking.
All right, so Drew is on initiative, looking over a suddenly wide board of Troy Yamaguchi. This is the CAD deploy turn. If he can't handle Han in short order, Luke Skywalker can be played by Troy. How will he tackle the threats presented here?
Yeah, I don't know. He's got options.
And I think
we're on the CAD flip turn here.
Oh, surprise strike. So he's going to get a boss trigger and a whole bunch of damage.
So I have to assume he's doing 7 to base and killing off this Kiati. Yeah.
I don't think he can pass up 7 to base to prevent the force tag.
No. I mean, that's like 1/4 of Troy's health. You can't pass that up.
Right.
Troy just reading over boss just to make sure it's once per turn or not.
It is not.
I don't believe it is. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, Bosca's a problem. I really feel that we'll see what Troy does to deal with him. I'll put Spark of Rebellion Bosca up.
Looks like Luke is going to clear off the Mist Hunter. Luke's pretty big here, but I don't know if he's going to be enough. It'd be great for Drew if he has two things to play here. It looks like he doesn't.
All right. So Ezra goes into CAD for 3. But now you got a lot of triggers if he plays an Underworld card, of which the CAD deck has many. He's another Mist Hunter.
Yeah. Just
IG 2000 is a strong play, is it not?
Yeah, that's going to kill the Ezra. It's going to kill the Owen. That's going to prevent Restore 2 for Troy there. And then the Owen's going to trigger.
Yep. How does the sequencing there work?
In what way?
So,
like with CAD and whatnot?
Yep. So CAD and Bosk and the when played of IG 2000.
Well, Bosk wouldn't trigger there because it's not an event.
That's right.
But you can, but you can either trigger the when played of the IG or CAD first. That's your choice because they both happen simultaneously. With Bosk, if you play an event, the event has to resolve fully before you can trigger the Bosk.
All right, and it looks like the boss trigger went to Han. Oh no, that would be the CAD trigger. That would be the one that Troy got to pick.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
There's no boss trigger here.
Right. Well, I see Carlos in the chat talking about Milwaukee being a Chicago suburb. I think actually Chicago might be a Milwaukee suburb based upon the results of the PQs in Illinois so far in Star Wars Unlimited.
So Troy instead decides to put the 2 damage from the CAD trigger onto his Luke, just assuming his Luke is either getting removed or possibly he has another one.
Yep.
Yeah, I see a fell, it looked like. That's not going to do anything. I don't know what's in his hand.
Yeah, fell is tough. Now that he's seen the deck list, right? I mean, against the Curfy CAD that has CAD Bane unit, I think that fells are gold.
Yeah. I mean, that might not... Yeah, might have been like an entrench instead of a fell, but it's some blue card that has very similar art.
Right, so Han attacks Bosk.
Man, he's just setting himself up for a complete blowout, but sometimes when you're this far behind, you got to take risks.
Right. So Drew goes to base. He says,
"Yeah,
I'm not going to kill your Luke for you. You have to do that yourself."
Yeah, Troy's pretty happy about that. Like if I would have been tempted as Drew there to just claim and then just like play one single card and you can wipe out both these units. But he decided it either wasn't worth it or he didn't have it and just took the damage.
All right. So we go to 7 resources turn.
Yeah. Don't know what Troy's going to do here. I'm really curious how he plays this turn. He can take out the Bosk or the CAD leader with this Luke. I have to assume that that's going to be his first action. I can't think of anything else that he can even be considering as a first action here.
Yeah, no, I think you gotta stabilize the board and restore. I agree with you.
So I did see a second Luke in his hand. So
Han
he opts
to kill the Bosk, which is important to do.
That's weird because like now if Drew plays any Underworld card, this Luke takes 2 damage and just dies.
Right. And you would think he probably has an Underworld card in his hand.
I mean, I would hope so.
Sneak attack.
I mean, is it Traitor? I guess that's the same thing.
That does it too, and 2 damage to base.
Yeah.
So he did in fact bring in the sneak attacks for the sideboards for a little extra gas.
Especially go to 19 here, right? Yeah.
Yeah, always have another Luke.
I mean, but isn't this lethal? 4 and 3 is 7's 26, and then 2 more from Raider. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So what a great match. Cad Bane asserting dominance over Han 2 Blue. What did you think, Tada?
Yeah, I mean that's what that deck is built to do. I mean that's kind of what made it popular. It's very very good against the force decks. So I saw lots of complaining in chat earlier that Han 2 was this unbeatable menace. There you go. Just play Cad Bane.
All right.
Very very good deck.
And I think we've seen several decks that are really thought to be strong into Han 2. Here we had it Talzin still getting fire. I mean, it's these decks that can kind of deny the force that are trying to beat Han.
You have Palp. I mean, decks like that, Kira, Kylo, Data Ball. I mean, there's all kinds of decks that are solid enough against Han. But Han is a very good deck. Definitely not taking that away from it. But I am quite happy with the meta myself. There were 6 different decks that were in the top 8. That's a sign of a great meta to me.
Right.
And I don't know what game the backup stream matches in. Do you know?
We're looking at
they're on game 2. The Kira player's up 1.
Yep, very good. And the video is not coming through right now. If you can look into that story. All right.
I just turned it on. It should be. I think I had to leave and rejoin the video, so it might be a new link.
Okay, yep. And actually, I am seeing it there. So we're going to catch up. John, if you want to call the action as we get there onto table 2 camera. And then I'll try to get the upper overlays. He said Kira got game 1, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Kira's up a game. And I believe that this is Kira versus one of the other Han 2 players, I believe.
Yep.
So when we switch cameras, we do not run both of these at the same time. So we have to turn one off and turn the other on. There we go. All right, so but Kira's kind of on the ropes this game, it looks like.
It does look like Kira is on the ropes in the sense that she has 17 damage. I wouldn't say that she is in any danger of losing anytime soon, considering the opposing board is a Grogu and an Owen Lars with a Hotshot Blaster, but we'll see what happens. So
I've been following the game lately. I believe 2 Crate Dragons are gone from the Han player.
Yeah, I see at least 1 crate in the discard pile. So if there's a second one there, that's pretty good for Kira. Especially because we have a Vader and a Sentinel out here. See what happens. So we have another Sentinel. One gets taken out by this Cassian attack, and then looks like we're just sending Owen Lars into this other one, but it's going to give it an XP. Found a Luke. That's pretty big. Do we have enough resources to play it? So I can't quite tell how many resources are open. It looks like at least 5. If it's 6, we can play this Luke as well. Oh, there we go. That answers that. And then now this Grogu is going to be able to move this damage and take out this other Sentinel. And the Han's going to be looking pretty good. Do we know how many Super Laser Blasts have been seen or played? I'm not sure. I don't see any in the discard pile.
I don't believe any have been played.
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks, RT. Boots on the ground for all the updates and catching us back up. I think I got the overlay updated. Brian was the one player that wasn't 10-2. He did have a draw, but was actually the top breakers of the 9-2.
I believe he was the only 9-2-1 because nobody drew it the last round.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And that's actually kind of something that you don't see a whole ton.
Yeah.
But the bigger the event, maybe the less likely it is that draws make sense towards the end.
Yeah, well, we had extra rounds. With this many players, you're only supposed to play say 9 rounds according to the the docs. But because it's a day 2 event, you end up playing just extra rounds. So we had 12 rounds, which is probably too many. So it just ended up with weird records making Top Cut.
Depends on your perspective. I mean, at least we had some extra Star Wars for the folks.
Yeah, no, that's not a complaint at all. I'm just pointing out to the viewers that tiebreaker math and point cutoffs change quite a bit when you play extra rounds.
And Todd is actually one of the people where I just kind of believe everything he says regarding us collectible card game math.
I have been doing it for a while, yes.
We'll have to do a tiebreaker on... We'll have to do a masterclass on tiebreakers at some point.
Yeah, I kind of did that with Mike a few weeks ago, so it's just...
I saw that video. I liked it a lot.
Yeah. So Kira, back to the game. Kira did a really good job of cleaning up the board with No Glory and this Anakin, and Han doing what Han does and just finding a way to repopulate the board. So
yeah,
game is kind of back to even, but Han is up a little bit with these shielded 4/4s.
And we have basically the whole Reddit admin staff coming down for Han Solo. No damage to heal from base, but the 4/4 shieldeds are a thorn in Kira's side.
Yeah, no, those are very, very good. You can't be Vader, can't be mauled, etc. They're just going to cause a lot of trouble. There might be a bit of a camera hold up here.
Well, I can actually see it going. There's different levels of this, and all of it's going there. We have Dylan looking at his own discard pile, I believe, checking what's there and what he no longer has available too. Trying to stay alive. Really had an excellent run through the Swiss rounds and managed to find Akira.
Yeah.
Barrage.
So it doesn't. Yeah, Barrage is.
I think it kills Grogu in a shield, right?
Yeah. See what happens after this.
Right, because, we're getting there. Brian is down to 8 damage left on Data Vault.
So there's a No Glory, I think, to get rid of the shielded warrior.
What threat can he present?
Like a Crate Dragon here would be brutal, but I don't know if he has another crate.
I think he said that 2 were out. Presumably.
Yeah.
There's a third. Though I noticed Troy did not have all 3 crates made.
Troy was playing 2, yeah. So there's a Force Lightning to get rid of this Anakin. So this is going to cost 8.
Yeah, that's saves damage.
Yeah, because you need 3 for the cost of Force Lightning, and then 5 more to deal the 10 damage to the Anakin.
Yeah, and then able to drop a pull even after that.
Yeah,
that's a real strong play. It's very difficult to deal with a Poe and an Internet Warrior at the same time, other than Super Laser Blast.
Yeah, the Poe does threaten lethal as well. That's 8 damage.
All right, I think they're going to game 3. Must not have had a blast.
Yeah, no answer for the Poe.
It's a good card.
Turns out Poe's pretty good. So I can't see on Melee, so I guess the quarterfinal matches aren't in Melee because I can't see them on my end.
I can, but I don't see any results reported. Now we watched the match between Drew and Troy, and we know that Drew advanced, so Cad Bane advanced there.
Yes, so Cad will play the winner of Palp and Han 1 Green.
And I don't know what's going to happen between Bobby Sapphire and Justin Desai. Right. They're duking it out, I'm sure. Old friends. So.
And old being the key word there, both of those players are older than me.
So, if you're needing a drinking game to play along with our coverage every time that Tana mentions that he's younger than anybody member of KTOD, you can take that out. It makes me sad because I know him the same age as Bobby Sapphire.
I get $20 every time I mention it, so I just try to pop it in there every chance I get.
Does Symbiode fund that for you?
No. Players shuffling up here for game 3. So Kira being on the play here is probably not a big deal, but
yeah, and the way that Brian shuffles is a way that I really only can think of Raytan shuffles that way with the spreading them out there, but it's a way of form of pile shuffling.
Yeah, Justin shuffles like that a lot as well.
Mm-hmm.
Victor in chat saying that RT took some photos of Justin versus Mike, and Justin doesn't look like he's having much fun. I mean,
Justin never looks like he's having much fun.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's kind of Justin's natural state of being, but you know, you can usually tell if someone's losing. So
right,
good call there. You know, kind of like how like Alex Blandon's state of being is constantly moving his legs or his mouth,
or both at the same time.
You know, or both, yeah. You know, Justin is kind of just always looks grumpy.
All right. So this is a decisive game 3 of a very challenging matchup for both players. Game 1 went to Kira, Brian Brommer, off screen, but we are recording actually the raw video of all of these. They should be available on VODs on our partner channels, Take the Initiative and Unlimited Power, so look for those. You'll be able to see the whole match and how Game 1 went. We did see the end of Game 2 where Dylan Sumner was able to push through the soft control deck Kira to a win, so now we are entering into a decisive Game 3.
Mike is 1-0 up according to Discord. All right, cool. So this game looks like Dylan's resourcing. So Dylan, you know, losing game 1 to Brian here, that was only his second like actual game loss this entire tournament. So like he's been pretty hot. Let's see if he can keep it going here. But this is not a matchup that he really wants to see.
We're getting reports from the head judge that he's going to want to move to the next match. So we're just talking with them now, but it looks like they're going to want to move faster. So we may have Drew and Daniel up here quicker than expected.
So we might be starting the semifinals already? Is that what I'm understanding?
Sounds like it. I mean, that's not something that I've seen at events before, but
I can understand wanting to get things moving, but like if you already start the next round, like someone's going to be waiting for an awful long time. And according to Reddit, being able to wait a long time is a pretty big advantage, if that's kind of the beliefs that you follow.
All right, we'll leave that one alone with the 10-foot pole. And if you want to hear discussion of that kind of topic, check out Underwhelming Barrage, which is a great show on YouTube. In the meantime, I mean, I think we're going to focus on this quarterfinal.
Yep. Dylan did mulligan, and he's starting off with the Cassian. Like you really want to see Owen Lars here on turn 1 because you kind of want to break the power of the dark side, but that's not what happened. Just playing the 3/3.
All right.
Now let's see if Brian has the dreaded super laser tech start.
Yep, I'm hearing that Daniel Pimento won his match, which means that the last late night competition team member Alex K is out of the event, but shout out to Alex and shout out to Daniel.
Yeah.
I'm sure Alex did not love seeing an Anakin Blue, piloting Han Solo, but I'm sure it was an epic match.
Yeah, shout out to all the teams that did well, this event. Threat turret. So it's worth pointing out that this Cassian did not give Han the Force, so this turret is kind of just a 3/3 Sentinel right now. But still, you're just trying to flood the board and deal with as much damage as you can to this Kira prior to flipping.
Still can mitigate the damage from Dr. Pershing.
Yeah, but Kira is on 5 now after the resupply last turn. So,
all right, so 3 more damage to Kira coming from Dylan. Try to catch up the damage. Kira's not going to spot him 25. He's at 6.
Yeah. See what this Pershing does here. I don't know what next action Brian wants to take. He wants to just not take damage, so he's got to figure out what to do with these 3/3s here. Kira into Overwhelming Barrage would be pretty good. Definitely thinking about his options. Did Brian pass? I think he might have passed. So this Cham is going to put Dylan on 5, which actually lets him move into his flip turn as well. So that's definitely not what you want to see as the Kira player. Yeah, so Han's going to flip here. I would imagine that Kira is going to flip now as well. I mean, I guess you could also shield this Sentinel first, I guess, yeah. So Han's going to take the shield. So now I have to imagine... Are we going to see a Kira flip, or is he just... going to wait?
There's a lot of units out, but a lot of damaged units out.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Kira flip isn't going to necessarily, like, clean things up here, but you can at least threaten, like, an Overwhelming Barrage.
And we do. We see Kira flip.
Yeah, so this Han is going to go to 3. I think he was already at 3. I don't think any of Dylan's units actually take more damage except for the Cham. He takes 2.
Yep.
Everything else stays at 2.
I think actually
I guess
the Phase Trooper would have technically gone down to 1 for a second before it died.
to 1, yeah. Yeah.
For actually,
Kira.
there was an XP token on the Sentinel I'm seeing, and that would make sense because it killed Cassian. Well, it would kill Cassian either way. All right, so Kira trades into Chirrup. I mean, it's the humanity with the units trading back and forth, but I think that's a good thing for Kira. She's just about preserving her health total. And then it comes down to kind of the end game between these two decks.
Yeah, I mean, this Kira didn't get a ton of value. I mean, she was basically like a takedown, which, you know, I guess is fine. But the problem is that Dylan still has 8 damage in play.
All right. So
Leader coming in for 3. That puts Brian here at 9. See what he does with 6 resources.
I'll respond. This is historically a very awkward turn for Kira.
Yeah, you don't want to be at 6 resources. Like, you usually want to go 5 to 7. 7 resources is when you can start dropping invaders and whatnot. 6 resources is not where you want to be. See what happens.
Anakin. I believe it's a...
Anakin's pretty good.
Oh, yeah, 1 trigger Anakin as Han stays alive, but that really helps prevent the damage. It keeps your Pershing alive.
That's definitely the preferred 6.
And we have an Anakin right back at you, taking care of the good doctor.
Yep. So now we're moving into the Vader or Maul turn. Kira. Maul would be pretty good to take out this Anakin. But at the same time, Han is moving into their Luke turn.
And we are going with Anakin going into the Han leader.
Yep.
To stop Luke Skywalker.
Yeah. So Dylan has to really think about this here. Yeah. So there might be players who want to send, Dylan's Anakin into Brian's Anakin just to trade, but then that leaves Dylan's Anakin open to Darth Vader. So Dylan very wisely, I'm sure, has played this matchup and knows that you don't want to have a damaged Anakin. So very smart of him to just go base there.
Right. And halfway there almost, Maul comes in and takes out Anakin, taking 5 back, but doesn't quite die. That's a strong play from Kira.
That's the other downside, is you kind of have to play guess the 7 drop.
Kiadi comes down. And the players are going fast. The other semifinal has actually started, and it's on our other feature table. We're going to finish up with the quarterfinal, but we'll be able to actually kind of transition relatively quickly thereafter.
Yep. See what Dylan does here. It looks like he took back the Kiadi, and is deciding instead to Luke the Maul here.
Makes sense.
Which is going to let Brian claim and have first action on this 8 resource turn. So we're still 1 short of Avenger. We're 2 turns away from Devastator. So Dylan's definitely got to kick things into action here. If you have a power the dark side...
No, it's not that. It's actually a phase trooper, which is nowhere near as good.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, Dylan's not too upset by that.
If he's got another Anakin, this is really a struggle.
Yeah, Anakin would be good here.
He could jam a crate too, maybe.
Yeah, he could crate. Yeah, we haven't seen any crate yet, and here it is at 14, so that's definitely worth noting.
All right, Dylan's action. Looking to advance to the semifinals of the Portland Sector Qualifier. 6 to base, goes over the phase 3. That's actually good news for Brian, that there wasn't a different way.
Great news for Brian.
Yep.
I mean, that means that Luke did basically nothing, so that's pretty good.
Kiadi, find the crate.
So there's the Kiadi now. Yep. That's definitely what he's looking for. He needs just random, units out to protect from power of the dark side. So it'd be ideal here if he could play like maybe a free Owen Lars plus something like an Ezra. All right.
So we have a couple of 4s coming down for Dylan in that turn. And an
There's
Owen.
the Owen.
The Owen is actually very good because of all
kinds
of
the
cards.
Owen is incredible.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, Avenger is bad now. Power of the Dark Side is bad now.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that's a well-timed Owen Lars. Probably drew it off of the Kiadi. So.
And I think that was an excellent turn by Dylan. I mean, really.
Yes. Very, very good turn by Dylan. And that was great sequencing as well.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Agreed.
So here's the Vader, probably taking out the Kiadi, but if he doesn't find a Sentinel, this Internet Warrior is going to be able to deal 4 damage. See if we can find it. He's already been through at least 2 Phase 3 Stormtroopers.
Right.
Or Dark Troopers. Oh, found a Pike Sentinel.
Let's see.
Vader's going to take 4.
Yep. We'll see if we have there.
Pike Sentinel it's taken out.
Itinerant Warrior clears the Sentinel. All of Dylan's resources are remaining. He's going to shield the Devastating Gunship, which is the natural state
most
of a
likely.
Devastating Gunship.
I mean, he could shield Vader as well.
Oh, he could, and he does.
Yeah. Let's see if Owen Lars goes into Vader.
He does.
No
restore, but he's able to draw cards. I think I see a key. It's Yaddle he gets.
I would almost rather have Owen Lars out there still to soak up, like Avenger and Power, like we mentioned, but he might have another one.
And Brian's
or
now
he
on
might
the
just
board,
have other units.
attacking with the Devastating Gunship.
Yep.
Great Dragon.
Yeah, see, if you're playing as Crate Dragon, I kind of wish he just would have kept the Owen Lars out there. It's like, that just gives so much value to power of the dark side, and, even I guess Avenger is not great here, but I don't know. Dylan was 11-1-1 and playing in the top 8. So I'm sure he has a plan here. But Brian does need a plan for this crate. Let's see what that plan is. Having something like a no glory would be pretty huge. This shielded Vader can do 5 and still survive.
Right. So, and Han's got to get there. That is a no glory. The 5-point crate trigger goes to base, taking Brian to 19.
Yeah. 19. This warrior can put him to 23, potentially. I was kind of questioning the shield on the Vader, but it turns out that it actually is going to work out pretty well for him.
That turns very good. Now, Chewbacca's able to take care of that.
Yep.
Chewbacca is a set 2 card, I believe, because he has Smuggle. And meant to be in a Han 2 blue deck. I mean, I think that synergy is pretty obvious. Chewbacca's Smuggle aspect is actually red, not blue, which some cards are
Correct.
like that. Hotshot Blaster is similar, where its Smuggle is actually yellow, not red.
Yes.
All right. Callus takes care of the Internet Warrior, but no draw for Callus because Itinerant Warrior.
Yeah, because the warrior is non-unique.
All right, so 19 damage to 6. Han's got to close this game.
Yeah, he still has 2 crates in his deck, so that's... He's gone through it. If he has Avenger here, that'd be pretty brutal. See if he has it or not.
Yeah, so now we are talking about Power of the Dark Side or Avenger being very poor. Now they're excellent, because Chewbacca's not an easy card to remove.
No.
How will Brian respond? The control deck trying to last long enough to endure?
I don't think he has very many cards in his hand, which could be a problem. I think he only has maybe 2 or 3 cards in his hand. It's like he might be counting resources or damage to figure out how many turns he has. Oh, there's the Avenger.
That's a good card.
You don't need too many cards.
Well, he's got to have another second unit.
Yeah, he's got to have something. I have to assume he's got something. Like, there is no way he's just playing a naked crate into an Avenger.
And so now you get the mind games. Do you have another card? Do you not? I mean, are you going to attack with that gunship or not?
He got Yaddle earlier. Okay.
Yep. So Brian claimed he got an Ogdo Bogdo. So Brian's now on the ropes.
Yep.
Ogdo Bogdo is an excellent card and one of the things that make Han Blue work. I mean, being able to represent 5 attack on turn 1 is not fair.
Yeah, there's not a lot of great options here now for Brian. I mean, you could no glory, take 5, go to 28, but then you die to the Ogdo. So you can't no glory, you can't power, you can't rivals fall. So, some of your only outs are like super laser blast, which doesn't feel good, but it would keep you alive. It's just he's at just the right life total to where he can't play half the cards that would get rid of crate anyway. And looking at his hand, he has like the Green Devastator, which isn't going to work.
Yeah, and I mean, Fell puts you out of hair's breadth from death. If you have that, that's probably the best option.
Yeah.
And Dylan
that's it.
Succeeds, gets through the quarterfinal. What do you think about that match? I mean, we saw that Brian, or we didn't see Brian win the first game, but expertly played by Dylan in games 2 and 3.
That was great. Like Dylan set up that math perfectly to where he knew that Brian couldn't kill this crate with like a no glory because the Ogdo was lethal. So very well played by Dylan. You can definitely see why he's been doing so well in this event. Great sequencing. Very solid play from both players there.
All right, well, very good, everybody. Check out John Tata on Underwhelming Barrage. It's a great show, kind of themed against Around the Horn. Thank you for doing commentary, but we are going to jam on. The hits keep coming because of the way they're doing this with staggering the quarterfinals. So thanks very much for joining us.
Yep.
All right, welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We're talking quick because I am Jeff, and I am here with Jordan from the Colorado Cantina Crew and Clint from the baddest Australian team you've ever heard of, and we are here in the top 4. Clint, Jordan, how are you guys feeling about this?
I'm energized, Jeff, and by that intro as well. Let's get it.
Good morning. Good morning from down under.
Yeah, good morning. We are here. So we've got some Cad Bane action here. We've got some Anakin action. This is game 1. They started playing while the rest of the top 8 was going down. So we've got both leaders deployed here. Cad Bane has now died.
We're not sure. There's no token on it yet. So maybe he didn't flip yet.
I believe he flipped, died to Anakin, and then Bosk somehow has 2 damage on him. I don't know about that part. Yeah, so surprise strike to base here, and then using the Bosk trigger to kill the Anakin. So solid play there from Drew.
Yeah, Bosk is a huge.
Drew was last. We're getting the names updated, I believe.
And we got Troy Yamaguchi on Cad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Drew on Cad.
Okay. Drew and Daniel. I know Daniel had some fans in the chat previously, but he looks a little bit behind it here.
Mm-hmm. I believe Daniel was the game we called last before the
yes,
top 10.
It was.
Mm-hmm.
They are playing Fast and Furious here.
They are
like
for sure.
We're almost through this game 1 already, heading into game 2. They're just trading units, trading blows. I'm not too sure. I'm assuming the Cad's favored in this one. We don't see a lot of Anakin nowadays, but we know that player on both the network over in France won 3 PQs in a row with Anakin Blue Force.
Yeah, so Alex really good on Anakin.
It's obviously a formidable deck still in the meta as a slightly different red-blue hero pick, as it can just go over the other decks with Anakin.
It is. Yeah, Ruthless Raider is historically very good against Anakin, though, because you have some damage on your base usually, and then until you get the out of aspect Force Lightning. So it stops the Wind Defeated from the Ruthless Raider and saves all the damage. So that was huge.
We're not sure if that was the first villainy card or not, but now Anakin is fully turned on, you would have to think.
Yeah. Chat, this is top 4. We are in top 4 game 1.
Yeah, so they're playing fast.
These are the
whole event
semifinals.
is going fast. It seems like they got the top 4 started a little bit soon just because they wanted to grease the wheels and get everybody out a little bit early.
Yeah, the bracket is already made, so you already know who you're going to play against. It's not like you have to wait for the whole Swiss round to be over to get new pairings. The other match is Dylan versus the winner of Justin and Mike, and I believe Mike won that according to Discord messages. Though it should be Palp Yellow versus Han in the other match. The other semifinal.
I can imagine that one will go to time as well. Even though both players both Mike and sorry, I forgot the other player's name. The Han player's name. They were playing very quickly. Dylan was playing very quickly in the last game. Mm-hmm. Mike is a fairly quick player as well. But when you're in the top 4, you want to make sure all the plays, all the lines you're taking are the correct ones, so you can progress.
I really like this Jedi Starfighter here out for Anakin because a lot of what Cad obviously Ruthless Raider doesn't die to this, but if it turns off things like the Mist Hunter or any other smaller ships that Cad could try to ping in some damage with.
Exactly. The only thing that you got to watch out for in this board state is in a typical Cad matchup is that Cad unit, but I don't think that Drew's running it as we're just getting into this round quickly. I didn't get a chance to look at the list, but it
is hard to fit that and Death Star Stormtrooper in the same deck. I feel like you've got to go one way or the other.
It does look like Drew's running out of a little bit of steam here because he's on the 1-drop weenie deck for Cad.
I will say that the 3-1 does line up kind of awkwardly here right now because it can kill the Anakin. So Anakin can't trade cleanly into it. But obviously Daniel hasn't used any of his resources yet, so he could have turret, village protectors. There's all kinds of things that he could have to help sort this out. Then we get Zuck.
Yeah, that might help sort it out for Drew here.
Yeah, and the big thing too is Zuckuss, even without forearm and anything else, has Saboteur. So if Daniel tries to go with the Village Protectors or a turret, Zuckuss can still hit him for 6 and put him a daring rate away from death.
You also have to think there's some sort of buff floating in the ether, whether it's a hot shot or a surprise strike.
Yeah, exactly. All those are also lethal, but and he does have the Sentinel, but now he's probably also going to want a Fell the Dragon or a Rival's Fall. And again, I didn't get to study Daniel's list before this, so I'm not sure if he's running those cards.
I'm going to pull it up and take a look.
But we do see the turret. There are still some resources open.
He's double Anakin'd.
Yeah, so he played a new Anakin to -6 kill the Zuckuss. So yeah, seeing the threat as well as Daniel and realizing that he has to get the Zuckuss off the board.
So I can't imagine Cad would have a lot of outs here outside of just sort of waylays. Waylays would really be his only potential out here to clear the turret and then try and flood the board, but it's not looking good for Drew.
Yeah, Drew also, he only has 2 turns, right? Because the Anakin plus turret attack again kill him in 2 turns. So he has to, because developing something like a Ruthless Raider could help, but even that is not going to be a 1-attack lethal without a surprise strike. So he's going to need something here. He's got the Forlom.
It's a boss coming in, which is a good start.
Oh, Bosk, right? Yeah, Bosk. But still, that's not going to kill the turret even without the force. And you can't have the ability to play a pump with the ambush.
Yeah. And Clint, to answer your question from earlier, it is the weenie Cad build, but it's a little bit more robust, I'd say. Like there's a little bit more heft in the mid range.
Yeah, I don't. The weenie ones weren't really running the Zuckasses, were they?
I think maybe just 1 or 2.
Just 1 or 2.
Looks like he's playing the Bosk with no ambush, which I like. The ambush doesn't really accomplish anything. So now he may be looking to waylay the Anakin next turn, but even then, that's a little too late. Yeah, I'm not sure. He's definitely in some trouble here.
Spot. I think maybe he was trying to either set up the sort of waylay play like we see here to get the extra pings, or maybe the patented underwhelming barrage shut out Tata with the 5 ping from Bosk.
Yeah, and he is just going to waylay the turret, so this stops the 5 damage, or the 4 damage from coming into base this turn. But Daniel hasn't spent any resources yet, so he gets to kill the fighter, bounce the turret. Anakin is threatening being 1 short of lethal, and so I think Drew can safely assume that there's not going to be any pumps in this Anakin deck to worry about.
They could be the forces with me.
It could be. There are legal pumps to play, but they're not very common. I'm just saying, and they know each other's lists, so he knows if he should be playing around 1 or not. But this Luke is 1 action lethal now.
The only real buff they're playing is Jedi Lightsaber, but obviously that's not an action swing.
Yeah.
And, say what you want about the Jedi Starfighter overall, but it really did a great job there soaking up those pings, keeping this ground units healthy.
Yeah. And it looks like we're scooping up and going to game 2. This Anakin just kind of got the overwhelming advantage. I think Anakin just got the better of the leader flips, was able to take out Cad. Cad's a little bit worse at defending himself than Anakin is. And I think the Force Lightning on the Ruthless Raider was the real turning point of that game. The Raider was going to close it out really quick, and not getting the when defeated trigger and not getting to attack for 4, I think is what really started to take the game out of Cad's reach.
Yeah.
We look really in the sideboard. Well, what are you guys thinking might get brought in here by Drew? I'm seeing a couple of cards I'd want for sure.
I think I'm going Pillages. I'm trying to attack the hand a little bit, maybe even Bazine, trying to get particular cards out. I know it's tough with card draw on the other side, but you want to be careful, I think, overall with how out of hand things can get, especially as you get to the late game.
What do you think, Clint?
I think you want the sneak attacks as well. Sneak attacking the Ruthless, sneak attacking the Zuckuss, or any of those sort of higher end units, just to push some last minute damage, or even the sneak attack Ruthless in space, where Anakin will be very, very weak when he just where he can get the 4 damage on played, the 4 damage on defeat, plus the other 4. So we're looking at 12 off a sneak attack with the Ruthless.
Yeah, sneak is what I was thinking too, and I would go so far as to bring in the sneaks and the devastators, because I think a lot of times Anakin sits just on the edge of death, and you're trying to get the last few damage across. So even if you don't sneak it, just Devastator being able to deal 4 And then the sneak attack Devastator for 7 resources being 13 can really just end the game in one turn.
And we have the
And then
Anakin
here with
list
the
on other
Anakin
side,
list.
right? And I
So
think
we
Bombing
see-
Run is a great one.
Yeah, Bombing Run's not bad against the Weenie Cad. You're going to be killing everything on the ground there. We do see 2 Jedi lightsabers, which obviously Drew is going to know about. So whether or not Drew brings in Confiscate is an interesting call. Because also, as Weenie Cad, you don't want to dilute your own game plan too much. You take out too many of the 1-drops, you don't have turn 1 plays. You take out any of the higher stuff, and you don't have anything to do in the late game. So I think sideboarding and that version of Cad is going to be a lot harder too. What do you guys want to see? What do you want to see Anakin bring in, Jordan?
Like I said, I think that Bombing Run is the one I would bring in 100%. And outside of that, I'm not really sure. Rivals Fall, you're already running 1. Being able to deal with Cad on flip can be really punishing, especially versus the more traditional version. Without Relentless Pursuit here, that shielded aspect is a little less worrisome. So I think I'm going to be bringing in Bombing Run and Rivals Fall. And like you mentioned, I think I'm probably bringing out the Sabers overall.
Yeah, what do you think, Clint?
I don't mind the pillages here because CAD wants to the small CAD version wants to just dump its hand on the board. If you're playing a pillage, you're claiming play pillage on 4. He might only have one card to play, which is a 1-cost weenie or along those lines. So
Very fair.
you're effectively time walking him for that whole round if you can get off a really effective pillage there.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is for this Anakin, I don't want Crate Dragons in my deck, so I want to board those out. So then I'm thinking, what do I want to bring in? You could bring in Concord Dawns, but I don't think I would because both the Devastator and the Ruthless Raider both just run over it, so it's just a little speed bump. It's not that good. And I don't think you need a second Rivals Fall. I do like the idea of pillages, and I like the idea of the Bombing Run. So maybe it's just some combination of those and take out the crates.
And it looks like we're getting into game 2 action over here.
Seems like it. Also, just noting, we do have the full complement of 3 Force Lightnings, which are really big for the Ruthless Raiders specifically, but it's just a solid removal spell overall.
100%. And at various times throughout this weekend, we've seen players spend free resources, just get it in the pile, right? Really get that Anakin turned on for the mid game.
Right, both players have a hand they like or were forced to keep, one or the other. And looks like we're going to have Cad going first here.
So Drew really wants to try
into 1-drop.
Yeah, Drew really wants to try and go wide here so he can make Anakin's ability less effective, so he can still try and keep a board at least.
Owen is a huge start here because he can soak up the CAD pings and also can attack for 2 power with a 0 health downside with a Restore 2. And then whenever he does eventually die, if he gets Tarkentown, whatever, you just get to refill a unit into your hand.
Yeah,
so Owen is the best thing he wants on turn 1 here.
Having to blow a Tarkentown on a 0 power unit generally.
Just wait to catch up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like we would expect. It looks like Cat has a second 1-drop unit. We're waiting to see exactly
what are the wagers?
that is.
What is it? Is it Criminal Muscle? Yeah. Is it a Stormtrooper?
The interesting thing about this CAD weenie version is how many of the units are not Underworld. So a lot of times you don't necessarily get the as many CAD pings as you would from the normal mid-range CAD deck. I say normal, the more standard.
And there it is. There's the Criminal Muscle. Whoever had that in the wager, you win.
I don't think you really want to Tarkentown this Owen, though. It feels like a really bad Tarkentown.
Yeah, for sure. Because he knows the Owen is just going to trade into a unit anyway. So yeah, he did, and they went to the next turn, and the first action was use Owen. So he takes 2 damage to his base, but then Owen immediately restores 2 back to 1, and now he's going to get a Force unit into his hand.
Yeah, that buff from Anakin's ability powering up Owen to be able to take out the Gunslinger.
Yeah, Anakin Blue, it just works so well when you get to use Anakin with restore units.
And look at
that.
And
I think I think Tivi and yourself, Jeff, yesterday when you were, there was a CAD game that you guys called, and you're talking about really bad Tarkentown selections as well. Yeah. Just people, your opponent might bait out a small unit just for you to use Tarkentown, but it's not exactly as clear cut as just Tarkentowning the first unit you see or you ping. You might actually want to wait and Tarkentown a Poe. Like Tarkin Towning a Poe or something like that is backbreaking in the later rounds. Just saving that Tarkin Town for a bigger unit.
Yeah, especially when you know your opponent is going up to the likes of Anakin unit and Luke unit, so that you can say, okay, what if I ambush into a Luke for 4 and then Tarkin Town it, something like that, like, because you need to get that restore 3 off the board as quick as you can, and still having the Tarkin Town up as a tool is really helpful.
And speaking of getting something off the board as quick as you can, I think that this CAD player really needs to take care of Marin here, because turn by turn he could buff and kill a unit basically. I would say 70% of the units that this CAD weenie deck plays are 1 health.
Yeah, and he does use the Tarkin Town here to not kill the Marin. It's really interesting usage, but I really like it because he's putting the pressure on Daniel. He's saying, if you want to use your Marin, you can attack into my Boba and not kill it and kill the hired muscle. You can discard. You could deal 2 damage. It looks like he's going to deal 2 damage, so I think he's going to kill the Boba here and sacrifice his Marin. But it makes him... It forces him to do that first, because he knows that if he does anything else, then either the criminal muscle goes in or just the CAD ping kills it.
Yeah, sequencing extremely important here.
And I think we're... Go ahead, Clint.
Sorry, I was going to say, with the better line of just to have played a unit first, so he could have soaked the 1 damage there and then attacked with the Marin.
Well, I think if he does that, the criminal muscle just kills the Marin, and then the Boba's still alive.
That's fair.
But it's interesting. I want to see if we get to a point late game where Drew is really missing that Tarkin Town. I do think that was a solid usage. I think Marin is a big threat, but that's always just the big decision points that are good to look at. We see the shield get popped here. Expected, but still would have been pretty bad for Drew if he couldn't have popped the shield. It would have let this Itinerant Warrior soak up some more potential attack damage as it goes in. Oh, and the McClunky. So now he's Daniel's in the same spot again, where his only unit is 1 ping away from death. So do you play around? I would imagine you just play a unit first and assume that, because there's no unit to attack this time. But it just makes the sequencing a little bit trickier for Daniel in terms of what you want to play, what you want to play around.
You have to get a unit down here, because a free kill like that just feels very bad at this point in the game.
But it also leaves the potential you need to play a unit with more than 3 health, because if there's another McClunky, then that could be just absolutely backbreaking. He does play the Owen Lars. So if Drew has another McClunky here, he could clear the board. Because you do have the McClunky kill the Owen, and then McClunky itself is an Underworld card, so you CAD trigger off of that, and the only ping option left is the Itinerant Warrior. Drew may be deciding if he wants to do that, or if he wants to get his card off of the Mist Hunter.
I think if you go Forlom here, and you ambush first, then you do get the free kill. Walter,
yeah, true. It's the same end result, right? Or with a Bosk, it's the same thing. Anything where you can play an Underworld card that kills Owen before the CAD ping resolves.
I may have missed that, but I don't think he was running Forloms.
No, he does have Forlom. I'm pulling up.
He does. I must have missed it in the list.
I would be surprised to see Zuckuss and not Forlom, because we did see a Zuckuss last game. But I agree. I don't recall seeing them in the list, but I did. Yeah. I was looking more at the sideboard at the time.
I'm looking at Drew Bogenschneider's list. We have 3 Forloms and 2 Bosks.
Okay, 3 Forloms, 2 Bosks. I like that. I like that. I like that split. Forlom's cheaper, but Bosk obviously is a little bit more health and an extra ability after. And now we see a Yaddle. So I think the Mist Hunter attack shows that there's not going to be a Bounty Hunter played necessarily. Yeah. I'm really interested if this play is McClunky. Maybe he expected Daniel to attack. He plays... Okay, so he just plays the Greedo here.
Yeah, really a bit of a letdown there, I think, for Drew. He did have Forlom or Boston. That would have been a really, really big swing, especially.
Yeah, there were multiple. It feels like the window might have closed a little bit for Drew to have the really big swingy turn that just put him in control of the game. But he definitely had outs on this turn to have that big swing turn. And just to let everyone at home know, because sometimes you go to events and there's a time for top cut. This is an untimed top cut, so we're playing till we get a winner. we'll be here all night if we have to. And SCG loves it, I'm sure.
I'm sure they're very enthused by this development.
It is interesting. I'm curious by Drew's sequencing there, because he attacked with the Mist Hunter and then played the Greedo. I'm wondering what other options he had, because it felt like he attacked with the Mist Hunter to try to see what Daniel was going to do.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's not a good rip off the top.
Yeah, so we see he did board in the Devastators. You don't want your Greedo to hit them, though.
No, he definitely, if this game's going to go a little bit later, he definitely wants to see the Devastator to help close it out.
And just like, look how thin those margins are. Last turn, we were talking about a full CAD swing back to control with the CAD flip, and then Anakin on its lonesome. Yeah. And right here, we have the exact opposite, just based off the lack of being able to sequence one action that you needed.
Yeah, and man, I just want to see what was in Drew's hand, because he only spent the one resource last turn, and he played the Bounty Hunter, but he played it after he attacked with the Mist Hunter. So yeah, that was a really rough turn for Drew, and Daniel's got firm control of this game now. Daniel played so well, it broke the camera. We're gonna work on getting that back up. But in the meantime, we're going to pull the list back up and talk about all the things that might be happening. So we looked at this list a little bit, but okay, so here's the CAD list now. And so we see all three Zuxes. That was something that I was interested in, because a lot of times you'll see, especially the smaller versions of CAD, trimmed down. What do you guys think about the full play set of three Zuckuses?
Well, this really is that true hybrid, right? Like, you see, what, 8 1-drops, give or take. You have you have 6 1-drops. No, excuse me, even more. You have the full complement of 1-drops, but you find ways to get all these bigger units in as well. I think you do that by removing a lot of the events and plus the CAD units. But I don't. Overall, I think it might be a little stuck in between in this matchup, where I could see either the 1-drop being a little faster than Anakin can handle, and maybe the more robust version being able to deal into the late game a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Clint? And FYI, we just got an update on the camera. I believe we're having to reset the internet, so it may be a couple of minutes while we're trying to get that back up. So go ahead, Clint. What do you think about this version of CAD, some of the choices here, and how it might line up, and how it is lining up into this Anakin list?
Look, I have a lot of experience into the CAD matchup, especially as a Sabine player, and Tivi stomping me all the time with it, because it's a very difficult matchup for Sabine. The Forlom Zuckuss combo, obviously there's a lot of power in that combo if you can get the Forlom to stick curve into the Forlom Zuckuss to just keep the board clear. But I do like the inclusion of the Bosk. We've seen how powerful the Bosk was in this matchup. Just being able to play a unit and keep the board clear as well. So Drew here is obviously wanting to pivot his game plan as much depending on the matchup. So if he needs to aggro down the control, he can. If he needs to go a bit longer, he's got the utility and the tools there to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Looks That's like we really did good get point. The camera back, so let's hop right over and get as much.
Excellent. So we're still going here. Let's try to get caught back up. So we have Anakin flipped. Looks like CAD just died. Anakin has no damage on him, which is not a good sign for CAD. We do see a Zuckuss though. And there is the Owen Larza still there. The Anakin unit is out, and there's a Yaddle. So there's a little bit of restore. Is Anakin? Both of those Anakin are Jedi, correct?
Yes.
They should
Anakin
be. Yes.
And Yaddle.
Okay, so Yaddle is going to give both of the Anakins restore 1 more when he attacks. Then, and then Owen has restore 2 as well. So. Shout out to Rebel Trader and D-Rod for the quick work, as our hotspot overheated, completely cutting out the internet, and they were very able to very quickly get it back on. So thanks to the boots on the ground, they are working very hard to give you guys whatever coverage we can. Yeah, and it is a very, very tough environment for all involved out there. What I was going to say, though, a reason that I like the full playset of Zuckuss is I feel like this CAD list, it hasn't been able to do it in this matchup, but I feel like it wants to put enough pressure on early that it just needs that one push late. The problem has been that he hasn't been one Zuckuss attack away yet, but having 3 copies of a 6/6 Saboteur for cheaper could help him in that regard. But now
look how close he was last game, right? Where he played the Zuckuss, followed up by the Churd on the other side, surprise strike away from lethal.
Yeah, the Zuckuss had to get Anakin last time, and now this one is getting luked. The problem is Anakin over here is just having all the answers. Daniel with everything he needs here. I'm not sure Drew has the tools to come back into this.
He's just developed enough of a board that he can just still either choose to attack base. Like he's presenting, what is he presenting? Like 11 damage? 10 this turn. And then 16 next turn. He now is forcing Drew to have the answer to him. Daniel doesn't need to worry about controlling the board anymore. He can just start pushing damage and go, hey, I've got all this, I'm presenting all this, you either deal with it or you lose.
And with this being
and classic Anakin things where you attack with Anakin last because you take more damage and he gets bigger.
And there is no answer, right? And you know that by looking at these lists, and you could say, maybe you could craft an argument that in another CAD list there could be a CAD unit that could swing the outcomes here, but there's nothing that exists in.
I'll be interested if Daniel attacks with Owen here, because as it stands right now, Anakin and Luke are both lethal threats. He knows there's Waylay and No Good to Me Dead. So I wouldn't be surprised if Daniel passes and doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't attack with the Owen, and Drew knows that there's no comeback. So Daniel Pimentel taking it down and getting into. We have our first finalist set up here. So. We're going to go to the deck list now as we switch to our backup match. But what did you guys think of that? I would go so far as to say pretty thorough dismantling of CAD by Daniel on this Anakin list.
100% agreed. I mean, he had control basically for every portion of the game. There were portions of maybe 2 or 3 actions where CAD could have taken over, but in both games there was no answer. Obviously, the first game that we saw here was a little bit closer, but Daniel's been playing this way all weekend long, right? We saw him earlier go up against Tom Blue. It was a really, really tight matchup there. Really good stuff. And he's a local player as well, like we've been told. So it's always great. You know what, Jeff? We're both from the Denver area, and we did see a lot of local Denver people doing well. So I think there's a little home field advantage going on when you're nearby these sectors.
Yeah, I think it helps. You just knowing the area a little bit. But yeah, what do you think, Clint?
I think it's really interesting that, just to expand on that a little bit, how these blue-red hero decks have really not been affected by Force Throw ban that much. They're still strong, they're still dominant, they're still good into the matchups that they were in beforehand, and just their ability to flood the board and overwhelm, even without that single piece of removal that they had in Force Throw.
Yeah.
They're still able to dominate those matchups with a skilled player. We were talking about this. We recorded our podcast last night, and we were talking about Red Blue Hero again, and how what it does is that Force Throw gave slightly lower skilled players free wins, whereas now you can really see the skilled players on Blue Red Hero shining through.
And let's take a look at one right now, right, with Dylan, who's been dominating all weekend long, going up against Bobby Sapphire here from KTOD. Looks like Bobby Sapphire got game 1, and we're right in the middle of game 2. Palp has already flipped, and we see that spicy hot shot blaster coming in for Han.
Yeah, and if you guys can't see this game on your screen yet, you will shortly. It is on there now. Okay, good. So you should be able to see that now, and so now we are, so this is game 2. Bobby Sapphire is up a game. He currently has a lot of damage on his base, but a lot of units on the board. So Dylan trying to come back in this, and we see Legacy Run doing Legacy Run things. Putting the 1 damage on Ogdo so that it can attack. Really heads up play there from Mike.
We've got word from Rebel Traitor on the ground that Bobby is up 1 game. We might be wrong about that, but that's what we've been told.
And this is the matchup that Mike wants to see. Like this is
absolutely.
This is why he brought Palp. He wants to feast on all these mid-range decks that are greedy is probably the wrong word for it, but that just want to develop the board, and he can just come through and clear them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know that if Mike wins this, then he gets another red-blue hero in the finals. So I think Tada in chat put it well when he said that this is Palp's event to lose once you see how the top 8 bracket is going to shake out. We see here the Bazine. The one thing, though, is that Palp has already flipped. And yeah, so we see the Bazine take the crate because that is the... Palp has a couple of options here in matchups like this, and one of them is don't flip, and so they can never play crate. The other one is you have to flip because they have damage on board, and you just have to use your other answers for crate. But at the moment, it's something he might have to throw his whole board into if Dylan is able to get one down.
And we didn't see the early portions of this game, but you have to assume that Dylan really put the pressure on early and forced him to flip early, as opposed to waiting for that massive cash in on the crate. And that's really what you have to do in this matchup, right? And
yeah, exactly. You have to make Palp flip
things,
because now he can play. Now Dylan can play his Lukes. He can play his crates. And I would say Mike is winning right now, but he's still not in the most comfortable spot because of how much damage he has on his base. If Dylan is able to play a crate, Mike can't change of heart it. He'd have to either play a cheaper spell to deal with it or throw his whole board into it.
And it does look like Mike's holding on to a sizable hand. Looks like 4 or 5 cards, at least 4.
And my teammate has informed me that he actually likes Anakin in this matchup post Legends of the Force set release as the Anakin player. This used to be an abysmal matchup for Anakin, but now that you've got tools like Kiadi Mundi to fill up your hand and a lot more early plays, as long as you can stop Palpatine from drawing cards, then you can usually have the tools. But it feels like it looks, at least from what we're seeing here, like Mike has been able to navigate that fairly well and craft himself at least a bit of an advantage here. And for those in chat asking, Mike is Bobby Sapphire. Mike Jim, his code name in the world is Bobby Sapphire. I tend to use them interchangeably, and honestly, I never know whether to call him Mike or Bobby.
Right? We should pick one for the sake of the broadcast.
I just mean in life, like when I see him in person. I've met him several times. He's a great guy. I love talking to him, hanging out with him. I never know whether to call him Mike or Bobby.
Yeah, Sir Sapphire, Mr. Sapphire.
Mr. Sapphire.
Yeah, I like that one.
Do you know the story behind his name? It's not actually the sleeves. The sleeves are a result of his name.
I've heard him tell the story, and I don't remember it well enough to try to retell it. It's nothing too crazy.
Here.
Yeah.
In the quarter.
Sorry, I'm
Sector Qualifier.
The semifinals.
I'm too used to streaming our stuff where we're just talking all the time.
Ezra's an interesting play out of Dylan. That's not a card we've seen in a lot of decks. So that, yeah.
To your point, Jeff, about the matchups, I think that sometimes when you have the ability to put that pressure on without having to deploy the leader like Han does, you get that wide board every single turn. It could be very challenging for Palp and the way he's trying to play.
And really quick, someone in chat bringing up that Legacy Run can't hit the Ogdo Bogdo. Legacy Run did need to hit it, so Palpatine can hit friendly units. So what Mike did, what Bobby Sapphire did, he attacked with his Palpatine, sacked Legacy Run to deal 6 damage to enemy units, and Palpatine did 1 damage to the Ogdo Bogdo. So it was a fully legal play. Just to clear that up.
Yeah, you can really see the time that Mike's put into this deck, like putting it in the reps.
Absolutely.
To think of like a high level play like that, like that's almost too big brain for me to think about.
Yeah, and in a deck where you don't play Ogdo Bogdo, it's not like it's his card that he's used to dealing with.
Yeah.
This Palp Yellow deck is just full of hijinks. There's just so much nonsense.
Yeah, it's just tricky deck.
Creativity is really valued and paid off here.
There's a lot of resources tapping. Are we seeing a crate here? Because one thing he hasn't done is restore, so he's still in kind of a danger zone.
The
Or
Ogdo is a great steal for Mike as well. Just being able to punch
definitely.
for 5 every round, and it looks like Dylan's having a real hard time dealing with the Ogdo as well.
Yeah,
and this just allows Bobby to stack up that hand, stack up the Maul, stack up the Vader, stack up like the true threats that Han's gonna have to deal with later. So I love it.
we see the Anakin here. I assume he has a villain card by now, which would let him kill the Palpatine. Otherwise, he could kill the Ogdo.
No, he's going to go for the Ogdo. He must only have
He
-3.
is just killing the Ogdo.
He's double checking. Yep.
So yeah, I'm guessing he doesn't have a villain card.
Oof.
And Devastator coming down. Mike really wanting to close the door now. Poe. This
was a threat that has to be dealt with.
Another threat. Yeah, so Bobby claims here. Because I think what I think happened is there was a villain card and Anakin gave the Aura Sing -3 as well. I saw him kind of point to it. So I haven't seen the discard pile. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that would have prevented that is what prevented Mike from attacking into the Poe. But also if he just had the change of heart, that's why he claims
he did.
And take it now.
Yep.
And it looks like that is enough damage to be lethal if Dylan doesn't have something else here, so he can no longer just play a crate. We're in territory where you crate and die.
And the options are kind of limited here, right? Like you need to deal with things. You can't double Anakin, right? That would take out Pap. You're still taking 10. You could do just some Rivals Fall stuff. Luke is a good start.
Luke's a good start. You can. It's only a -3, so it doesn't kill anything, but I believe it stops Bobby from having lethal on board this turn. And the Luke itself is lethal in an attack. Obviously, the Luke's not going to live. It just means that Bobby may need to redirect some damage to kill it.
Yeah, you'd need to probably attack with the Poe into the Luke to clear both of Dylan's units there. Give the Poe back. But
I'm also curious what we're going to see with these Poe discards, because I would imagine Bobby has more cards in his hand than Dylan does. So he may want to discard. He may want to probably he could do 2 to base, but you probably don't need to do that.
It looks like Dylan looks like he's got 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Which I think I'd definitely be discarding one to discard one of his cards just to limit his options. Of course, if he's got a Krayt in hand as one of those 2 cards, that's superfluous. But
yeah, so I think he discarded to deal 2 damage. And as we have found out throughout this event, the life puck turns off if you don't have the timer setting set, and this is an untimed round. So yeah, and I think the Poe discard took him into the range where he still has lethal. Because also, obviously, this is a 28-point base, so I need to remember math. And yeah,
there we go.
Bobby Sapphire, Mike Jim takes it.
And that's a 2-0 sweep for him.
Yeah. So congrats to we have both of our finalists now. We have Bobby Sapphire, aka Mike Jim from KTOD, on Palp Yellow, who is going to be facing Daniel on Anakin Blue. And I would imagine we're going to get into that fairly quickly. We're going to take a look at Mike's list here really quickly. What jumps out at you guys is anything... Or sorry, this is the finalist Anakin deck. So this is what Mike is going to be playing against in the finals that we see right now. The champs and doulas in the board could be interesting. Do you guys see anything else that he may want to be bringing in?
Oh, we've just
Not
lost
particularly
the
as
list.
we just go to our breakdown, but I think the really interesting concept, and I think you were hitting on it as we were getting discombobulated from the Han matchup to the Anakin matchup and back and forth.
Yeah.
But I wonder how much the Anakin leader can really influence this matchup here, right? Whether an Anakin with the saber that we're seeing can actually, push a little bit further than that Han Swarm did. So it's a tough matchup. Like we were saying, Palp was really built to beat decks like this, but I wonder if Anakin gives you a little bit of an edge versus Han with that big leader flip.
I think that... Sorry, go ahead. Okay, yeah, I think the biggest difference here is that when when Anakin's turn 1 plays are Yaddle, Secret of Sage, etc., they can still trade with all of Palp's turn 1 plays, so it can be harder for Palp to get the card draw train going.
The priority for Anakin will definitely be keeping Palp off his ability and being able to get the card draw, defeat his own units, and stop his engine from getting going.
Yeah, and we saw Dylan trying to put on the pressure. We saw he got a lot of damage on base, but not able to close it out. And I think the big difference there is he got pressure on force the Palp flip, but wasn't able to keep the cards in hand low at all for Bobby. So I think that's where Daniel is going to have to try to up the pressure, up the hand pressure a little bit.
This Palp deck is the one that I've been playing a lot the back half of the season, and we see a couple spicy includes here I think really well fit for the meta. We have Fennec Shan as a one of in the main deck, which I love. I did feel like as I was playing this deck that sometimes you did lack a little oomph in the mid game to the late game before you get to the Devastator and stuff like that. Then we also see Eager Escort in the side, which really is for the pilot base matchup. But the one card in the side that I'm seeing to make the 3 of is No Good to Me Dead, and I think that's going to be a really, really big swing here if in fact that Anakin does get suited up, if that Anakin leader does push hard. Not to mention we have in the Anakin deck, he's running 5 villainous cards, 3 Force Lightnings and 2 powers, I believe. So he's really all in on getting that -6/-6, which can play in really well here, especially for Fennec.
Yeah, and speaking of build your own No Good to Me Dead, I really like the inclusion of Lothcat. So it's a 2-cost 2/1. When played and when defeated, you may exhaust a unit, ground unit specifically. But when you see Anakin with a lightsaber, when you see those Luke units, those big things come out, Mike can just stall until he gets the exact cards that he needs, or stall long enough to get his, sneak attack Devastator, whatever end game he wants to get going in.
Yeah, it's a great card with Palp, just being able to claim, defeat your Lothcats, and then just tap the biggest unit.
And it's worth noting as well that Bobby here is on the full playset of Sneak Attack. So he's got the full playset of Devastators and the full playset of Sneak Attacks and the full playset of Reinforcement Walkers. So he has a very clear end-game plan, which is if you get to within 10 HP, you are dead to 9 resources and 2 actions. And if you try to get me close, I can sneak in the Reinforcement Walker, heal 6, or take out a unit. And we see some lists run timelies, but that adds 2 resources instead of the taking 1 away and getting the double triggers on these cards. So it's really interesting that direction going with it, and I like it.
Yeah, another wrinkle here for the Palp deck is that we have Relentless, right? And as you get to the end game, Anakin really doesn't have any answers to Devastator that aren't events, right? Like you barely have answers to Reinforcement Walker. You don't have clean ones that aren't events. So that could really come into play, especially that's a card that's brought in for a lot of the blue-green villain stuff, but really doing double duty here in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, we are just about to take a short break. So I believe this is it for me and Jordan for the day. I've already talked several times about the Bothan Invitational tournament next month in Atlanta, hosted by Cards HQ. Going to be a huge event. If you're in any of the SWU Discords, you've already been hearing about it and you're going to keep hearing more, please tune into that or fly across the country and go to it. It's going to be a ton of fun. I'm going to be there in person commentating. Jordan's going to be there in person. It's going to be a heck of a good time. And if you want to hang out in some free Discords and talk SWU, come to the Bothan Network Discord. We have a public section and love to talk to everybody and get involved. And then, Jordan, you want to talk about some Colorado people?
Yeah, we got a lot coming on the Colorado Cantina Crew this week. We actually just posted a video today about my Philly Limited prep. Kyle Kraft and I worked on that. We're headed to sectors next week. So if you're there, come say what's up and we'll have a little chat. Outside of that, we have our standard weekly meta recap podcast. We'll be going over this data and we'll be getting you ready for the week to come. So a lot of extra content this week and, just a great time this whole weekend calling games. Loopy and the rest of the late night crew have done a great job helping us out, getting everything together. Like I said yesterday, it really does take a village to put this together. So just big shout outs to Rebel Traitor and D-Rod and all the different commentators from all the different teams. Great perspective, and I just love to see it overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe Clint is going to be back in for the finals, so you'll get to hear him again next round in the finals. And we're going to take a short break as they get set up for the finals, and we'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out.
See you, boys.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopy here at Late Night Gaming, and we are here with your finals. And we have an epic matchup between Drew piloting Anakin Blue versus Bobby Sapphire piloting Palpatine. For the finals, I'm joined with Rebel Traitor of Take the Initiative and Clint of the Baddest channel out of Australia. How you guys doing?
I'm doing well, thank you, Loopy. I was 5-1-2 on day one, so I'm here commentating instead of playing today. But it's been a great time. It's a great event. Portland's a great city, despite what you might hear on the news. But yeah, I'm super excited for this matchup. Palp Yellow is something that it has always been like on the brink of top tier, and now to see it in the finals of the event, it's great. Anakin is also in a similar spot where it's always been good, but never been quite considered top tier. But here we are, both these decks in the finals. People, trying to turn up my volume a bit. Let me know if that's better.
All right, and what do you think about the actual matchup here between Anakin and Palp Yellow, Clint?
We were talking about it earlier at the end of the last round. It's been said, John Tarter said in the top 8 match that this is Palp's event to lose, and I think Palp does have the edge here, but Anakin will have a game plan into Palp. If Anakin can get his units on the board and keep Mike off defeating his own units to card draw so he doesn't get that card advantage, Anakin might be able to sneak in playing the aggro plan. But as we saw in Bobby's deck list, he has a late game plan depending on how his opponent is playing the game.
All right.
He's got the full set of sneak attacks. He's got the full set of devastators, the reinforcement walkers, and he just really wants to go to that late game and present these big threats and go, "Hey, have an answer for me, or else I win."
All right, and the play is on. Anakin, first off, wins the initiative, which is relevant to it. Plays an Adi Gallia into the ground arena, which is answered by Aura Singh, which is a great start for Anakin, I think.
Yeah, look, Addy can just clear this unit as soon as who's got initiative here? I can't see.
Yeah.
So Drew has initiative here, so he can clear this. He can clear this Aura Singh and keep Mike off the card draw, which is what he really wants to do.
All right, and that's exactly what happens. Adi clears the Aura Singh.
Yeah, that's
this is a good answer from Mike, because he can either Drew clears the super laser tech and he gets the free ramp, or Mike clears the super laser tech himself and gets the draw and still gets the ramp.
And this is Daniel Pimentel, not Drew. Apologize, we got a lot of players here and we're going quick. Star City actually staggered the semifinals so that you had something to watch all through the top cut, and we're trying to catch up everything as fast as we can. I know that it's Bobby Sapphire that played the Super Laser Technician, which is very good news. Probably Palp Yellow uses that card better than any other deck.
Yeah, and ramping is just so key in most matchups, and especially this one. In the top 4 against Han Blue, we didn't see this part in the stream, but Mike double ramped, and that's arguably what won him the game in the top 4.
So we see Anakin board. Mike's throwing the super laser tech into the Ezra unit, just because he wants to get as much damage on those units for. There we go. He's got the legacy run in hand, so now he can efficiently clear the board with Palp on the next turn.
And legacy run is maybe the single biggest card
units
that Palpatine got this deck. I mean, you see it in a lot of Thrawn decks as well, but the ability to sacrifice it and do 6 damage and draw a card is very, very strong. But
okay, so this is why Daniel claimed,
right?
And he's just thrown down another legacy run.
So this is great interactions back and forth. Both players know the match. Daniel knows that his Force Lightning is the best answer to protect against the legacy runs. I guarantee you he's not resourcing Force Lightning this game. And Bobby Sapphire knows that always bring a backup legacy run. And now he's going to be able to put forward 7 damage onto Anakin's board, likely.
They can kill any
as expected. He's cleared the board, saving himself some health on base, and just going into the next round. So we're going into 7 resources for Mike, 6 for Daniel. Is Mike running Mauls that he can just? Oh, he's running Vaders, isn't he? So he could use a Vader here to keep the board clear again, flood the board with a villain unit, to just help to develop and get that. If he could pull a super laser tech off the Vader, he's in a great position there.
Yeah, no Maul's in this list, but he does have Vader, and he also has Fennec, which is interesting. I think he only has, 2s and 5s for Fennec?
Currently, yes. I think he's got the Aura and he's got the 2 Legacy runs.
Yeah.
The Super Laser Tech wound up in his resource row, which is right where he wanted it. So we have Bobby Sapphire on the initiative, on the play. How will he deal with this Anakin?
Shout out to late night team member Rando Mando, who's probably in the chat here.
Okay, so he's got the super laser tech in hand. It looks like he had a no good to me dead in hand as well. So he'll be saving the 2 resources for the no good to me dead to deal with the Anakin. Haven't quite been able to see what's in Daniel's hand, whether he's got a lightsaber or something that he can use just to push some damage. But he might want to play a little bit more defensively here.
When in doubt,
just try and stall out his actions so Mike uses up all his resources before he deploys Anakin.
And when in doubt, play his Super Laser Tech. I mean, that's always a good play for Palpatine.
Always a good card.
That's going to enable Palpatine to flip this turn if Mike wants to.
Unless Anakin has a Force Lightning, which he might. Anakin deploys.
Okay, interesting. So he's deployed. So he's going to slam down that no good to me dead.
No, it's a Lothcat.
No, it's the Lothcat.
It's a cuter no good to me dead.
And Anakin flipping with only 2 damage on base. I mean, this Palpatine deck doesn't do much damage, so you probably have no choice, but it does feel a little bit bad.
Okay, so he's -3, both of them, which is a good play on.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good play. Because the Lothcat has a when defeated in addition to having a when played. And now he is in the position of maybe deploying here to steal the Kiadi. Maybe not.
Maybe the no good to me dead was a Bazine in the hand. So if we're Mike, are we choosing to pitch something here? I think we'd be pitching the Luke potentially.
I think you pitch Luke.
But Mike has been known just to let them keep the hand as well.
Sometimes that is just the right move because you don't want to see them get any further into their deck. As a Kylo player, I know how powerful Cycle can be.
Right.
Okay, so it's the Anakin.
Yeah, that makes sense also because the Anakin can target multiple things, and Mike likes to play a bunch of small units.
So he's going to steal the Anakin here,
and he sets up his turn too, but he gets rid of the Anakin, stealing the other unique Anakin.
You're going to kill the Ki-Adi-Mundi here.
Yeah, I think that Bobby Sapphire knows that he can play conservative here. He probably has the inevitability in this match. He needs to deal with Crate Dragons. He needs to deal with Luke's. But there's only so much that can beat him.
And he's got such a healthy life total on his base at the moment. We saw in the top 4 matchup where he was living on 24 for about 3 or 4 rounds at this kind of point in the game where he had this many resources. But I don't see how Daniel comes back from this. I don't think even crates are going to really help him here.
All right. I think that actually he just picked up the wrong of the laser gaming tokens there, and he corrects that. It's 4 damage on Palpatine, not 6. Those tokens are great. You can order them on Etsy. Sarah, who runs that place, is a longtime Star Wars fan and a benefit to the community.
All right, so this is the point where Mike's probably want to start dropping his reinforcement walkers or devastators here. Is he on? What's he on? He's on 9. So he could drop a reinforcement walker. He could play a couple of units just to start flooding the board a little bit, even though that isn't really what Palp's game plan is. But just getting out the big units and forcing Daniel to have answers for them just puts Mike ahead a lot.
All right, so Luke neuters Palpatine, -3/-3, but he's still able to attack.
It does prevent him from killing the Anakin leader this turn, though.
Right.
Which is, I'm guessing what he's going for.
At least that way, killing the Anakin leader. We'll see if what Bobby Sapphire has up his sleeve. He taps.
What would be really nice is a change of heart.
2.
No, got to turn it back on. So do we have the deck lists in the chat there, Loopy?
We do have the deck list.
Just
The deck lists are there.
They're just in the chat there. I'm just going to bring them up for myself so I can look at what's going on.
All right, Bazine comes down, which gives Palp something which would allow him to kill the Anakin. The Palp would die along with it, but if you go like Palp swing into Anakin, throw the Bazine at it.
All right, change of heart. And he's going to sacrifice that Luke is what's happening.
Ooh, yeah, the change of heart is massive there. That can kill both of the units.
Yeah, if he chooses to sacrifice Palpatine, he can actually clear the board, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about at the start of the round with how tricky this Palp deck can be, and all the little tricks up the sleeve it's got, especially when it starts when the resources are really stacking up, and all the different options all the different plays that the Palp deck can make just to keep control of the board.
All right. Yep, they're going to the 10 resource turn for Palpatine. I believe it's the 8 resource turn for Anakin, and Daniel's got to find some answers here. Anakin on Anakin violence.
So he's trading the Anakins.
So Daniel's being forced to play defense here because he just can't catch up to what Bobby has. And he's got a full hand of cards and a full row of resources ready to just dump more stuff on the board here.
Yep, so he's attacking with the Bazine. He'll then attack with the Palp to sack the Bazine, I would imagine, to draw another card. And Daniel's just stalling here. He's just going to slow play it out because he doesn't want to play a big unit. He doesn't want to get caught out by the change of heart again, and have a big unit stolen by Palp.
Palpatine attacks base for 4, taking Daniel to 8. Sacrifices Bazine to get the Shield of the Secretive Sage. Another Secretive Sage emerges.
I don't think he attacked base. I think he killed the Sage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what he did. You're right.
Yeah. So Daniel's got 4, so he could be holding on to a foul, waiting for Mike to play a big unit.
And the Reinforcement Walker comes down, and from this point, Mike has the game as good as won. Reinforcement Walker is going to be almost impossible for Daniel to out. And even if he does, it's going to have to be with like a Fel the Dragon, which sets him back on resources, which is just going to allow Mike to further create a tempo advantage here.
All right. Daniel's action, considering his options, 4 Fel the Dragon, hitting the Reinforcement Walker, buying some time there. The Reinforcement Walker is devastating because it can either heal or draw cards additionally while hitting for 6.
All right, because he had the Fel
Mike
does give
Mike
him...
drew a card off that. So Mike's going into 11 resources. Daniel's going into 9, attacking into base for 2, or is he... No, he's not going into the Palpatine. I mean, at this point, Mike's got so many different options that he can just play here.
Another Reinforcement Walker.
Here goes another Reinforcement. That must be what he ripped off the top when he played the other Reinforcement Walker. Because he didn't heal. So he must have ripped the other Reinforcement Walker off the top.
Yeah, we have both Walker and Texas Ranger here. The Vader gets discarded to heal 3.
Okay. Notably, Daniel can use Anakin's ability here to kill Palpatine if he wants to.
Daniel considers his options, takes the Anakin ability, kills the Emperor.
Yeah, it's definitely... I think the Emperor stuck around for a little bit too long.
The Contracted Hunter answers the Secretive Sage.
Hunter will have to kill itself because Palpatine is dead here. So no value off of it. But a 4/4 ambusher is sometimes just what you need.
All right, Kiadi
Okay,
drawing a
so-
card.
So hopefully he's drawn into another foul, some sort of removal to deal with the reinforcement walker this turn, and that'll be 2 reinforcement walkers in the bin that he doesn't have to worry about. He only has to worry about 1 more, but he's still got to worry about devastators. He's still got to worry about change of hearts. So he might be a little bit gun shy to play the bigger units.
Right, and he's used his Force Tag. Bobby Sapphire will start with initiative. Now, having the second unit be an Internet Warrior makes it more difficult to remove. We'll see what the response is. There's 6 damage on Daniel's base, 11 damage on Bobby Sapphire's base in the final of the Portland Sector Qualifier.
So Mike's just going to want to keep throwing out big threats here, threat after threat. Looks like he's got the Devastator in hand.
Yep.
Which I would imagine will be coming down this round. Maybe he's got a sneak attack in hand as well that he can just play that and punch for 10 this round. Get 16 in.
I would, if I were Mike, I'd probably attack with Reinforced Marker here first, either base
100%.
or Eddie. Mainly to play on Power Dark side.
And Anakin's hopes get dimmer and dimmer as the threats of the Palpatine deck add up. What is his response? Now, losing on damage, 12 taken on base. He has a Kiadi and an Itinerant Warrior in the ground arena. And he will attack with Kiadi, and I think that's a good play. You got to gain the force back.
Yeah, I think he just has to try and apply pressure here and make Mike have the answers now.
And to the extent Daniel had any answers, Bazine's going
He's
to
got
try
a Force
to take
Lightning. That Force Lightning's definitely going in the bin Ev, to draw another card.
Could be lightning. It might. I mean, Jedi Lightsaber also lets the Itinerant Warrior deal with the Walker because it has the -2 effect. So I don't know.
No.
He's going to take lightning, which is probably the preferred out.
Well, he's got the Devastator, so he can play the Devastator now and just without having to worry about it being taken off the board, and play it, claim, attack for 10 with the Devastator next round, and he gets to clear the Ki-Adi-Mundi as well.
But before that, Daniel's action, how will he respond? He has an Internet Warrior left, a 4/4 shielded in the ground arena. Players are even, 12 damage on base. The Anakin has a 28 health base as opposed to a 30 due to the Force Tag. He looks at the discard pile of Bobby Sapphire.
So you might be right, RT. Like, he might want to play the Jedi Lightsaber on the Itinerant Warrior just to clear the Walker. He's got to try and get rid of one big threat before another big threat is played. So he might want to play the Itinerant Warrior, clear it for free. Can't quite remember what else he had in hand there. Yep, no, he's got the Chirrut.
First, it's going to be Chirrut.
But he's still got the Jedi
Devastator
Lightsaber. There we go. Okay.
All right.
Look, he could have been baiting out the Devastator with the Chirrut as well. But if you're Mike, there's no reason you just don't claim here so you can get 10 in. He knows what's in hand. He knows that the Devastator isn't threatened and that he's just going to swing for 10 straight away.
Yep. So the Itinerant Warrior is going to probably take out the Walker, which he does, loses the shield. We have a Devastator and Bazine, big and small for Bobby Sapphire. And we have quite a few Force units on the ground for Anakin with Ki-Adi-Mundi, Yaddle, and Itinerant Warrior. All of them are Jedi, which is relevant for the Restorer off of Yaddle. Looks like all of them probably Hyperfoil. Looks like Daniel's deck may be all Hyperfoil. He's on the Phoenix Squadron team coming out of Arizona. Traveled up to play in this event. Bobby Sapphire hits for 10 with the Devastator.
Daniel really needs to deal with this. Like, he's going to get a restore 3. He's going to restore 3 off the set minimum if Daniel doesn't play any more itinerant warriors. I think he had another itinerant in the hand, actually, so he might be able to restore for 6 this round.
And knowing Mike, he would not be above playing another sneak attack devastator, this turn.
100%. A sneak attack devastator here just closes the game unless Daniel drew into a foul. I don't know if Mike's that ballsy that he'll just force him to have the answer, but
I know that. I've been doing the playtesting tournaments over there.
Yeah.
He says you're just trying to get him to 20 and have a sneak attack devastator, and it's something that I'll talk about this deck.
But if he has another foul the dragon, like that's that just buys Daniel some time.
Yep. Daniel's action here, trying to find a way to solve the Palpatine menace.
Yeah, even 3 restore this turn doesn't beat Sneak Attack Devastator.
Right, because
I have a feeling if he had some form of removal, he might have. He could be saving it, looking for the Sneak Attack Devastator play as well.
It's a distraction crate.
Is there that doesn't Mike just claims it wins, right? There's nothing you could have for 1 that does anything?
He'd need to attack with the Bazing first to put him to 23, because if he restores the 3, that'll put him to 20 and allow the Devastator to attack. Or sorry, it's 28 health base. My bad.
Yeah, I think there's all kinds of ways that this is.
Yeah, no, I think he's in checkmate. I think he's in checkmate here.
Don't have to worry about force throw. Thinking through his options, he did tap a bunch of resources. It looks like it's 6 for potentially Palpatine's return, or maybe they're just talking.
Might be a change of heart.
Be a change of heart.
I think there's
6 for change of heart. Change of heart in the Krayt would be backbreaking here.
We're having D-Rod go and check out what's going on.
Thinking through his options, deliberate player. Probably has been saving a change of heart, thinking that, hey, I'm going to use this on a Krayt Dragon as one of my outs. Is that still the best play? He is playing change of heart. He's taking the Internet Warrior.
Oh
wow. Okay, that is.
So the Krayt trigger can now happen. The Internet Warrior no longer has its shield, so it is a 6/4. Oh wait, no, it's a Jedi lightsaber, so it's a 7/7.
Yeah, Jedi lightsaber gives it. Yeah.
Yaddle goes in and clears the itinerant warrior, restoring 1. Will there be another action, or will there be a claim?
I think Mike just claims here.
He does.
He can't deal with the Devastator.
And that's it.
All right, game 1 goes to Bobby Sapphire. And let's see if I can get the lists up here. What are your takeaways from that game 1, though, before we get to the sideboard decisions?
The double ramp was really impressive for Mike. It let him just get out way ahead early, start being able to actually bring to bear the power of this Palpatine yellow deck that really comes in those expensive units like the Reinforcement Walkers and the Devastators.
Clint?
And once you get to Devastator, Daniel just doesn't have a ton of ways to deal with it. So that's what got him there.
And that's been the way since actually set 2, when Han 2 Blue first started, is there's not much answers for Green Devastator in space. And it's a very, very good card against Han.
Mike was really able to navigate the early board state that Daniel was presenting effectively to... That, like, Daniel's game plan was to keep the units clear, so Mike couldn't card draw. But as we saw, the super laser tech on Resource 3 just really changed it, because it puts Daniel in a no-win position when he trades with that, or it forces Mike to use that to trade into another unit. So, if I was Mike, I'd probably be hard mulliganing for the super laser tech to get that ramp, because it does put Daniel in a difficult position. Like it's a difficult decision to make.
Yeah, I think that the path to victory for Daniel, as we look at his list, is in part Pelp not ramping. Certainly not twice. Being able to have to deal with the flip at about the same time as the Anakin deploy is really a problem. And we saw Bobby Sapphire not put a lot of damage in base, which is of course intentional against an Anakin deck. And so here's Daniel's list. What are you doing to try to help this matchup?
I think you've got to bring in the second rivals just to have an option to deal with the Palp straight away. I don't know how effective the pillages are here. I think you'd have to get the pillage on resource 4 and just slam that down. So Mike's card advantage is neutral over the previous 2 rounds. But then Mike might have drawn into what he needs for the late game, and he doesn't mind discarding a couple of cards. I think you definitely need to bring in the 2 Shams and Duelers so you can keep up with the ramp. And I'm not too sure about the Krayat, but we're going to be going late, so he probably wants the 3rd Krayat to force Mike to have the answer for that as well.
Thoughts, Herbal Trader?
I think that's all true. That's exactly no notes.
Yeah, and I think that Cham significantly helps Anakin. I mean, that's the card that I think most moves the matchup out of the sideboard because it provides some ramp back, and you got to expect Pelp to ramp. It's not a Data Vault deck, so it's a little bit more consistent with its 6 ramp cards, and Shamsandula, if done on curve, can actually get you to an Anakin deploy a little bit faster. We didn't talk about sideboard for Bobby Sapphire. Any thoughts? We'll start with Rebel Trader this time.
Yeah, this one, I'd probably bring in the Palps returns because it's probably going to be at least a decently grindy game. And probably the 3rd No Good to Me Dead, just in case like you really have to deal with a big Anakin or something else that might be a problem. Confiscate is a possibility here. I don't think I would bring it in. But if he's super worried about like Jedi Lightsaber, it could come in. I'm not sure what I would take out for it. It's a pretty tight list.
Yep, and the players do know each other's lists, so Bobby Sapphire knows that there's a couple of Jedi lightsabers, both from having it played on the Internet Warrior in the last match and also from the deck list review. All right, Secretive Sage opens the second game, played by Anakin. Anakin with initiative is a significantly stronger deck than Anakin without initiative in the early game. We'll see how Bobby Sapphire responds. It is with an ISB agent to Pinning Shield, showing a sneak attack. That ISB agent is not long for this world. Sacrificed to Palpatine to draw a card.
To draw a card. And already it's Mike's getting the card advantage there. I mean, someone was saying in the chat, pillages aren't good. Yeah, I agree pillages aren't good in this matchup. I was just trying to think a little bit outside the box of, if he could get the pillages early, just get Mike back to card neutral and reset, it might just give him a little bit of breathing space. That's all.
Yep.
38 efficiently dealing with the save there.
Bobby Sapphire plays one of his favorite cards, the P38, a great card with both a when played and when defeated. And Marin hits the field for Anakin. And Marin is actually very strong here because it allows discard of a card, which may be a villainous card, and turn on an Anakin later in the game, and also allows an answer to the P38 with initiative.
It's Marin's definitely an underrated card that hasn't seen a lot of play. On face value, it's very, very good, but it does really just slide into particular archetypes.
All right. So as we go to the 4 resource turn, one thing that is notable is there was no ramp. Bobby Sapphire did not ramp on 2 on the second turn of the game. Palpatine does have some ability to ramp later, but does not this turn either. We see a contracted hunter.
Whoa, that was a quick take back.
I think it makes sense here.
Yep. So 4 damage.
He took it back. He took it back. But Marin can attack and...
Yep, it looks like Marin can
to
attack.
get rid of.
Yeah, in the... Ooh, Marin
See that? Okay, I don't know.
attacks into the contracted
yeah.
hunter. The contracted hunter dies anyway at the end of the turn and was going to get sacrificed.
I think what he wants to do is force Mike to burn the space unit, the P-38.
Right. Yeah, I know. I'm surprised that, and he could have gone base too. He does gain the force and plays an Adi Gallia. Who's even the aggro? Bobby Sapphire deciding what to do. Has a P-38, a 3-2 in the space arena. Looking down Adi Gallia in the ground arena. And now Yaddle plays as well.
All right, so we got a bit of a better start here for Daniel, and a bit of a slower start for Mike. Obviously, he hasn't seen the ramp that he needed, but he's going to sack the P-38, deal a damage to Yaddle, deal a damage to Addy, draw a card, really digging for that ramp that he wants.
Yep, absolutely. I'm kind of surprised not to see an attack before a sack, but here we are. Grievous in the chat. Yep, Grievous in the chat mentions denies the card draw. Yeah, I think that's the argument for attacking Marin into the contracted hunter, is to prevent the card draw from that.
Yes.
Either it prevents it or it forces the P-38 to be used.
Right. Yeah, I think he was forcing the P-38 there.
All right, so Adi attacks base, putting 4 damage on Bobby Sapphire's base.
Right, we get to have a look at what's in Daniel's hands. So we got Anakin, we got Krayet, we got Sabine. So we definitely, I think you get rid of the Anakin here. What are we on? He doesn't really have a lot of options for this turn anyway. He's only got Sabine to play.
Yeah, and actually blanking
so you might
on 5
and stick him with that.
I think you just let him keep the hand because Sabine's not threatening here.
Yeah, no, I think that's right, and that's real bad news for Daniel. Trying to find things. I mean, you got to have things go very right in this matchup to be able to take out a Palpatine, and being able to play only a 2-drop on your 5 resource turn is not ideal.
Yeah, and now Mike knows that even though the Anakin's fairly pointless here, especially going into Daniel's turn 6, resource 6, because he's not really going to have a lot of units on the board.
Oh, minus back.
All right, and then we have Cassian. Oh, coming out of the row.
There we go.
Saving the day, Cassian Andor. We'll see where he directs it. Yaddle does represent some restore. The super laser tech is eyeing her down right now. Daniel's attack with the 3/5 Cassian Andor.
Yeah, the decision point here is do you just clear the super laser tech or do you just start going to base?
And he goes to base, which I think is
so you
right.
just can go to base for 3.
So the start for Daniel is not as bad as we thought. Now he has 3 units.
Definitely better.
Yep, and then Bobby Sapphire has not yet ramped. So both players are on 6. This is the Anakin deploy. Now, there's very little extra damage on Anakin's base right now. He only has 1.
So what have we got in Mike's hand? He's got a legacy run, I saw.
Right.
He's cleared the Yaddle to ramp and stop the restore.
Yep, Cassian hits base. Worried about Vader.
Vader might be a good play here just to get another super laser tech out of the deck.
Right.
Yeah.
Now that he's ramped to 7. He also has the legacy run in hand as well.
We got 838 watching the line, the final of the Portland sector. Thanks for joining us on Late Night's coverage in partnership with Take the Initiative and Unlimited Power. We are in the final with Bobby Sapphire of KTOD facing against Daniel Pimentel of the Phoenix Squadron out of Phoenix, Arizona. Bazine sees a Crate Dragon, an Anakin, a Power of the Dark Side, and a red card. Might be Mace Windu, I'm not positive.
I think you're fine to pitch the Anakin here. Unless Mike's got a change of heart that he could...
I might rather pitch Mace. Oh, no. Okay, you go for Anakin.
He doesn't want to pitch the power of the dark side.
Yeah.
To put the villainy card in the graveyard for another Anakin.
All right. So, Adi Gallia clears Bazine. We got a bunch of Phoenix Squadron folks in the chat rooting on their hometown hero. And I'm sure there's a lot of KTOT numpties rooting on Babby Sapphire as well. Legacy run
sneak
is a
attacking
strong
the
play.
legacy run.
Yeah, that prevents the Anakin flip because the legacy run with Pal. Did he sneak it? Okay.
There should be an Adi trigger, which Daniel catches. You don't get to the finals by missing triggers. So it's a long day for both of these players. On top of one yesterday in a very hot room, from all accounts.
Where was it held? The Hilton. It was at the Hilton, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yep.
It was in Hilton in Portland. Is it a hot room, Rotor?
I think they have the AC going right now, but for the most of the tournament, it has been. Yeah.
Interesting.
Power the dark side into the legacy run, saving 3 damage and a card.
Saving is Anakin also.
Right.
If he wants to play this turn.
Yep. And Grievous says slam the power, which is exactly what Daniel did. The units had attacked. Yeah, and he actually can't kill both, right? Because Cassian has 5 health and Adi has 2. That was a great...
Oh, that's an Adi. I thought it was 15.
Nope.
Yeah, no, it can't kill both.
That is Adi Gallia.
It's an interesting play from Mike, sneak attacking in the legacy run, knowing he had power of the dark side in hand. Maybe he was just forcing it out of his hand. So he got rid of an Anakin and a power of the dark side. So he doesn't have to worry about, he only has to play around 1 power of the dark side and 2 Anakins moving forward.
All right. 15 damage on Bobby Sapphire's base. This match has gone better for Anakin.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think the delayed ramp is a major part of that.
Yep, I think so too. But it is the Palpatine flip turn. Notably, Bobby Sapphire, if the damage counters are correct, chose to put 1 damage on the Anakin, or on the Cassian, which tells us that it's a steal. And we'll see if that happens on the gun. It does. So Palpatine's able to steal a ready Cassian. Yeah, Vlad, I think that was intentional. I don't think he assigned any more than 1 damage on Cassian because he wanted to steal him.
Yeah.
And if he's going to steal it, he doesn't want Anakin overwhelming more damage onto the Cassian if he's going to attack into the Cassian.
All right, so 19 damage. 11 remaining on Bobby Sapphire's base after Anakin swings in.
Yeah, he's definitely in a worse position than he was in game 1. Yeah.
Can he even the score and force a decisive game 3 in the finals? The player's playing for a...
Ooh, Fennec. I think that's what this is.
Fennec.
Yeah.
Fennec. Oh, and Rebel Traders loving the Fennec Shan come in. It kills Anakin, does take 4 back. But
I always try to find a way to fit her into my list, and I always end up cutting her. And I mad respect to Mike for actually bringing her today.
Absolutely. I'm surprised it was not in your Kylo list, buddy. All right. Anakin's got to find an answer here. Luke can't kill Palpatine. We don't know that he had a Luke. I mean, he didn't when they did the last Bazine, right?
We know he's got a Krayt in hand, so he needs to try and hold off for a couple of rounds to play the Krayt.
And we got Cham ramping.
Okay,
bringing the
that's
Krayt
a good
turn.
start.
And that's a great play, I think. Palpatine runs into the Cham.
Krayt Dragon, just a turn away. I think
now Mike's on a clock with the Krayt Dragon.
what does that card even do? If it's Fennec, it's on attack, deal damage to the defending unit equal to the number of cards with a unique cost in your discard pile. So he gets to do like 4 damage, I think, before attacking. And it works like Han, where if it kills it, she doesn't take the combat damage. Unfortunately, that didn't kill the Anakin, but it's extra damage that comes out.
All right, so Bobby Sapphire has control of the ground arena. Anakin is up on base damage, 19-6.
Mike really needs to see a reinforcement walker here.
Or have an answer to Kraid. So he does represent, between Fennec, Cassian, and Pelp, what Fennec's a 4, so it's 11 damage.
So
we have Luke to take care of Fennec. How will the Emperor respond to Luke Skywalker hitting the field?
We got 7 for Vader.
The daddy issues begin. 10 cards come from Vader looking for cards.
So what can he pull out here?
That is saying that
he's looking for 2 ISB agents.
There should be one more on Daniel's base.
Now he's got the super laser tech at the front.
I believe it was from the Cassian attack, right? That they missed the damage from. All right, D-Rod's talking to the judges about the missed damage.
All right, so we're looking here. We got Vader going into Luke Skywalker, taking 6 back, putting Luke to 2 health remaining. He's unlikely to survive this turn. Osmium Blaze, a great Sabine Red player from Wisconsin, says thematic, and boy is it, this is what you want to see from Star Wars Limited. Palpatine, the Dark Emperor, sacrifices a super laser technician. If those ever form a union, Palpatine's in trouble. 4 damage to base.
Oh wait, they just did 4 and they don't have the extra.
And the P-38 to finish the deal.
See,
so many options.
And, look at the foresight from Bobby Sapphire, setting that up with the super laser there, knowing he would get to 3 to play the P-38. Great stuff. And now has a commanding control on the board. Daniel is looking for an out.
This is the turn the crates can come down, but if Mike has a change of heart in hand,
so
or a Devastator.
Yep.
Okay, so he's got Anakin, clear the Vader, clear the P-38.
Palpatine looks back at the Anakin Skywalker played. Bobby Sapphire provides his discard pile to the opponent. The top cut here is untimed. How will Bobby Sapphire piloting Steal Your Girl Palpatine respond? It will be with a Vader, looking for more
Vader.
cards. Vader's been a powerhouse since set 1. Do you guys agree with that?
Exactly, yeah. Looking for either P-38 or ISB agent.
How about a Bazine and a Crumb?
It's fine, because he can still ambush and then Palpatine, so the Anakin's going to die either way.
Right. And gets a heal. Crumb actually heals 1 on plays. It's got a handful of crate.
It's got 2 crates. So you might want to just rip the sham here, so he's got no other options to play this turn.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he does. Palpatine's not afraid of any dragons.
I think closing in on a position where he can just outrace Daniel.
And I believe
even if the crate comes down.
Guesses he knows that. He does find an Adi Gallia, so he has a follow-up play. Palpatine goes to base, I believe, is what it will be.
Base. He'll sack something to deal the 1 extra damage to Anakin.
Is it Crumb or is it Bazine? He decides.
Crumb, you'll get the one. Crumb, does the Crumb have a win defeated, or is it just a return to hand action?
Nope, it's just a return to action. All right, so Palpatine leads the board. He did not go base. He killed the Adi, playing very conservatively. Plays another super laser technician. Attacks with Cassian for 3. Put an Anakin to 16. Nothing on board.
I like going Adi here because Adi plus Crate Dragon is lethal. And it doesn't change the clock at all, right? Because he's got 16, so he just needs 12. He's got that on board.
All right, so Daniel in the final. Is there an answer to the massive board presented by Emperor Palpatine?
A Krayat's not going to do anything here, but maybe that's his only option to play.
Play it out. You're in the finals of a sector qualifier. That's what's happening here. Vader goes 5 to base.
5. He's got 4 of 25.
And there's the concession. And Bobby Sapphire of KTOD pilots an 8 deploy leader, Emperor Palpatine, with yellow, to the finals and to the championship of the sector qualifier at Portland. We'll see if we can get an interview with the winner. What did you guys think about that final?
That was incredible. I mean, it was kind of a blowout, but it was incredible to see these players just going at it with everything they got.
All right.
Game 2 was definitely more interesting there. Palp was a great call. Great call by Mike to bring Palp to this tournament. He crushed it all day with Palp. I don't know how many other Palp yellows there were in the field, but this is a great win for Mike. He made the right call, right meta call, and he's being rewarded for it.
Absolutely. And I think it takes guts to bring Palpatine. I mean, obviously, if you run into high aggro decks like Sabine, that could be a real challenging matchup. Not saying Palp can't win. Palp can win. But, it was the meta call.
We have a saying on our channel, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and matchups play a big part in that as well. And if he managed to, only play into one Sabine all day, that's a great win for Mike. Be able to dodge your bad matchups and just play into your good matchups.
He had an incredible game in the last round of Swiss against Vader Yellow, which you would not think is a good matchup for Palpatine, but he just played his heart out and managed.
I saw that one, yeah.
And you can go back to the replays. The game against Yako, who's a great player, and actually I think a friend of his a little bit. There, this is actually the leader representation in the field. To answer your questions, let's find Emperor Palpatine. There were 13 total in the field, of which
and 2 yellow. Nope, sorry.
10 yellow total,
yellow, but
2 using the force base.
2 force. Yeah.
And then we had a brave Pelp Green, there. So just great stuff. So we'll pop the top 8 picture back up here as we get ready to hopefully have a winner interview. What are your thoughts as the tournament of a whole? We'll start with Rebel Trader. You've been on the ground, dang near made day 2. Was actually top 64.
I was top 64, yeah. And actually, if I had been able to play on day 2 and I'd won all 4 of my matches, I would have made top cut. So, but that aside, I had a great time. It's great to play these games with people. Everyone I met was great. Good, high level competition, and I'm so glad I was able to do it. It is in my backyard, so. Yeah, that's exciting.
And
I'm gonna have to mute for a sec while Rod plays with some audio stuff.
Yep, and on behalf of everybody watching along, thank D-Rod from Unlimited Power and Rebel Trader for providing the camera setups that we used. We were able to produce the rest of this remotely. It was an extremely challenging coverage environment with the basement of the Hilton and the heat in there and the hotspot doing what it can. I mean, we weren't even able to maintain a Discord connection by the on-site computers, and RT and D-Rod squeezed video out of that horrible connection throughout the event. So shout out to those guys, and if you've been watching along on those channels, you're already subbed. If you aren't subscribed to Unlimited Power and Take the Initiative, please do that. Clint, what are your takeaways from the event?
Look, I mean, due to time zones, I'm only able to catch the latter end of the days, so the top 8 and the last few matches from yesterday's tournament. Look, the meta wasn't unsurprising. Considering, again, we talked about it on our podcast last night, how there hasn't been, there probably isn't a lot of time for innovation for a 6-week meta, effectively. But Mike has innovated. He's taken a list that is interesting, has been innovated to attack the meta in a particular way. And again, as I said before, he's been rewarded for it. A lot of high-level players at Portland, a lot of names that you would expect to be in that top 64, that top 8 bracket as well. And it's exciting to watch. Especially from a different country as well, being able to watch all these high level events and really learn from these top level players about how they play their decks and the different lines they take. So overall, great event. Congratulations, Mike, and we look forward to the next one.
Yep, and absolutely, and I can tell you that it does look like we're going to be able to get a winner's interview. So I'm going to set that up in a second. I'll say this. This is the community's coverage of these events. This isn't just anything that Late Night does or Take the Initiative does. We have all sorts of commentators from around the community and around the world. So I love that we're able to get great creators from Europe and Australia and all the other places that they play Star Wars Unlimited. So thanks very much for joining us and providing your considerable talents in commentary. They're taking just a few more minutes to set up the winner's interview. Do you want to shout out your newly renamed channel, the baddest channel for Star Wars Unlimited?
Yeah.
I hear the mouse cracked down a little bit.
Yeah, we had a bit of trouble with the mouse when we were becoming affiliated. The mouse didn't like the baddest batch. They felt that it infringed there, so we went through a little bit of a rebrand to BDST, or just the baddest podcast, the baddest competitive team. We pump out a podcast every 2 weeks. Our primary focus, though, is streaming Australian events. So for all you night owls in Europe and America, if you tune in during PQ season, more than likely we're streaming and commentating an event as well as competing. We're trying to add some more value to the channel as well. But look, we have a lot of fun doing it. We love the game. We're always involved in it. We're all thinking about it 24/7. We love competing. Our team's putting up some really good results, especially this season. And we're looking forward to the future of the game as well, and getting involved more, especially in the international community.
Yep, absolutely. And I had the pleasure of hanging out with you at Galactics. I think you actually came to our pre-day 2 planning session that we had.
Yeah, as I said, your pre-day 2 planning session is exactly the same as our planning session in Australia.
Oh, it was at the tavern. Is actually where that planning session was for the late night competitive team.
They all take place at the tavern.
And very, very good. All right, I'm going to go to a little bit of a Be Right Back screen, and after that, we should be back, hopefully, with Bobby Sapphire and D-Rod for a post-game interview.
All right, see you guys later.
All right, very good. Stay tuned, folks.
All right, you want me to hang on, Loopy, or you're done with me now?
I'm done with you. That was actually still live. Oh, sorry. So you're good. I just hadn't muted the mic yet. All right, I'm also still live.
All right. Tell me when they're on, and I'll give D-Rod the thumbs up. Now?
All right, Star Wars Unlimited fans, we're here for our last part of our coverage. We have the winner interview, which I actually told Bobby Sapphire I hope we do, and it's with D-Rod from Unlimited Power and Bobby Sapphire from KTOD. I'm going to mute out.
Right. Hey, hold, hold. They're not getting any audio.
All right, they had a little bit of an audio problem from the things. You'll be able to see this interview. It's going to be recorded. We'll release it on our channels, but we're going to wrap up our live coverage for right now as the interviews are there, and you'll hear from Bobby Sapphire and D-Rod on our channel. So everybody who's joined us for the coverage, make sure to check out the winner interview. Thanks to everybody from Take the Initiative, from the Bothan Network, from the Colorado Cantina Crew, and from Unlimited Power for joining us. And check out this recorded interview from D-Rod after. Loopy from Late Night Gaming signing off. If you watched this far, you're my hero.